Lions don't lose sleep over the opinions of sheep, but sometimes the sheep forget whose roar made the ground shake in the first place. To the ones who move in silence but shake entire rooms just by showing up, look closely at what's happening around you. The crowd didn't gather because you were weak. They didn't team up because you were an easy target. No, they formed a pack because alone you were too powerful. One-on-one, they knew they couldn't touch you. You stood like a storm they couldn't predict, so they scrambled, gathered forces, and still they trembled. That's not hate. That's fear wearing a mask. That's panic disguised as noise. This wasn't just a conflict, it was a signal. And if you're hearing this, consider it your wake-up call. Before we go further, if this message is hitting something deep in your chest, if it feels like it was meant for you, then make sure to like and subscribe. Because messages like this, they're not just words, they're lifelines. The moment you interact, it sends a signal to YouTube that another chosen one just woke up, and it pushes this message to more people like you. That's how we rise. That's how we connect. That's how we remind each other. You were never alone. Now listen, there's something haunting about being chosen. It's not loud. It doesn't beg for attention, but it burns. It glows. It turns heads even when you're quiet. And that glow, it doesn't just light up rooms. It exposes people. It makes the envious uncomfortable. It forces the weak to either level up or lash out. And most choose the latter. But don't ever mistake chaos for a curse. Chosen ones don't face pressure because they're fragile. They face pressure because they're pure potential. The universe doesn't waste battles on the ordinary. If you're being targeted, dragged, mocked, copied, betrayed, it's because you carry something they'll never have. They feel it. Even when you doubt it, they still feel it. That's why they panic. That's why they plot. Because deep down, they know. One focused version of you could shift everything. You are the kind of presence that shakes comfort zones, the kind of energy that makes masks fall off. That's why they gather. That's why they gossip. Because no matter what they say, they see you. They see what you could become if you ever stopped doubting. If you ever truly believed in your own light the way they fear it. And yes, some of you forgot. Some of you started thinking the attacks meant something was wrong with you. Some of you whispered, "Why me?" Instead of roaring back, "Of course me." You let the world trick you into thinking that isolation meant abandonment instead of elevation. But the universe doesn't forget its own. And right now, it's moving, quietly, powerfully. Behind the scenes, it's aligning the pieces in your favor, not because you begged for it, but because you were built for it. Being chosen doesn't come with an explanation. It comes with pressure, with fire, with resistance. But every chosen one learns this one truth. Pressure only breaks what isn't real. What's real, it rises. So next time the whole crowd turns, next time the storm gets louder, smile. Not because you enjoy it, but because you finally understand it. They're not fighting you. They're fighting the force that chose you. And trust me, that fight is already lost. Stay sharp. Stay silent. Stay unstoppable. You were never meant to fit in. You were made to stand the hell out. So if the weight of the world's eyes on you feels heavy, good. That means you're exactly who this message was made for. Drop a 777 in the comments If you've ever felt the pressure of being too much for people who think small, that pressure, it's not breaking you, it's shaping you. This is more than content, it's a mirror. And if you're a true chosen one, something in your spirit won't let you click away. It can't. Because what's coming next isn't just truth, it's confirmation. And now, let's get into it. Stay sharp, stay locked in, let's go. Number 1. When the dogs bark, the lion stays silent. But make no mistake, it remembers every bark. The louder their noise, the deeper their fear. And fear, when cornered by truth, gets desperate. Look around. No, really look. Count the voices, the whispers, the fake smiles, the sudden swarm of critics who never had anything to say until you started shining. Ask yourself, why now? Why all at once? Why do they need to team up just to try to dull your light? Because you're dangerous. Because you hold something they'll never have. Alignment. Not with people, not with crowds, but with something bigger, deeper, more unshakable. You are aligned with the universe itself. You're not playing the same game as them. You are the game they're trying to survive in. And they know it. This is not just about drama or envy or petty attacks. This is about how terrified they are of what you're becoming. Their numbers don't prove their strength. They prove their panic. Think about it. How often do people plot against someone who poses no threat? You don't bring an army to step on an ant. You bring numbers when you're dealing with a force. You rally people when you're up against a storm. And that storm is you. That's why they never came one-on-one. That's why they couldn't face you in silence or truth. They had to scream. They had to swarm. Because your presence alone put pressure on their lies. Your growth became a mirror they couldn't escape. And instead of fixing themselves, they tried to break you. Let that sink in. Let it burn into your memory. Because this is where many chosen ones mess up. They mistake the battle for punishment, not proof. They start asking the wrong questions. Why me? Why is this happening now? Why does it feel like everything's coming at me at once? Here's why. Because the universe knows who you are, and it refuses to let you stay asleep. But it's not just the universe that knows. They know too. And when people know they can't stop the system working in your favor, they start trying to hijack the system itself. Sudden tech glitches when you're locked in. People calling your phone mid-focus. Your mind flooded with distractions. The second truth begins to hit. Coincidence or control? The moment you start leveling up, here comes the noise. Here come the snakes in familiar skin. Here comes the drama, the shade, the delays. Ever wonder why? Because energy doesn't lie, and the power of being chosen is felt before it's even fully formed. You think they're reacting to where you are now? No, they're reacting to where they know you're about to be. You are not in their league. You are not their peer. You are not their project or their puppet. You are proof that destiny doesn't ask for permission, and that terrifies them. Still, some of you forgot. Some of you got shook. Some of you let the crowd trick you into shrinking. You let doubt creep in. You started thinking their numbers meant they were right, that their noise meant your silence was weakness. Wrong. Your silence is sacred. Your isolation is an initiation. The universe doesn't throw storms at the weak. It throws storms at the strong to test if they're ready. So when the chaos hit, it wasn't an attack. It was a reveal. They weren't fighting you. They were fighting the system behind you. They were playing with universal law, and no one plays with the system and wins. You're not just some random person walking through the fire. You are the fire. That's why they tried to drown you in noise, in numbers, in distraction. That's why people you never expected suddenly switched. That's why things you used to depend on started failing at just the wrong moment. Because when you're chosen, the path gets narrow, but the power, it gets undeniable. And yet, here you are, still standing, still reading. After every disruption, you're still here. That's not random. That's not luck. That's alignment. So stop doubting your light. Stop dimming it for people who couldn't handle a spark. Stop thinking you were too sensitive, when in reality, you were just too tuned in. They didn't like your truth because it exposed their lies. They didn't hate your strength. They hated what it revealed in them. Your presence disturbed the comfortable. Your glow lit up their shadows. And instead of doing the work, they ganged up, they barked, they schemed. But none of it could stop you, because when the universe chooses someone, it protects the mission, not the comfort. And baby, your mission is loud. Let me make it crystal clear. They may have had numbers, they may have had noise, but you had meaning. And meaning always outlasts the moment. So next time you feel that sting of betrayal, that weight of being outnumbered, remember this: the lion never fears the pack of hyenas. It lets them laugh, because when it moves, they scatter. Chosen one, your silence is about to get loud. Your light is about to speak. And those who tried to dim it, they're about to choke on the brightness. You weren't meant to blend in. You were built to break patterns. And now that you know, they can never unsee what you're about to become. Number 2, they built walls. You walked through them. You weren't supposed to get this far. No, seriously, this moment, it wasn't meant for everyone. It was engineered to keep you out, not by accident, not by coincidence, but by design. The first layer of resistance wasn't random. It was a filter, a spiritual firewall, a gate built to stop the ones who were close to remembering exactly who they are. But you didn't fold. You didn't click away. You didn't get distracted. You're still here. Let that sink in. Because if you're still reading this, it means one thing loud and clear: you broke through. And that terrifies them. You were never supposed to make it to this message. Everything from the chaos in your day to the whisper in your mind telling you to scroll away, it was all part of the first line of defense. The world may call it coincidence, but the chosen know better. That resistance, that static, that sudden rush of things pulling your attention elsewhere. It wasn't just life happening. It was interference. It was a signal jam. It was the system trying to keep this message from reaching your spirit. And the fact that you're reading these words anyway, that's not just proof of persistence. That's power. That's you walking through walls that were built specifically to stop you. That's you surviving what was designed to spiritually sedate you. And now that you've broken that first barrier, understand this: they're nervous. Because the truth is, you weren't supposed to wake up. They had the blueprint laid out. You were supposed to stay distracted. You were supposed to stay stuck in loops, overthinking, doubting, over-explaining your soul to people who couldn't hear it. You were supposed to give up before this moment ever came. But you didn't, and that shakes them to the core. There's a reason why your phone glitched when this video came on, why your thoughts started racing the moment this energy hit, why you almost convinced yourself to skip it. Because when you're this close to realignment, the system fights dirty. But you stayed locked in. You passed the test most people don't even realize they're taking. The first layer of resistance isn't always loud. Sometimes it's subtle, a delay, a doubt, a tiny urge to give up. And if you don't catch it, you fall back asleep. But not you. The ones meant to hear this, they don't just find the message, they feel it before it finishes. They feel that strange inner heat when truth starts to rise in the body, that pressure in the chest when their soul knows, this is for me. That unshakable pull that refuses to let them scroll away. You're not imagining that. This moment has already been touched by something bigger than you. It's already been approved by forces that don't follow human timelines. The timing, not random. The message, not mass-produced. This isn't for everyone, it's for you. Because you've hit the point where the universe stops whispering and starts sending. You think it's a coincidence that this message reached you now, after everything that just tried to pull you under, after the silence, the loneliness, the betrayal, the attacks, the pressure. No, this moment is cosmic surgery, and it had to happen now, because you're ready now. But let this next truth land with weight. The first layer of resistance was just the first, and you will face more. Because once the system knows you can see beyond it, it evolves. The challenges will change shape. The distractions will become more convincing. The people sent to shake you will wear the faces of friends. But don't panic. Recognition is power. And this time, you're not walking blind. You've already proven something unshakable. When the universe aligned to send this message, you received it. Despite the noise, despite the pushback, despite the fight. And if you're meant to receive something that hard, imagine what you're meant to do with it. Chosen one, this is your moment of confirmation. They tried to block it. The noise tried to drown it. The resistance tried to erase it. But here you are, still standing, still listening, still burning. And that means one thing: you've already won the first battle. Now it's time to win you. Number 3, they couldn't beat you face to face, so they came for your energy in the dark. Tell me, have you felt it? That strange exhaustion that makes no sense. 1 minute you're locked in, purpose blazing through your chest, mind sharp as a blade. The next, you're slumped, confused, agitated over nothing, like something invisible reached in and unplugged you. That isn't stress. That's not just fatigue. That is warfare, and not the kind you can see. This is the battlefield they don't talk about, the war behind the curtain, the one where they don't come for your body, they come for your energy, where you aren't attacked with fists, but with frequencies, where you're not being chased physically, but drained spiritually. Chosen one, this is not your imagination. This is strategy. The moment your momentum builds, the moment your vision aligns with action, that's when the attack hits. It doesn't scream at you, it seeps in, subtle, creeping. You wake up ready to win, and by noon, you're ready to quit. You were focused, And suddenly your thoughts scatter. You were energized, and now you're sluggish. You were filled with fire, and now you're fighting just to stay awake. Why? Because your power threatens systems you can't see. You're not just walking through life, you're carrying light through a world addicted to darkness. And every time you step forward in purpose, that light expands. It spreads, it shifts things, and they feel it. The ones hiding behind masks, the ones benefiting from your confusion, the ones who only survive as long as you stay asleep. So when you rise, they react. You think it's a bad mood, just one of those days. But behind that feeling is a mechanism, and its only job is to stop you before you become unshakable. This is invisible warfare, and its favorite weapon is making you question your own energy. They can't beat you in a fair fight, so instead, they chip at your power from the inside. They fog your mind, drain your clarity, cloud your confidence, and if you're not aware, you'll think it's you. You'll start to believe you're broken, lazy, lost. You'll stop moving not because you can't, but because you forgot that someone's been trying to make you forget. This is why chosen ones must protect their energy like royalty guards a crown. Not everyone deserves access. Not everything deserves your time. You are not just a person. You are a target, and with that comes responsibility. You can't eat like everyone else. You can't scroll like everyone else. You can't be around just anyone, because you're not here to blend in. You're here to break cycles. So ask yourself, why now? Why does this exhaustion always strike when you're about to launch something? Why does your peace crumble when you're finally clear on what you want? Why do distractions flood in the moment you commit to a deeper path? Because energy is everything, and yours, chosen one, is expensive. It's rare, it's disruptive, and they know if they can't confuse your mind, they can't stop your purpose, so they settle for stealing your fuel. But here's what they didn't count on: you waking up to the game. Once you see the pattern, you reclaim your power. You stop blaming yourself. You stop shrinking. You stop giving your strength away to energies that don't serve you. And don't get it twisted. Awareness alone is power, because when the fog rolls in next time, you won't panic. You'll pause. You'll breathe. You'll recognize it for what it is, a last-ditch attempt to block something they know is coming through you. They don't attack what's empty. They don't drain what's powerless. They only target the ones who carry something divine, you. So if you've been feeling that fatigue, that sudden emotional spiral, that strange forgetfulness, don't spiral, don't retreat. Understand, you're on schedule. The resistance is just confirmation. The warfare is just a reaction. And reactions only come when something real is moving. The key? Stay grounded. Guard your peace. Call your energy back, because it's yours. Always has been. This isn't the moment to collapse. It's the moment to anchor. You're not being drained because you're weak. You're being drained because your power is rising. And they see it, they feel it, they fear it, and soon they'll witness it. Number 4, they pulled every string and you're still standing. You remember how clear things felt just days ago, how life flowed like a river, not a wall. The clarity in your chest, the peace in your steps. Every move seemed aligned. Doors opened before you even knocked. Answers arrived before you asked. It was as if the entire universe was walking in sync with your thoughts. And then, like someone flipped a switch, everything slammed to a halt. That shift wasn't imagined. That wasn't just life happening. It was calculated. The resistance you're feeling, the stuck energy, the sudden tightness in your chest. That's not bad luck. It's warfare. Precision targeted, strategically timed, and absolutely real. It doesn't come with red lights or sirens. It doesn't knock on your door and announce itself. It slithers in, quiet, subtle, and before you know it, you're second-guessing yourself. You're irritated at people who never bothered you before. You're procrastinating on things that just last week had you fired up. You're feeling blocked, heavy, foggy, for no visible reason. That's the game. They've studied you, observed your rhythms, tracked your triggers. This isn't just some vague bad energy floating around. These are direct hits aimed at you because they know your momentum is real. They know what happens if you stay focused. They know what you're about to step into if you keep going. So they interfere. They disrupt the rhythm. They scramble the signal. They plant distractions so perfectly timed, it feels like fate turning on you. But let me be clear, you're not crazy. That friction you're feeling isn't a figment of your imagination. It's confirmation that you're on the edge of something massive. Ever notice how the moment you commit to growth, conflict erupts out of nowhere? Old friends start acting weird. Unexpected arguments flare up. Random delays start stacking. What used to work stops working. And the worst part, the people around you have no idea why you seem off. They'll call you moody, distant, negative, but you know better. You can feel the tension pulling beneath the surface, the invisible hands moving pieces around to confuse you, to block the blessings that were clearly lining up. It's not paranoia when the attacks are real. It's not being dramatic when your spirit is under siege. You were in flow, and they saw it. You were gaining ground, and they panicked. You were aligned, and they scrambled to misalign you, because they understand the power of momentum. And more importantly, they understand the power of you, in motion, in purpose, in truth. That's their fear. Not just who you are right now, but who you're becoming. What you unlock when you stop doubting. What you access when you stop reacting. But here's the part they didn't calculate. You're still here. After all the psychic static, after all the strategic delays, after the confusion, the exhaustion, the sudden roadblocks, you're still standing. Maybe not untouched, maybe not unshaken, but undeniably undefeated. And that's what keeps them up at night. Because every time they throw something at you and it doesn't break you, you become more dangerous. Every time they create chaos and you remain calm, you become harder to reach. Every time you recognize the pattern and choose to stay centered, you become unshakable. So yes, the resistance is real, but so is your resilience, so is your alignment, so is your protection. This isn't the part where you shrink. This is the part where you recognize the game being played and double down. You weren't given this pressure to fold. You were given it to forge. Your enemies hoped you'd forget who you are. But all they did was remind you what you're made of. So when the next wave hits, and it will, don't ask, why me? Look up and say, you should have taken me out when you had the chance. You've already survived more than they thought you would. You've already moved through resistance they thought would wreck you. And now, you're aware, awake, activated. That's their nightmare. They pulled every string, laid every trap, pushed every button, and somehow, you're still here, still rising, still chosen. Number 5. They thought you were just another flame. They didn't know you were the fire starter. Let these words not just reach your ears, but sink into your bones. You are not here to chase light. You are the light. You are not just someone passing through the world, hoping it all makes sense one day. No, you are the pulse that makes the world move differently. You're not a side character in some cosmic drama. You're the page, the ink, and the fire behind every plot twist. Chosen one, you are not here to witness change. You are here to be the change. You don't just attract power, you generate it. You don't just manifest miracles, you are the living proof that they exist. You don't just align with the universe aligns with you. That's what they missed. That's what they failed to calculate. They thought you were just a seeker, just another soul trying to find the light. But the truth is, you're not the moon reflecting someone else's brilliance. You're the sun, self-sustained, self-igniting, uncontainable. And that, right there, is the reason they gather. That's why they swarm. That's why they watch, study, imitate, envy, attack, and whisper. Because people can ignore reflections, but they can't ignore a source. The world can handle borrowed power, but authentic power, origin energy, it disrupts, it exposes, it burns through illusions. That's what you are, a walking disruption to everything fake, to everything asleep, to everything built on ego, control, and illusion. And when that kind of energy enters a room, the people clinging to comfort start shaking. They get loud, defensive. They build narratives. They label you too much, too intense, too serious. But don't be fooled. That's not criticism. That's a confession. They're telling you exactly what you are. Too powerful for their games, too real for their masks, too bright for their shadows. And yet, somehow, you are the one who doubts. You question your timing. You hold back your voice. You shrink to make others comfortable. You wonder if maybe you should tone it down, if maybe you're imagining the resistance, if maybe you're the problem. Let's stop that right here. You've never been the problem. You've been the mirror. And that mirror doesn't just show people who they are, it shows them what they're not. You see, people don't fear power they understand. They fear power that reminds them of everything they've suppressed. Your light didn't make you a target because it hurt them. It made you a target because it exposed them. And instead of healing, they chose hate. Instead of growing, they chose gossip. Because that's easier than facing truth. But your job isn't to explain your light. Your job is to own it. To recognize that everything you've been searching for outside, validation, success, security, was never out there. It was always you. You're not the signal booster. You're the signal. You're not the echo. You're the voice. You're not the watered-down version of something greater. You're the original. And that's terrifying to them. Because when someone like you wakes up and realizes that you are the source, not just of your own power, but of impact, the entire structure of control starts to crack. You become impossible to manipulate, too aware to be distracted, too aligned to be derailed, too connected to need constant permission. So yes, expect resistance. Expect people to fall away. Expect energy to shift the moment you walk in. That's not bad energy. That's recognition. They're recognizing the truth you've forgotten, that you were never just trying to make something of yourself. You were always the thing, the spark, the center, the message. You don't have to seek permission to shine. The universe stamped you with purpose before you even took your first breath. And now, as you read this, you're not being reminded, you're being reignited. The moment you own your source energy, everything around you has to adjust. Circumstances shift, people reveal themselves, paths clear or collapse, based on whether they're meant for someone like you. So don't dim, don't shrink, don't apologize. And for the love of your own destiny, stop looking outward for what's always been within. You are the storm. You are the signal. You are the source. And no one, not a crowd, not a critic, not a system, can take that from you. They didn't create you, so they can't control you. Number 6, they don't hate you. They need you to forget who you are. Let's make something painfully clear. You are not being opposed because you're flawed. You are being opposed because you're flawless in ways they can't fake. You're not under attack because you're losing. You're being targeted because you're winning in silence, growing in secret, and glowing without needing anyone's permission. And that kind of energy, it's a threat to those who depend on others just to feel alive. You see, not everyone has the ability to generate real power. Not everyone carries that fire in their bones. There are people, empty, disconnected people, who can't create, can't manifest, can't channel. So what do? They feed. They latch on to light bearers. They hover around visionaries. They mimic the chosen, hoping no one notices the difference between borrowed glow and original fire. These aren't just haters. They're cosmic parasites, vampires of spirit. They don't come to build, only to drain. Not to uplift, only to consume. And when someone like you shows up, radiant, authentic, unstoppable, they panic. Because your presence alone exposes the truth. They're not thriving. They're surviving. Off the backs of those like you. Your light forces contrast. Your power brings awareness. You don't have to call them out. Just existing near you is enough to trigger them. Because you're the real thing. And they know. The moment others recognize that too, their illusions crumble. So what do? They attack. But not directly. No, they're too afraid of your truth for that. They work in shadows. They throw shade instead of hands. They whisper instead of roar. Because deep down, they know you could destroy them without even trying. And that truth eats them alive. So understand this. They don't oppose you because you've failed. They oppose you because you've already succeeded in ways they can't measure, in arenas they'll never enter. They see you breaking generational curses just by choosing peace. They see you moving in silence while they need attention to feel relevant. You succeed without begging. You rise without crowd approval, and that makes you dangerous. Because if others realize they don't need the system to win, that they don't need noise to be valid, that they don't need approval to be powerful, then their whole game ends. You represent freedom. You represent self-sufficiency. You represent what happens when someone remembers they're the source. And for someone who survives by manipulation, by energy theft, by controlling narratives, you are an existential threat. This is why the opposition always feels so personal. Because it is. You are not just bumping into resistance. You're confronting those who depend on your unconsciousness. They need you doubting. They need you drained. They need you unaware of just how potent you are. Because if you ever wake up fully, they're done. And the most dangerous part, you've already begun to wake up. That's why you're here. That's why this message found you. That's why the pressure intensified. They see what's forming. They feel what's coming. And now they're doing everything they can to stop the inevitable. But it's too late. Because the moment you recognize the pattern, the spell breaks. The moment you name it, the fog lifts. And right now, you are naming it all. You're seeing through their tactics. You're unplugging from their games. You're reclaiming the power they tried to siphon. And with every step you take in clarity, their grip weakens. Every time you choose peace over chaos, they lose ground. Every time you protect your energy, they lose access. They tried to label you too sensitive, when in truth, you were just tuned in. They called you difficult when you wouldn't feed their drama. They called you selfish when you stopped sacrificing your spirit for their comfort. But let the truth settle in your chest. You are not the problem. You're the proof that divine power can live in human form. You're the example they hoped no one would notice. You're the one they can't copy, can't silence, can't replace. And that's why they're obsessed. That's why they watch. That's why they oppose. Because you carry something they can't touch, and it drives them insane. You don't need to fight harder. You just need to remember, they're not coming for you because you're weak. They're coming for you because you won. Number 7. Before the crown, there's always the crushing. Let's get one thing clear. This isn't random. What you're going through right now, it's not just a rough patch, and it sure as hell isn't some stroke of bad luck. This pressure, this chaos, this rising storm around you, it's the final test, the last threshold before your next level, the moment where everything seems like it's falling apart, when in truth, everything is falling into place. And if you've made it this far, it means you're already in it. The delays you're facing, the betrayals that blindsided you, the silence from people who once claimed they had your back, the weariness that set in so deep it feels like your soul is holding its breath. That's not coincidence. That's confirmation. You're not being punished, you're being prepared. Throughout every generation, every story of transformation, every breakthrough moment in human history, this exact point appears. This pressure, this waiting, this emotional weight, it's not new, it's ancient, it's built into the process of ascension. Because before any chosen one is crowned, they are crushed. Not to destroy them, but to prove them, to carve out everything that isn't real, to test the integrity of their light, to see if the mission they carry is rooted deep enough to withstand the war against it. Because what's coming to you isn't small, and the bigger the blessing, the harder the gate is to pass through. You're standing in front of that gate right now. They want you to give up. That's the point. That's what this whole thing is. The tension, the setbacks, the voices in your head telling you, maybe I was wrong, or maybe I'm not ready. All of it is part of the final test. It's a desperate attempt to make you forget who you are at the exact moment you were about to become it. And believe me, they know how close you are. That's why the pressure ramped up. That's why things seemed to get worse just as you started to feel momentum. That's why it feels like everything is demanding your attention, your energy, your belief. Because if they can shake your mind now, they can stall your future. If they can bend your will now, they can block what's already trying to arrive. But the only thing being tested right now is you. Not your strength. You've proven that. Not your worth. You've always had that. What's being tested is your remembrance. Will you remember what you carry? Will you remember why you started? Will you remember that everything around you is reacting to something within you that's activating? This is the moment where most people turn back. This is where doubt eats dreams. This is where potential gets postponed for another year or another lifetime, but not you. Because even now, in the middle of the storm, something in you won't let go. You're still here, still holding the vision, still choosing to believe, even when belief feels heavy. And that, right there, that's proof that you're built different. Because this isn't about surviving one more hard day. This is about unlocking your next reality. This is about the final stretch before the door opens. And the thing about final stretches, they're always the hardest. They always come with the illusion of failure. Always come with the temptation to settle. But chosen ones don't settle. You weren't sent here to almost break through. You were sent here to shift the entire atmosphere by simply refusing to fold. So when it gets heavier, don't retreat. When your soul feels tired, don't shrink. When everything inside you screams to quit, go even harder. Because the darkness you're feeling, it's not the end, it's the dawn. Not a metaphor, not some fluffy motivational line. It's cosmic law. The breakdown always precedes the breakthrough. The silence always comes before the shift. And the storm always hits hardest right before the sky splits open. So, hold your ground. This is the test they hoped you'd fail. This is the moment they were sure you'd forget your fire. But now they're watching you stand tall in the middle of hell, unbothered, unbroken, unchosen by man, but handpicked by the universe itself. And they can feel it. Your next level isn't coming. It's already here. Number 8. If the crown is yours, stop asking for permission to wear it. Let's stop playing small with the truth. They cannot stop what's coming for you. They can't delay it. They can't block it. They can't outrun it. Your breakthrough, it's already written. Your expansion, already unfolding. Your awakening, already underway. Your ascension, inevitable. There is no force in this world, or beyond it, that has the authority to cancel what the universe has assigned to you. No enemy, no lie, no manipulation is strong enough to override alignment. The only thing that could ever slow it down is you. That's what they're betting on. Not that they can overpower you, but that they can make you turn on yourself. That's their last move, their final strategy, their checkmate attempt. If they can't beat you outright, they'll try to convince you to stop, to sabotage your own mission, to doubt what's already yours. Because doubt, chosen one, is the sharpest tool in their arsenal. Not chaos, not betrayal, not resistance. Doubt. That whisper in your mind. maybe they were right about me. That quiet, gnawing question. What if I'm imagining all of this? That exhaustion that makes you pause and say, maybe this path isn't for me after all. None of that came from your spirit. None of that came from the truth. It was injected, carefully, intentionally, because here's the terrifying truth. For them, the only thing powerful enough to stop you is you. They knew they couldn't defeat you in battle, so they tried to make you pick up their weapon and use it on yourself. Tried to make you doubt your light, dismiss your calling, dilute your purpose, sabotage your own expansion. And some of you did, for a while. You waited for signs. You asked for permission. You sought validation from people who couldn't see past their own wounds. You begged the world to give you the green light when the universe had already handed you the keys. But that ends now. This isn't the time to hesitate. This isn't the season to shrink. This is the moment to claim it all. Every single thing they said you couldn't have. Every path you were told was too much for you. Every part of you they tried to shame, silence, or tame, take it back. Because you're not imagining your power, you're just finally recognizing it. You're not delusional, you're disruptive. They don't oppose what's weak. They don't organize to block the irrelevant. They only form resistance when something real is moving. So if you've felt surrounded, doubted, dismissed, delayed, good. Let that be your proof. Let their opposition be your confirmation. Let their fear be your evidence. Let their obsession with your downfall remind you how high you're about to rise. They saw it before you did. That's why they came early. That's why they planted the doubts before the dream took form. Because once you realize you never needed approval, their whole system collapses. You don't need consensus to rise. You don't need agreement to shine. You don't need anyone's permission to access what's already yours. The moment you stop looking outward and start claiming your truth without apology, you become unstoppable. That's what they fear. That's what they tried to delay. But it's too late. You're already remembering. You're already shifting. You're already stepping into alignment. And now that you see through the game, you can't unsee it. So claim it. All of it. The vision, the gift, the calling, the favor, the energy, the glow, the anointing, the breakthrough, the comeback, the crown, the fire. You don't need to ask for what you've already earned. You don't need to beg for what's encoded in your soul. They wanted you to break at the edge of the breakthrough, but instead, you became it. This isn't the end. This is your announcement. The shift is here. The path is open. The light is green. Now go claim what's yours, all of it. Number 9. This many against one must mean you're not just a threat, you're the spark. This isn't just about you. It never was. Yes, this path feels personal. The pressure, the isolation, the resistance that wraps itself around your life like invisible chains. But don't mistake the personal feeling for a personal target. You're not just being opposed as a person, you're being challenged as a frequency. Your awakening is part of something much bigger than your own journey. It's a ripple in a much wider wave. A coded activation written into the very fabric of this timeline. And when you rise, others feel it, whether they understand it or not. That's why you're so heavily watched, why so many seem invested in your delay, why people who don't even know you seem to project negativity toward you. It's not just about stopping you, it's about stopping what your rise represents. Because when a chosen one awakens, really awakens, they don't just climb, they clear paths. They break locks in the collective grid. They light fires in others without saying a word. You don't just carry influence, you carry a signal. And when that signal activates, it sends shockwaves through everything built on fear, control, and illusion. So of course they tried to block you. Of course it felt like the weight of the world came down on your shoulders the moment you decided to stand tall. That's not a coincidence. That's physics. That's universal law in motion. Pressure doesn't hit where there's no potential. You're not just a soul in a body. You're a frequency placed with intention. You weren't born in this time, this place, this version of reality by accident. You were deployed. Your presence here is part of a strategy far bigger than your logical mind could ever grasp. Your survival, not luck. Your instincts, not random. Your gifts, not by chance. You've walked through battles that would have broken anyone else. You've been thrown into situations designed to hollow you out. But instead of collapsing, you expanded. Instead of shutting down, you tuned in. Instead of disappearing, you became visible. And the truth is, the moment you chose to keep going, you activated the grid. Yes, the grid. The unseen energetic network that connects all awakened souls across time and space. When one lights up, the next is called. When you step into power, you send a silent signal to the next in line. It's time. This is the real reason the resistance is so aggressive. It's not just about silencing you. It's about preventing the chain reaction. Because once you fully remember who you are, others will too. Once you walk in your power without shrinking, without apologizing, without waiting for permission, you become an unshakable mirror to everyone around you. And they'll have a choice: wake up or fall away. That's the threat you pose. Not just transformation, contagious transformation. And here's what's wild. After everything, you're still here. After the betrayals, the fatigue, the spiritual warfare, the moments you doubted your own worth, you still showed up. Right here, right now. You didn't just stumble into this message. The timing of this, not random. The precision of your arrival here, divine orchestration. Something greater aligned this moment down to the second because it knew your spirit was ready. And now, the question becomes, will you finally own it? They've always known the truth. The system that tried to break you knew it. The people who turned on you knew it. The shadows that lingered around your light knew it. The universe knows it. Now, you must know it too. You are the living proof that energy cannot be destroyed, only redirected. And everything they tried to use to silence you has now become the very thing that speaks for you. Your presence, your path, your survival, your glow. You've already activated the grid by arriving here. The signal has been sent. The others are waking up. And now your role shifts from survivor to source. So yes, wow. You must be powerful if it takes this many people, this much effort, this level of resistance just to try to slow you down. And still, you're rising. They didn't know what they triggered, but they're about to find out. Because this isn't your ending. This is the grand activation. And it's only the beginning. And now, as the final pieces fall into place, let this truth settle deep into your spirit. You were never the target because you were weak. You were the target because you're transformational. Everything you've faced has only confirmed what they feared most. You're ready. Ready to rise. Ready to lead. Ready to claim what's already yours. If this message awakened something in you, don't let it stop here. Like, subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments to say, "I'm activated." Share this with another chosen one who needs the reminder. The grid is live. Let's keep the signal moving. They feared your silence more than your voice, because even when you said nothing, the universe echoed your power. They tried to throw dirt on your name, hoping it would bury you, but they forgot. Seeds grow in dirt. They mocked you, tried to paint you as crazy, fake, irrelevant. Behind closed doors, they gossiped like snakes with broken tongues, hoping their words could rot your light. But now they're choking on the same lies they fed others. Watching you rise is burning their eyes because you weren't supposed to survive, let alone thrive. Before we go any further, if this message is hitting your spirit, like and subscribe. It helps spread this message to more chosen ones. When you engage, it tells YouTube that more people need to hear this truth. That energy moves, and when you move with it, the universe makes waves. Now, let's talk about what they didn't see coming. You are not like the rest. You never were. The moment you were marked as chosen, a silent war began. Not everyone saw the light in you, but the ones who did. Some wanted to destroy it. What they didn't understand is you were never moving alone. When you walk, the universe walks with you. When you breathe life into timelines. And when you suffer, the universe takes notes. They weren't fighting you. They were fighting the universe that chose you. The energy around you made them uncomfortable. You were a walking storm. Too much truth in your voice. Too much fire in your eyes. They felt small next to you, so they tried to make you doubt your own size. But now, that same fire they tried to dim is lighting your path while burning their masks. Chosen ones, stop doubting yourself. Stop thinking you're alone in this. That voice in your head that tried to tell you you're not worthy, that wasn't your intuition. It was their projection. You're not lost. You're just surrounded by people who were never meant to understand your journey. You were made different on purpose. Your power haunts them. It shows up in their dreams. It makes them flinch when your name pops up. You left a mark on their spirit without even trying. And that's the thing about being chosen. It's not about what you do. It's about who you are. Your energy enters the room before you speak. Your silence carries more truth than their loudest lies. You're not just walking through life, you're rewriting it. And the universe rewards those who stay true to their path, even when it's dark. That's why things are shifting. That's why doors are opening. That's why people you've never met are speaking your name with awe or fear. That's why the ones who laughed are now watching in silence, hoping you don't look back and remember what they did. But here's a reminder. You don't need revenge. You are the storm they tried to avoid. You were chosen to break patterns, to be the mirror they couldn't face, to survive what was meant to break you. So hold your head high, not out of pride, but because the weight of your purpose won't let you slouch. You didn't just make it, you were sent. And now, the universe is collecting every moment they tried to break you and turning it into fuel for your rise. Let them talk. Let them whisper. Legends don't explain themselves. They just become. So before we go any deeper, drop the number 77 in the comments if you felt that shift lately. If you've noticed the whispers, the stares, the strange blessings showing up like magic. This isn't just a video, it's a mirror. And if you're truly chosen, your soul won't let you click away. The energy? It's real. The timing? Perfect. The universe brought you here for a reason. This message is a signal, and the ones meant to receive it will feel it in their bones. Now let's break it all down, step by step. If you're chosen, you won't be able to look away. Let's begin. Number 1. When the dust settled, they realized the ghost they were fighting was a legend in the making. They laughed when you struggled. They whispered when you fell. But now, they're choking on the smoke from the fire they tried to put out. They thought you were just another face in the crowd, just another wanderer trying to figure it out. But you were never one of them. You were born different, moved different, felt different. And that difference, it was never weakness. It was warning, a quiet storm gathering power while they mocked the calm. What they didn't know is, when a chosen one gets quiet, it's never defeat. It's alignment. And now that the universe has moved in your favor, they're scrambling to rewrite the story. But it's too late. You are the myth now. The walking reminder that the truth always rises. That the energy they tried to distort has become the very force that shakes their comfort. They thought they were dragging you down, but they were dragging their own fate into the dirt. This is the power of being chosen. It's not just about being gifted, it's about being targeted, being misunderstood, being doubted by the world and still refusing to dim your light. It's walking through fire they lit for you and coming out glowing while they burn in the smoke of their own envy. And yet, some of you still doubt yourselves. Still question why it's so hard, why people flip, why energy shifts when you walk into the room. You wonder, am I imagining this? No, you're not. You've been marked since day one, and the universe has been watching every move, every lie told on your name, every fake smile, every door slammed. It was never just life. It was a spiritual chess game. And the universe, it's playing to win through you. So yes, people are talking, loudly. Wild stories, stranger than fiction tales, exaggerations twisted with envy. You're the subject of group chats, midnight conversations, weird energy and sudden silence when you enter the room. People you've never met act like they know your soul. Why? Because you're not just a person anymore. You're a symbol, a disruption, a myth they can't control. You're the legend they tried to erase before it began. And now they're panicking because you didn't break like they thought you would. You didn't fold when the pressure mounted. You didn't lose your mind when the isolation got heavy. Instead, you elevated, quietly, consistently, unapologetically. And while they were laughing, you were becoming the very thing they fear, undeniable. Some people want to see you fall just so they can say they helped push. And you need to remember that. The betrayal you faced wasn't random, it was strategic. The attacks, deliberate. You weren't being punished. You were being revealed. They didn't hate you. They hated the reflection of everything they couldn't be. Your presence forced them to see their own lack, your light exposed their shadows, and instead of healing, they hated. Instead of learning, they lied. Instead of growing, they gossiped. But that was their choice. And now, the universe is choosing you. The alignment isn't accidental. It's the result of every lonely night you didn't give up, every breakdown you crawled out of, every time you kept your mouth shut when you could have destroyed someone with the truth. That silence, that restraint. The universe took notes, and now it's putting you on full display, not for attention, but for justice. Understand this: when the universe chooses you, it changes the rules of the game. It starts breaking patterns, bending timelines, and flipping karma on its head. That's what they're experiencing now: divine backlash. Not because you wished it, but because they messed with something they didn't understand. They weren't fighting you. They were fighting the system that protects you. The order of energy that balances out lies with truth, cruelty with consequence. And still, some of you think you're alone, still walking around with your head down like you're waiting for someone to validate your worth. Listen closely. You were the storm they tried to convince themselves wasn't coming. And now that it's here, don't you dare apologize for it. Don't shrink. Don't play small so they can feel big. Don't dull your shine so they don't have to wear shades. Because here's the truth they'll never say out loud. You became everything they claimed you'd never be. Without them, you built from nothing, rose from the silence, glowed through the pain. And now they're watching in disbelief as the universe moves mountains in your favor. That's not luck, that's legacy. And to those still sitting in doubt, thinking maybe the chosen path is too lonely, too painful, too slow, let this be your wake-up call. You weren't called to fit in. You were designed to disrupt. You're not here to make people comfortable. You're here to awaken the ones still asleep, to shift the room just by entering it, to leave fingerprints on souls without even touching them. Be careful who you bury. Some seeds weren't meant to die. You are one of those seeds, buried by betrayal, watered with pain, risen through time. And now that you're blooming, don't look back for the ones who buried you. Look ahead. There's more to come. The whispers? Let them echo. The lies? Let them rot. You just keep becoming. You are the myth now, the story they'll tell, the proof that energy never lies, and that legends are never made in comfort. They thought you were finished, but the universe had other plans. Number 2. Your name rings bells in rooms you've never entered. They don't hate you because they know you. They hate you because your energy reminds them of everything they'll never be. There's something about your presence that makes the air feel different. It's not arrogance. It's not even confidence. It's alignment with the universe, with purpose, with truth. And that kind of alignment, it makes people uncomfortable. You walk in and suddenly masks feel tight. Voices tremble. Eyes shift. They can't explain it, but they feel it. And so they start building stories to contain what they'll never understand. Because that's what people do when they can't define something. They label it, twist it, rename it, spread it. They need to reduce what they can't rise to. They try to shrink you down to a rumor, a joke, a fantasy. Anything that makes your power feel manageable. But what they don't realize is that your power was never meant to be understood. It was meant to be respected. This is the part that hits different. Your energy moves before you do. Before you say a word, the room has already adjusted. You've seen it, felt it. People who act weird around you before you've even spoken. Like they've read a script about you written by someone who's never even known you. They don't meet you. They meet your reputation. They meet the echoes of conversations you were never part of. And the wild part? You didn't have to do anything but exist. Just breathing in your truth was enough to stir something in them. That's the thing about being chosen. Your energy is loud, even when you're silent. People claim they've heard things about you, and they have. They've heard your name come up in rooms you've never walked into. They've felt the shift in their stomach when your presence was mentioned. You've become the topic, the question, the threat they didn't see coming. You didn't just enter the story, you became the story. But understand this, legends are never created in comfort. They're forged in misunderstanding, in mystery, in moments where people can't tell if you're a blessing or a warning. You carry both. You carry truth that exposes lies, light that reveals shadows, power that disturbs ego. So, they try to make sense of you before you can even introduce yourself. They decide who you are before you ever speak. Why? Because the moment they looked into your eyes, they saw something ancient, something they couldn't manipulate, something they couldn't fake. You didn't just walk into their life, you shook it. And now the whispers are growing louder. Not because you did anything crazy, not because you sought fame or validation, but because your frequency is too strong to ignore. Your spirit is too loud for the background. And your destiny? It's been screaming through your energy since the day you were born. You are the kind of person who shifts people's path just by crossing it. That's why some people are obsessed with you, watching your every move like it's their job. And that's why others avoid you like the plague, because your presence forces them to look at themselves, to feel what they've been suppressing, to realize they've been asleep while you've been rising. You were never meant to blend in. You were meant to disrupt. So don't shrink because of the stares. Don't water yourself down so they can digest you easier. You were never made to be easily understood. You were made to be felt. And to the chosen ones who are still wondering why people act weird, switch up, or treat you like a rumor wrapped in flesh, understand this: the universe marked you. And when you're marked, you're monitored, watched, studied, imitated, misunderstood. But above all, you're protected. The truth is, they were never reacting to you. They were reacting to what moves with you, the power that walks before you, the energy that wakes rooms up like thunder cracking in silence. They thought they could predict you, contain you, define you, but you keep proving that you are the exception to their rules. So stand tall. Let your energy do the talking. Let the universe speak on your behalf. You don't owe explanations to people who were never meant to understand you anyway. They don't just see you, they feel you. And once they feel you, they can never forget you. You've become the myth they can't unsee, and the legend they'll never outrun. Number 3. They see the crown, not the blood that paid for it. They think you're lucky, but luck doesn't bleed. And you've bled in silence and still walked like royalty. They swear something's up with you. There's no way they just keep winning. That's what they whisper. They've got something the rest of us don't. And they're right, but not in the way they think. They don't see the cost. They don't see the nights you cried into a pillow that doesn't talk back. They don't see how many times you broke in private and still showed up in public like you had it all together. They only see the glow. They don't see the grind. That's the twisted thing about being chosen. The spotlight finds you, but nobody notices the shadow behind you. All they see is the outcome, the result, the success. They don't know the fight it took just to make it out of bed some days. They don't know how many times you were close to quitting, how many breakdowns came right before the breakthrough. But now that things are moving for you, they want to rewrite your story, make it make sense in their head. It's luck. They must know someone. They probably sold their soul. Funny how people would rather believe in dark magic than believe in your discipline. Funny how they'll credit everything but your grit. Because if they admitted how hard you've worked, how faithfully you've moved in silence, they'd have to look at their own laziness, their own excuses, their own missed shots. That's why they lie on your name. That's why they gossip instead of grind. It's easier to call your blessings unfair than admit you earned them. It's safer to label you supernatural than admit you're just relentless. But let's be real. There is something supernatural about you. Not in the fantasy sense, but in how you refuse to stay down. In how the universe always seems to catch you right before the fall. In how your enemy's plans keep turning into your elevation. That's not just hustle. That's favor. That's alignment. What they don't see is how long you've walked through valleys that would have buried other people. They don't see how many times you've clapped for others while you were starving for support. They don't know what it's like to feel chosen and cursed at the same time. To carry light so powerful it burns you too. They don't see the sacrifice, the solitude, the way the universe dragged you through fire just to forge you. They only see the shine, never the scars. And now that your name is echoing in rooms you've never entered, now that people treat you different without even knowing you, they act surprised, shocked, confused. Why them? But the better question is, why not? Why shouldn't the universe reward someone who kept going when everything screamed stop? That's the truth they'll never speak out loud. You didn't get lucky, you got chosen. And when the universe chooses you, it doesn't always feel like a blessing. At first, it feels like being broken into pieces, stripped of everything fake, and left alone to rebuild in the dark. But when you survive that, the universe backs you publicly for what you endured privately. So let them keep guessing. Let them keep spinning their stories. You're not here to explain yourself to people who couldn't handle your silence, let alone your spotlight. Let them assume it was easy. While they fold under pressure, you've already mastered. Let them think you've got a secret formula, when the real secret was never giving up when nobody was watching. What they don't see is the root. They're obsessed with the fruit. They see the crown now, but they'll never know how heavy it was when it was still made of pressure and pain. And guess what? That's okay. They're not supposed to see it. You didn't go through all that just to prove something to them. You went through it to prove something to yourself. You needed to know that no matter how hard it got, you wouldn't fold. And now that you've been tested and trusted, the universe is moving mountains on your behalf. So when they say, you always win, let them. Because they have no idea how many wars you had to fight just to show up looking undefeated. Your name is heavy now. Your presence shifts things. Your silence speaks. And none of it came easy. You earned this. Let them talk. you've got legacy to build. Number 4. Forged in fire, unbound by fate. The quiet whispers of your beginnings have now exploded into a relentless roar. They watch you, not just out of admiration, but out of an insatiable hunger to decode your essence. Whether they stand in awe or seethe with envy, every eye is fixed on your every move. Deep in their hearts, a series of burning questions gnaw at them. What is it that sets you apart? How does your name keep echoing in their halls and screens? And why does every room you enter tremble with the promise of change? The answer, as clear as the morning light, is not hidden behind secret rituals or mysterious formulas. You aren't trying to be legendary, you simply are. Every legend has its storytellers, those who weave your journey into myth. Some do it out of a genuine sense of reverence, while others, driven by jealousy, twist your achievements into cautionary tales. And then, there are those who spin yarns simply because a captivating narrative makes life more colorful. But regardless of their motive, one undeniable truth remains. Your name is now a form of currency, a token of power that everyone wants to spend a little of, even if just for a fleeting taste of your energy. Think about it. Every time your name surfaces in conversation, it brings with it an electric charge. People remember the times they felt a surge of inspiration just by hearing about your exploits. They recall the subtle shifts in the atmosphere when your presence was mentioned, like a distant storm signaling change. Your story has transcended the mundane details of daily life. It's become a force that moves through the collective consciousness, stirring up hope, fear, admiration, and sometimes bitter resentment. Your journey was never meant to be a smooth, scripted performance. It was a tumultuous, raw process of transformation, an alchemy of struggle and triumph that even you sometimes struggle to comprehend. The making of a legend is not an act of vanity, but a natural evolution. You rose from the ashes of challenges that would have broken lesser souls, and in that crucible, you were tempered into something extraordinary. The scars you bear are not marks of defeat. They are the medals of battles fought in silence, the evidence of resilience that even the universe can't ignore. Consider the truth of it. Legends are born from the interplay of light and shadow. Your brilliance casts long shadows that reveal the depths of your journey. Every setback, every sleepless night, every moment of doubt was a necessary ingredient in the recipe of your destiny. And while those who have never faced such trials can only offer hollow explanations, calling it luck, fate, or divine intervention, the real secret lies in your relentless determination. You transformed pain into power, adversity into advantage, and isolation into a catalyst for growth. The more they try to dissect your story, the more elusive the truth becomes. It's not something that can be neatly summarized in a single tweet or captured in a fleeting glance. Your legacy is an ever-expanding tapestry of moments, each woven with threads of perseverance, authenticity, and an unwavering commitment to be true to yourself. And as the tapestry grows, so does the myth around you. People begin to believe that your every move was predestined, that your successes were inevitable, and that you possess an otherworldly magnetism that defies ordinary explanation. They want to know how you do it, how you keep emerging victorious when the odds are stacked so high. They are captivated by the aura of inevitability that surrounds you, the way you step into a challenge, and the universe seems to conspire in your favor. And while they cling to their theories of secret alliances or supernatural luck, the reality is far simpler. You have earned every bit of your success through sheer grit and unwavering belief in your own potential. This is the crux of being legendary. You are not a product of random chance. You are the architect of your own destiny. And as your story is recounted over and over, with each retelling adding layers of grandeur, the world begins to treat you as a force of nature, a phenomenon that cannot be easily contained or dismissed. So, let them talk. Let them speculate on the alchemy that turned your trials into triumphs. Their words, whether they are steeped in envy or admiration, only serve to amplify your power. They are the background noise to the symphony of your ascent. And every time they murmur your name, they inadvertently add fuel to the fire that propels you even higher. In this relentless pursuit of becoming, you have transcended the ordinary. You are the living embodiment of the adage that greatness is not granted, it is earned. And as long as the universe continues to align in your favor, your legend will only grow louder, reverberating across time and space, as a reminder that true power is not bestowed. It is forged in the heart of the storm. Number 5. You became the plot twist in everyone's story. Some praise you, some hate you, but all of them watch, and that's how you know you're chosen. Not everyone is liked, but only legends are never ignored. You didn't ask for this spotlight. You didn't beg for the attention, the praise, the hate, or the endless speculation. But once your energy touched the world, it started something that couldn't be undone. You became a symbol, a signal, a name that no longer belonged to just you. It became a trigger, a talking point, a phenomenon. Your biggest fans, they ride hard. They talk about you like you're a personal inspiration sent from the universe. They defend your name like it's sacred. They pull meaning from the smallest things you do. A look, a phrase, a pause. Suddenly, it's a lesson, a message, a prophecy. And that's not just admiration, that's resonance. That's what happens when your frequency taps into the collective spirit of people who are tired of the fake and starving for the real. You didn't just inspire them, you gave them permission to evolve. To your fans, you're more than a person. You are proof that someone can rise without selling out. That power doesn't always come from privilege, but from pain, purpose, and alignment. To them, you're a walking legend, a mirror reflecting what they could be if they just stopped doubting their own light. You give them hope without even trying. But on the other side of that light is the shadow. And that's where the haters live. The ones who roll their eyes the second your name is mentioned. The ones who can't stand how other people admire you. The ones who call you overrated, fake, lucky. But here's the twist. They're obsessed with you. Quietly, consistently, completely obsessed. They know your every move, your timeline, your latest post, your energy shift. They watch more closely than your biggest fans. They call you a fraud, but study your every step like it's a blueprint. They don't even realize that their hatred is just twisted admiration in disguise. Because to hate someone, you have to feel something, and they feel you deeply. Your existence makes them question theirs. Your wins trigger their insecurities. Your name alone is like salt in a wound they refuse to heal. And still, they talk, loudly, constantly, because silence would mean letting you fade away. And they can't do that, not when your energy is still echoing in their heads. Silence kills a legend. But talk keeps you alive. And then there's the crowd in the middle, the spectators, the ones who don't know where they stand, but they know they can't look away. One day, they're sharing rumors about some massive project you're working on. The next, they're spreading stories that you ghosted, disappeared, or lost it. The truth doesn't matter to them. What matters is that you're interesting. You've become the mystery they can't solve, the story they can't stop telling. Even when they think you're gone, your presence lingers in their conversations like an echo that refuses to fade. You've become the plot twist in everyone's story. And let's be honest, it wasn't by accident. This wasn't about fame. This was alignment. This was what happens when someone walks in their truth without apology, when someone dares to be chosen and doesn't flinch when the world throws rocks. You didn't play to the crowd. You didn't shapeshift to be liked. You stayed real, even when real was lonely. And that's exactly why your name now lives rent-free in the minds of fans, haters, and everyone in between. So let them talk, let them speculate, let them build entire mythologies out of your movements. Because whether they're hyping you, hating you, or just watching you from the shadows, they're all adding weight to your legacy. You're not just a person anymore. You're momentum. You're a shift. You're evidence that something real still exists in a world drowning in imitation. And the wildest part, you've only just begun. Number 6. Built from what was meant to break you. They said you were finished, but you were just getting forged. By now, you've probably heard stories about yourself that even you couldn't make up. People swear you were in 2 places at once. Others insist you've tapped into some secret knowledge or technique that gives you an edge the rest of the world can't reach. Some think you've made a deal with fate, or that you're walking with something otherworldly. The stories are wild, dramatic, cinematic, and deep down, a part of you almost starts to believe the myth. But let's pause for a second. None of this would be happening if you weren't worth talking about. You don't become the subject of legends unless your presence disturbs the ordinary. You don't get whispered about in rooms you've never entered unless your existence is threatening to the systems people cling to. The truth is, people would rather create fantasy than face reality, because the real story, it's too raw, too real, too earned. You weren't handed anything. You built this. You weren't just forged through fire. You became the fire. Every trial that was designed to break you ended up becoming the reason you rose. Every betrayal, every moment of silence, every setback, they didn't destroy you. They refined you. They taught you how to bleed without breaking, how to fall without staying down, how to move with silence so loud it haunted the ones who doubted you. That's what they'll never understand. You're not unbothered. You're unbreakable. They whispered behind your back that you wouldn't make it, that you'd burn out, disappear, give up, collapse under the weight of it all. They watched you lose things, lose people, lose sleep, and yet you never lost yourself. You stayed solid. Even when the ground under you cracked, you stood tall. Even when it felt like no one saw the fight, you kept swinging. And that right there, that's what fuels the myth. Because no matter what they threw at you, you stayed standing. Bent? Maybe. Bruised? Definitely. But broken? Never. That's what separates the chosen from the crowd. The crowd folds when pressure hits. The crowd retreats when rumors start. The crowd doubts itself at the first sign of resistance. But You learned how to walk through chaos without becoming it, how to face storms with no umbrella, just faith. You were never meant to break. You were built to bend, to stretch, to evolve. That's the difference. And now that you're rising, they want to act like it was easy, like you just made it. But they don't see what it cost you. They didn't see the moments you questioned everything, including yourself. They didn't see how many nights you went to war with your own mind, just to wake up and try again. But that's the secret sauce, isn't it? You kept showing up, even when your name was slandered, even when you were misunderstood, even when the enemy had a head start and a cheering crowd. You didn't need applause to be powerful. You didn't need validation to be valuable. You were chosen. So the universe had your back when nobody else did. That's why the stories keep growing. That's why the myth lives on. Not because you chased attention, but because you refused to fold under it. They want to know how you keep bouncing back, how you keep leveling up with no obvious support, how you keep rising with your heart still intact. They want to know your method, your secret, your strategy. But the truth is, you didn't follow a blueprint. You became one. You're the example, the outlier, the one who wasn't supposed to be here, and yet here you are, not just surviving, but shaking the whole foundation. Your resilience is terrifying, because if someone like you can make it through that, then what excuse do they have? And they'll never say it out loud, but some of the same people who doubted you are now drawing strength from your journey, watching from the shadows, trying to figure out how you didn't break when they designed the pressure to crush you. But that's what they get wrong. You weren't just built different. You were built by everything that was meant to destroy you. You turned the pain into fuel, the silence into strategy, the pressure into purpose. And that's why you're still here, still rising, still being talked about like a legend, because you're not a fluke. You're a force. They'll keep talking, keep speculating, keep spinning their stories, but deep down, they all know the truth. You weren't made to break. You were made to become. Number 7. They called you chosen, but you were the one who chose. They think you were picked by fate, but the truth is, you picked yourself the day you stopped waiting to be saved. You weren't crowned by committee. There was no grand ceremony, no open arms waiting to carry you toward greatness. There was only the storm and your decision to walk through it anyway. People like to romanticize your rise. Now, they call you chosen, like some divine hand plucked you from obscurity and placed you on a pedestal. But the truth is far less glamorous and far more powerful. You chose yourself when no one clapped, when no one cared, when the silence was deafening and the weight was unbearable. You made a decision in the dark that the light had no choice but to honor. And that's what really haunts them. Not just that you win, but that you keep winning without their permission. They watched you get hit hard, knocked down by life, by betrayal, by failure. They saw you take losses that would have broken most people into pieces. And just when they started whispering that you were done, you rose again. Unshaken, unbothered, moving like someone who knew they couldn't lose, even when the scoreboard said otherwise. That's what disturbs them. Not your glow, but your grit. Not your blessings, but your bounce back. Every time they count you out, you come back harder. And they can't explain it. So they make up stories. They call you lucky. as if you stumbled into this life by accident, as if you didn't bleed for every step, as if you weren't ignored, doubted, laughed at, left out. They call you blessed because they need to believe something gave this to you. Because admitting that you built it with nothing but pain, silence, and stubborn faith, that would force them to take accountability for their own excuses. But the real ones know. They know you didn't wait to be discovered. You decided to be undeniable. You didn't wait for someone to tell you you're worthy. You acted like you were, and the world eventually caught up. While they waited for signs, for handouts, for a savior, you built yourself from scraps and dared to be legendary with nothing but willpower and clarity. And now, your name is its own algorithm. A tweet turns into gospel. A short clip becomes a movement. A casual mention of your name, it sparks reactions, engagement, conversation, speculation. You've become digital currency, emotional trigger, and energetic disruptor, all at once. Your influence spreads without even trying, because energy doesn't lie, and yours has never needed an introduction. But here's the part they'll never understand. You're not trying to be a brand. You're just living truth out loud. And truth has a way of shaking things up. You're not trending because you're performing. You're resonating because you exist in full authenticity. And that's rare. Rare makes noise. You became the blueprint while they were busy mocking your foundation. You made peace with solitude while they chased shallow crowds. And now, the same people who doubted you are watching you build momentum so massive, it moves without you even having to touch it. They look at your rise and think someone gave it to you. They don't realize you took it. You took the pain, took the lessons, took the rejection, and turned all of it into fuel. You alchemized suffering into strength, loneliness into clarity. You didn't wait to be called. You answered yourself. That's what being chosen really means. Not waiting for the tap on the shoulder, but becoming so powerful that the universe had no choice but to respond. So magnetic that blessings started chasing you down. So authentic that lies couldn't stick to you even when they tried. They didn't choose you. They couldn't. They wouldn't. You chose yourself, and that's why you're unstoppable. You rewrote the rules by refusing to follow theirs. And now they can't figure you out. You're too quiet to predict, too loud to ignore. You're not the underdog anymore. You're the main character. And the wildest part, you've only just begun. What they've seen is just the surface. What's coming, that's the part they're not ready for. So let them keep watching. Let them keep talking. Let them keep pretending like this happened overnight. Because you and the universe both know it didn't. It happened the moment you chose yourself. And now, the world has no choice but to choose you too. Number 8. You didn't chase the crown, but it found your head anyway. They made you a legend, but you gave them no script. Now, they're all watching a story they'll never understand. There's a moment when the shift happens, when your name stops being a name and becomes a symbol. When people who've never met you start speaking about you like they've known your soul for years. They repeat lines you never said. They interpret your silence as strategy. They add flair to your every move, twisting reality into myth because the truth is too raw for them to process. You never asked for it, but the internet made it official. You're legendary now. And once that happens, there's no rewind button, no hiding in the shadows. You can't unbecome the symbol people decided you were. Doors now open before you knock. Opportunities appear before you ask. People who once ignored your energy now scramble to align with it, not because you begged for their attention, but because your presence holds weight. You didn't send out signals, but the universe made sure your frequency traveled far. And yet, with all this recognition, with all the eyes, there comes a silent weight, a pressure that creeps in, not from within, but from the expectations of those who built their own versions of you in their minds. They sculpted statues out of assumptions, set standards you never agreed to, placed you on pedestals you never asked to climb. And now they stand below, looking up, not to admire, but to wait, to see if you'll fall, to see if you're really as unshakable as they say. But let's get this clear. You never promised perfection. You only promised to be real. And being real, that's what built the legend in the first place. Not a flawless performance, not some carefully curated image. It was your authenticity, your raw, unfiltered truth that made people listen. It was how you moved when no one believed in you, how you stood firm when everything told you to sit down. They didn't make you powerful. You were already powerful. They just finally noticed. So now you walk in rooms differently. Your silence speaks volumes. Your energy clears paths. And while people talk, theorize, even idolize, you stay grounded, because you know the truth behind the legend. You know the cost. You remember the lonely nights, the quiet pain, the private battles that had no audience. You remember when no one was clapping, when your name held no weight, when your voice echoed back to no one. That's the side they'll never write about, the truth behind the shine, the version of the story that doesn't fit into a tweet or a highlight reel. Because while they're busy trying to explain you, you're living what they'll never understand. That's the real flex, that you don't need to correct them, that you don't need to clear your name, prove your worth, or live up to the fantasy they've built around you. That's their version of you, not yours. Let them keep it. Let them talk. Let them speculate. You're not here to maintain their narrative. You're here to live your reality. And that reality, it's rooted in something deeper than fame or attention. You didn't chase this spotlight, it followed you. You didn't market yourself into legend status. You earned it through endurance, through resilience, through unwavering presence. They'll never understand how you stayed solid when the world tried to break you, how you stayed humble when the power kicked in, how you stayed grounded when your name started flying higher than you ever imagined. Because they didn't walk that path. They only watched it. But you lived it. So when the pressure of the myth gets heavy, remind yourself, this isn't weight, it's recognition. It's gravity pulling you into purpose. And if some people get uncomfortable with the power you carry, that's not your problem to fix. That's their mirror to face. Protect your peace. Not everyone who claps is a supporter. Not everyone drawn to your light comes with clean intentions. Some just want proximity. Others want to dim what they can't duplicate. Stay grounded. Stay clear. Stay you. Because the moment you stop being real just to stay legendary, you lose both. You never chased the crown. You just refused to bow. And in that refusal, the legend found you. Now that it's yours, own it, live it, breathe it, and let the world keep writing stories, while you keep writing truth. And now, if you've made it this far, you already know. This wasn't just a message, It was a mirror, a reminder, a wake-up call. You didn't stumble into this energy by accident. The whispers, the wait, the rise. It's all part of your path. You didn't become a legend because they believed in you. You became one because you believed in yourself when no one else did. Every scar, every rumor, every comeback has carved your name into something greater than fame, legacy. The myth wasn't created to contain you. It was created because they couldn't. So, own your power. Protect your peace. Keep walking like the universe moves for you, because it does. If this message spoke to your soul, like this video, subscribe to the channel and drop the number 77 in the comments to let the world know you've chosen yourself. And don't keep this energy to yourself. Share this with another chosen one who needs to remember who they are. The legend lives on, not because they said so, but because you decided it would. You're just getting started. They didn't turn on you because you were wrong. They turned on you because you were real in a world built on rehearsed lies. Let's get one thing clear before we dive into this. They didn't attack you because you failed them. They attacked you because your very existence dismantled the illusion they spent years curating. Your light wasn't a threat. It was a revelation. And revelations ruin performances. You showed up, didn't ask for permission, didn't play their roles, didn't wear their masks, and suddenly the room got tense. Suddenly, the ones who used to smile started whispering. Not because you hurt them, but because you exposed the hurt they were hiding. You didn't even have to speak. Your silence said enough. Your presence screamed what their souls tried to ignore. You're not living in your truth. And before we go any further, let's do something that matters. If this already resonates with your spirit, like this video, subscribe, and hit that bell. Not for vanity, but for visibility. Because every time a chosen one reacts, it sends a signal to the algorithm and to the universe itself that truth still matters and that more of us are waking up. Let's flood this space with real energy, with alignment, with voices that carry more weight than ego ever could. This isn't just content. This is a call to arms for every soul that's been silently under attack for simply being. Now, let's talk about what really happened. A shocking clash didn't erupt because you were aggressive. It erupted because your alignment shook their foundation, because you were centered while they were scattered. You walked into rooms with no hidden motives, no envy, no performance. And that scared them, because deep down, they weren't at war with you. They were at war with themselves, and you were the trigger, the mirror, the living, breathing proof that it's possible to rise without pretending, to succeed without sabotaging, to love without controlling. And that kind of energy, it's terrifying to people who've built their worth off facades. You didn't just walk away from their game. You exposed that the game was rigged from the start. You made them feel things they weren't ready to feel. Insecurity, inadequacy, guilt, jealousy. They told themselves they were better than you, more deserving, more loved. But then you walked in with a glow they couldn't ignore. Not a spotlight you begged for, but a light you were born with. And the moment they realized they couldn't duplicate it, they tried to destroy it. That's the power of being chosen. It doesn't come with applause. It comes with pressure. It's not a crown. It's a target. It's the quiet knowing that you were marked long before they knew your name. And the thing about being chosen? It haunts people. Your peace? It irritates their chaos, your confidence. It exposes their insecurities, your blessings. They think it's unfair because they prayed for what you carry, but never did the inner work to hold it. Let them clash, let them scream, let them fight over shadows they created in their own minds. You didn't create this chaos, they did. Your presence just made it impossible to hide. You are not the storm. You're the lightning that reveals the cracks. You're the divine interruption they never planned for but can't ignore. You didn't just show up, you activated their truth. And now, they're panicking. Because when you're chosen, your name doesn't just echo in rooms, it splits them. So here's your moment, chosen one. Before we go deeper into this divine chaos, do this one thing to shift the atmosphere. Drop 777 in the comments if you've ever felt that eerie silence after your name got dragged into drama you never caused. If your glow caused confusion, if people clashed over you while pretending they weren't watching, you're exactly who this message is for. Like this video, subscribe, hit that bell icon. Not for the numbers, for the alignment. Every click helps this truth reach another soul who's being blamed for what others secretly feel. Let's make sure this message finds every mirror, every outlier, every misunderstood light. Because this is just the beginning. And now, let's break it all down, step by step. But fair warning, if you're truly chosen, your spirit won't let you click away. You're about to hear your own story, your own war, your own rise spoken out loud. So, lean in, stay close. Because what's coming next will hit different. Let's begin. Number 1. When envy wears a friendly face, war is inevitable. They didn't lose you. They lost access to what they could never become. Not everyone who celebrated you meant it. Some only clapped so no one would notice their hands were shaking. They weren't cheering you on. They were measuring how high you'd go before they started pulling at your ankles. And now, they can't even fake the applause anymore. The mask slipped. The envy leaked. And the war they've been silently preparing for just erupted in real time. You see, when envy wears a friendly face, betrayal isn't a matter of if, it's a matter of when. They smiled in your direction, but their spirit flinched every time you glowed. They shared your wins, but deep down, they prayed you'd stop winning. Because your rise didn't just inspire, it exposed. You didn't level up to show off, but your growth became a mirror. And insecure people don't look at mirrors, they try to shatter them. Some of you are wondering, but why me? I showed them love. I stayed humble. I never flexed. But chosen ones don't get attacked for being loud. They get attacked for being undeniable. You didn't trigger their hate. You triggered their inadequacy. You were the living answer to the question they kept asking the universe, why not me? And when the universe pointed at you instead, they cracked. Remember, envy is a disease that hides in compliments. And when it finally gets brave enough to move, it doesn't just walk, it explodes. What started as admiration quickly curdled into competition. They watched you from the sidelines, smiling in photos. But behind closed doors, they were rehearsing your downfall like it was a script. And now that the spotlight refuses to move away from you, their frustration has nowhere else to go but outward. So, what do? They clash. They explode. They blame each other. They twist stories. All because you kept becoming while they stayed bitter. And let's be real, This isn't new. This is the same spirit that turned brothers into enemies. Joseph's own blood threw him into a pit, not because he did something wrong, but because he dared to dream loudly. Jesus was crucified not by strangers, but by the very people who shouted, "Hosanna," days before. Oprah was told she wasn't fit for television. Michael Jordan was cut from his high school team. The greats? Always doubted, always envied, always attacked first by those closest. Because proximity doesn't guarantee support. Sometimes it just gives envy a front row seat to your greatness. This clash you're watching unfold, it's not a coincidence, it's divine separation. The universe is exposing what's been rotting under fake smiles and forced hugs. They couldn't celebrate you honestly, so now they're devouring each other bitterly. That's what happens when you take yourself out of the equation. They have no one else to hate, so the knives turn inward. You weren't the problem. You were the pulse, the energy, the heartbeat of a space they couldn't thrive in without dimming someone else. So hear this clearly. You didn't cause the war. They declared it when they couldn't compete with your peace. And peace, for the chosen, is not passive. It's disruptive. It makes insecure people itch. It reveals what they tried to bury under charisma and charm. You didn't walk in trying to be better. You just walked in being real. And that's all it took to shake their illusion. Some of them thought, if I pretend to be close enough, maybe I'll catch their favor. But the thing about favor, it's not contagious. It's assigned. They watched you walk through hell and still glow, and instead of asking how, they plotted why. That's the danger of unhealed egos watching chosen ones rise. It turns praise into paranoia. And now, every suppressed emotion is spilling. Every fake alliance is fracturing. The war they hid behind smiles is now in full view. Let that be your motivation. Not to get petty, but to get clear. Your elevation is the very proof that they can't stop you. Not with gossip, not with lies, not even with silence. They can gather, they can whisper, they can shout. But when you're chosen, even your stillness speaks louder than their schemes. So if it feels like chaos broke out the moment you got quiet, the moment you distanced yourself, the moment you stopped shrinking, good. That means your energy did exactly what it was designed to do. Trigger truth. And now that the truth is out, let it burn. Let the war unfold. Because when envy wears a friendly face, the fall of the fake is only a matter of time. Number 2. Love, lies, and side eyes. They never wanted you to win. They called it love, but their energy said war. Let that sink in, because if you're truly chosen, you felt this in your bones before you ever had the language for it. You knew something was off, before the fallout, before the side eyes, before the silence got weird. You felt the tension every time you shared a win. You sensed the shift when your energy elevated and theirs didn't. You started to notice the compliments had teeth. The laughter was just a little too forced. The support? Conditional at best. And the truth you couldn't quite say out loud yet. They never wanted you to win. Not really. They wanted you visible, but not valuable. Loud, but not heard. Growing, but never beyond them. The moment your glow became undeniable, the love they claimed started showing its cracks. Suddenly, your posts felt braggy. Your wins were too much. Your boundaries were cold. Your evolution, offensive. Not because you hurt anyone, but because your very progress reminded them of everything they refused to face in themselves. You didn't change. They did. Or more accurately, they stopped hiding how they really felt. That fake love had an expiration date, and the moment you reached a level they couldn't mimic, copy, or compete with, the shade became too heavy to hide. Suddenly, your jokes weren't funny, your messages were left on read, your energy was different. But here's the catch: they always knew who you were. They just hoped you'd never realize it. And when you finally did, the switch flipped. The fake support system they built around you turned into a quiet battleground of side eyes and slick comments. One day they're hyping you up. The next, they're reposting cryptic quotes about humility and staying grounded. That's not love. That's resistance dressed up as concern. That's jealousy with a filter. And for a chosen one, nothing burns more than realizing the people you rooted for were secretly rooting against you the entire time. But here's what they never understood. Your glow wasn't luck. It wasn't handed to you. It was earned in silence, in dark places, in trenches they never saw. You didn't wake up chosen. You were forged in fire. While they were out chasing validation, you were doing the inner work that can't be faked. And when the rewards of that work started showing, that's when the masks began to fall. They clapped, but it was performative. They smiled, but it was tight-lipped. They stood beside you, but they never stood with you. You were never their favorite. They just wanted to be close enough to benefit without having to grow. And when that stopped being an option, they didn't walk away. They shifted, subtly, slowly, but you saw it. That's the thing about chosen ones. We may be patient, but we're never blind. And if you're still questioning it, still wondering, did I imagine that energy? Let me remind you, real love doesn't get offended by your shine. Real love doesn't throw shade when you're in the light. Real love claps the loudest because you're rising, not in spite of it. So when that energy shifts, believe it. Don't explain it away. Don't shrink to make it palatable. Let them choke on the truth they've been trying to avoid. Look at history. True greatness always walks alone for a while. Nipsey Hussle said it best. If you look at the people in your circle and don't get inspired, you don't have a circle, you have a cage. And too many of you are out here trying to inspire people who only ever intended to contain you. They loved you as long as you were digestible. But now that your truth is loud, your boundaries are firm, and your presence demands authenticity, they're uncomfortable. You were the friend who showed up, celebrated them, supported their growth, clapped in empty rooms. But when it was your turn, suddenly they were busy. Suddenly your success didn't resonate. Suddenly the group chat was silent. It's not a coincidence, it's exposure. And that's not a loss, it's liberation. Because the truth is, chosen ones were never meant to stay in spaces where love is performative and loyalty is seasonal. Your presence is power, your light is leadership, and your very being forces people to choose, grow with you, or expose themselves resisting you. So let them side-eye, let them whisper, let them post their little indirects. You don't owe fake love a response. You owe your purpose your full focus. Because while they're busy throwing passive-aggressive jabs, the universe is still promoting you, still protecting you, still pushing you into places they can't follow. You didn't lose them. They lost the privilege of evolving beside you. And now, you keep rising. Let the shade talk. You weren't meant to be liked by everyone. You were meant to be undeniable. And right now, you're. Number 3. Too much light exposed too many shadows. You didn't start the fire, you just walked in glowing. That's what they'll never admit out loud. They want the world to think you came in loud, arrogant, disruptive. But you know better. You weren't doing too much. You were just being too real in a space built on pretending. You didn't light the match. They'd been sitting in gasoline for years. All you did was show up, and suddenly the temperature changed. The tension thickened. The smiles got tighter. Why? Because your light exposed what they were trying to keep buried. And that's unforgivable to people living in denial. See, when a chosen one walks into the room, they don't just enter, they illuminate. Not with volume, not with ego, but with alignment. And alignment makes people uncomfortable when they're out of sync with their own soul. You didn't have to say a word. Your presence spoke volumes. You reminded them of who they were before they settled, of the dreams they let die, of the masks they wear to survive in spaces that don't even nourish them. They had no problem living in shadows until you stepped in radiating purpose. You didn't preach, you didn't flex, you just were. And that being alone, it shattered every excuse they had for staying small. That's why they made you the villain. It was never about anything you did. It was about what you revealed. And what you revealed made them flinch. Because people don't hate the light for shining. They hate it for exposing. They were comfortable in their darkness. Comfortable in roles that didn't fit. Comfortable living under a ceiling, blaming the world for their lack of growth. And then you walked in, no permission, no apology, and reminded them that healing is possible, that truth is powerful, that purpose is louder than performance. You threatened their comfort with your clarity. Think about it. How many times have you been punished for simply not dimming, for speaking up when something felt off, for refusing to laugh at jokes that weren't funny, for showing love without playing politics? In rooms full of shadows, the one with the light always looks like the enemy. And still, you stayed kind. Still, you tried to understand. Still, you gave them grace. But you weren't the problem. You were the confirmation. Confirmation that the universe still picks people who didn't cheat to get there. People who didn't gossip, manipulate, or perform. People who earned their light in silence, in pain, in sacrifice. And your light? It made their shortcuts obvious. It made their wounds ache. It made their masks slip. So no, you didn't start the fire. They were already burning with unspoken bitterness. You just walked in glowing, and suddenly the smoke had nowhere to hide. You see this in every arena. Look at artists, leaders, innovators, the ones who come in unpolished but powerful. They get attacked first. Think of Prince, too eccentric; Lauryn Hill, too real; Nipsey Hussle, too independent; Chadwick Boseman, too silent about his pain. All of them, too something for a world that prefers shadows over truth. They were lights, just like you. And when lights walk in, people have two choices: step into their own power or try to snuff out yours. Most people choose the latter. But here's the twist: they can't. They can try to twist your words, mock your path, distort your presence. But what they can't do is diminish what's divine. And your light? That's not ego. It's evidence. Evidence that healing is real. That integrity still wins. That purpose doesn't need applause to move. They'll call you intimidating when it's really just their own avoidance talking. They'll label you too deep, too sensitive, too intense. because your truth threatens the lies they've made peace with. But let them talk. Let them squirm. You didn't come to be accepted. You came to activate. That's what it means to be chosen. To light the match just by being present. To disrupt systems without speaking. To force people to confront themselves, not with judgment, but with presence. Your presence is the test. And the ones who fail always blame the light for their shadows. But you just keep glowing. Don't shrink. Don't soften your shine for people who refuse to adjust their vision. You weren't made to blend in. You were made to break patterns. Your light isn't just a gift. It's a weapon. And not for destruction, but for revelation. So if the room shifts when you enter, let it. If people fumble, gossip, act funny, good. That means the light is doing its job. Let them deal with what's been hiding. You just stand tall and stay aligned. You didn't start the fire. But now that you're here, they're finally feeling the heat. Number 4. When the silent ones start talking, the truth gets loud. The quiet ones are always the most dangerous, because when they finally speak, they don't talk, they detonate. At first, everything looked solid. The fake unity, the masked loyalty, the orchestrated claps and forced smiles. Everyone played their part, rehearsed their lines, moved like a polished performance in a theater built on insecurity. But what they forgot was this. The truth doesn't stay buried forever. Pressure builds, silence rots, and the people who watched it all unfold, the ones who stood in the background while pretending to be neutral, eventually feel the weight of the lies pressing too hard on their chest. And that's when it happens. Somebody snaps, and when they do, the truth doesn't leak, it erupts. That one person you thought would never speak, the quiet one, the shadow dweller, the one who kept their head down while chaos danced around them, they're the one who flipped the script. Not because they were bold, but because the truth got too loud to hold anymore. Not out of loyalty, but out of pressure, out of survival, out of the guilt that always grows in the soil of secrets. And now, the dominoes are falling, fast. The ones who used to sit around whispering lies and stitching stories didn't expect the quiet one to fold. They thought they'd never talk. But pressure is a brutal teacher. And truth has a timer. Eventually, the clock runs out. And when it does, the silence turns into exposure. Suddenly, screenshots are surfacing. Conversations once denied are now confirmed. Details only insiders would know are being said out loud. And you're sitting there, chosen one, watching it all come undone without lifting a single finger. Because that's the divine setup. The same ones who stayed silent while your name was dragged, they're now the ones dragging each other to keep from drowning. And it all started with the one person who finally cracked. Let's be honest, there's always that one. The person who was in every room, saw every betrayal, heard every plan, nodded at every lie. They never defended you, they never stepped in. But now, with the walls closing in, they're trying to make peace with their own reflection. They thought silence protected them, but silence implicates you. And when the energy shifts, the silent ones start scrambling, trying to outrun the fallout, trying to rewrite their role. But it's too late. They talked. And now everyone's nervous. That single confession, whether it came in a text, a voice note, a late-night panic call, is the match that lit the whole script on fire. And the irony? They weren't trying to do what's right. They were just trying to save themselves. But in trying to protect their own name, they exposed every name they once tried to shield. Because here's the truth. When you build alliances on lies, you don't have friends. You have co-conspirators. And co-conspirators don't stay loyal when truth shows up. They start pointing fingers. They start remembering things they swore they'd forget. And suddenly, the chosen one isn't the enemy anymore. The truth is, you didn't cause this. You didn't even speak. But the truth that once sat in the corner, gagged and bound by silence, is now storming the stage. Every fake apology, every gaslighting tactic, every masked betrayal, it's all coming to light. Not because you forced it, but because the lies couldn't carry their own weight any longer. See, lies require maintenance. Truth doesn't. And when people are out here juggling deception like a full-time job, one dropped ball can take the whole act down. That's what's happening now. And the ones who watch silently while you were torn apart, they're realizing the seats they sat in were never safe. They were just out of the spotlight. Until now. Now, the quiet ones are talking. And because they were there for everything, their words hit harder. They're not speculating. They're confirming. They're not whispering. They're confessing. And the ones who thought they were untouchable? They're shaking. Because the very foundation they built their narratives on is cracking with every truth that escapes. You, chosen one, you don't even need to say, "I told you so." The universe is saying it for you, loudly, through voices that once stayed silent, through revelations that can't be ignored, through the very people who once chose comfort over courage. Now, the truth is too loud to silence. Let them talk. Let the truth burn through everything they built on shadows. You were never crazy. You were never dramatic. You were right. And now, the quiet ones are making sure everyone hears it. When silence breaks, lies shatter. And baby, the shattering has only just begun. Number 5. They never hated you. They hated what you triggered. They never hated you. They hated what woke up inside them every time you walked in the room. Let's kill the illusion right now, chosen one. The hate wasn't personal. It was spiritual. It wasn't about what you did. It was about what your existence activated in people who never had the courage to face their own reflection. Every time you entered their space, calm, authentic, unbothered, they flinched. Not because you were loud, not because you were arrogant, but because you were aligned. And alignment, it's a mirror. And mirrors don't lie. That's why your peace caused them panic. Because people who haven't found peace in themselves can't stand to see it in someone else. You didn't rub it in. You didn't weaponize it. You were it. You embodied balance in rooms built on chaos. You carried light where darkness was comfortable. And that made you a problem. Because it forced them to ask questions they were never ready to answer. Why am I still stuck? Why do they glow when I'm grinding and getting nowhere? How are they calm while everything feels like it's falling apart for me? They weren't mad at your actions. They were haunted by your alignment. And that's where the war started. Not in the physical, not in the conversations, but deep in their own spirit. Because your presence disrupted their lies. Your evolution mocked their excuses. Your healing threatened their hiding places. They said it was you, but it was never you. It was what you triggered. a war they'd been losing inside themselves for years, long before you even entered the picture. See, the truth is, the higher you rise, the more it reveals who's still crawling. And people who aren't ready to grow don't clap for transformation, they attack it. You reminded them that potential isn't enough, that healing is possible, that freedom isn't found in pretending. And that kind of revelation breaks people who've built their identity around their wounds. They saw you glowing and called it fake. They saw your elevation and called it lucky. They saw your peace and called it passive. Because anything they don't understand, they have to label, they have to mock, they have to devalue. It's the only way they can sleep at night. Because the alternative? Accepting that you were chosen and they ignored their own call. You ever notice how they never had a problem when you were broken? How they were fine when you were confused, insecure, shrinking to make everyone comfortable. But the second you started standing tall, drawing boundaries, loving yourself, healing out loud, that's when the shift happened. That's when they turned. Because your transformation wasn't just powerful, it was proof. Proof that they could have done the same, but they didn't. And that's what they hated the most. Let me say it louder for the chosen ones still trying to make sense of it all. They didn't hate you. They hated that you didn't need their validation to rise. They hated that you healed without an audience, that you evolved without a handout, that you walked into your power without asking for permission. You weren't arrogant, you were undeniable, and that's threatening to anyone who thrives in performance but runs from authenticity. You weren't fighting them, they were fighting their own demons. You just happened to stand in the light long enough to make those demons visible. And when people haven't faced their own darkness, anyone who shines becomes an enemy. Because your light doesn't just illuminate, it activates. It pulls the truth to the surface. And some people would rather start a war than face the truth about themselves. So no, you didn't wrong them. You just reminded them of the work they avoided. And that's a confrontation most people aren't built to handle. They needed to project their pain. They needed a target. And who better than the one walking in peace? The one unshaken by gossip? The one glowing without validation? The one chosen not for perfection, but for resilience? Don't internalize their hate. Don't carry their projections. That's not your weight to bear. What they feel isn't about your worth. It's about their wounds. You just showed up and made it impossible for them to ignore what was broken inside. You are not their villain. You are their wake-up call. And while they waste energy waging internal wars they've blamed you for, you keep walking in alignment. Because what they called threatening was actually just truth wrapped in presence. Your presence. So let them flinch. Let them panic. Let them twist the narrative. The light always triggers the shadows, but the shadows never stop the light from shining. And you, chosen one, you were born to shine, even if it burns them. Number 6. They loved you in secret, but hated you in public. It wasn't hate. It was obsession in disguise. Some of them watched your every move like disciples, not enemies. They studied your light, your rhythm, your resilience, not to learn from it, but to try and replicate it, quietly, secretly, like fans in the dark. But somewhere along the way, admiration soured, pride twisted it, ego got loud, and what started as silent fascination turned into loud opposition. They loved you in silence, but hated you in public, because praising you openly would have meant admitting that you had something they couldn't fake. This wasn't hate rooted in evil. It was envy laced with longing. They didn't really want you gone. They wanted to be you, or at least feel how you feel when you walk in purpose. They loved your confidence, your clarity, your peace. But they hated the reminder that you earned it, that you carried what they chased but could never keep. And instead of healing what hurt, they masked it with sarcasm, with distance, with tension disguised as jokes. They stood next to you like allies, but in their heart, they were running a quiet competition you never signed up for, one you didn't even know was happening, because that's how secret obsession works. It studies your moves, mimics your energy, and then resents you for being original. And when the glow can't be duplicated, the narrative changes. Suddenly, you're too confident. Suddenly, you changed. Suddenly, they don't vibe with you like they used to. Nah, they still vibe. They just can't admit they admire someone they once tried to downplay. They wanted to be close, but not too close. Not close enough to look small standing next to you. Not close enough to be reminded of the difference between ambition and alignment. Because you weren't just making moves, you were moving in purpose. You weren't desperate to be seen, but you were impossible to ignore. That alone made their energy buckle. They didn't hate you. They hated how much you made them question their own identity. You ever notice how they cheered when you were struggling, but vanished when you started winning quietly? Or how they'd repost strangers online doing the same things you were doing, but never showed love to you? That's not coincidence. That's concealed conflict. That's someone who wants to support you, but resents needing to. Because if they acknowledge you, they'd have to acknowledge their own jealousy. And pride won't let them. Let's talk facts. Some of the people who talked the loudest about you in public were the same ones watching your stories religiously, reading every caption, screenshotting every win. They didn't clap because they didn't want others to see them clapping. Because if they supported you too openly, the illusion would crumble. People would know the truth. They respect you more than they resent you. They fear your light more than they dislike your presence. They thought being close to you would make them feel powerful, but instead, it made them feel exposed. Because standing beside someone chosen doesn't amplify your light. It reveals whether you have any of your own. And when they saw that the universe didn't favor performance, it favored authenticity, their entire approach fell apart. So what do? They switch sides without ever saying a word. They stop liking, stop calling. They start reposting indirects, throwing shade wrapped in fake spirituality. But their silence screams louder than any insult ever could. Because we both know the truth. They were rooting for you in private, long before they tried to bury you in public. And now they're stuck, too prideful to apologize, too exposed to stay quiet, too insecure to come back. So they sit in the shadows watching, still obsessed, still unsure how to handle the fact that you're not only surviving, you're thriving, unbothered, elevated, glowing without even trying. You didn't do anything wrong. You just existed in a way that forced people to feel things they weren't ready to process. You made them reflect. You made them question. You made them see. And seeing yourself through the lens of someone else's purpose can be painful when you haven't healed your own wounds. Let them stay bitter in the background. Let them pretend their silence isn't drenched in obsession. You don't owe them understanding. You don't owe them access. You don't owe them an explanation for how you keep rising. Because they never hated you. They just couldn't admit you were the example they were too proud to follow. And now, they love you in silence and hate the fact that it still shows. Number 7. When truth leaks, alliances crack. They were united in silence until the truth demanded volume. Let's call it what it is: damage control disguised as loyalty. That's what most of these alliances were built on. Not love, not truth, not shared purpose, just silence, just the mutual agreement to keep a secret long enough to survive the shame. But here's the thing about secrets: they rot. They grow teeth in the dark. And once the light hits them, they scream, loud, relentless, unapologetic. It only took one crack, one slip, one person who got a little too comfortable or a little too afraid, and the whole facade started falling apart. Maybe it was a screenshot that found the wrong eyes, a voice note that wasn't deleted, a conversation repeated one too many times. Whatever it was, it happened. And now, the war isn't between you and them anymore. The war is within them, because what once looked like a squad, a team, a tight circle, is now a paranoid pit of finger-pointing and denial. They were united against you, until they had to protect themselves from each other. The fake unity that gave them power has now become their prison. And there's no escape when the truth starts leaking faster than the lies can cover it. Understand this, chosen one. You never had to swing back. Your energy was the exposure. Your elevation applied the pressure. Your silence was the countdown to their collapse. And now they're scrambling, because the one thing they counted on, each other, is crumbling under the weight of the truth they all tried to bury. The group chats exploding, the alliances quietly unraveling, the "I got your back" vibes gone. Because now that receipts are showing up, everyone's rewriting their version of the past to look the cleanest. It's every snake for themselves now. What's wild is that none of this is happening because you exposed anything. You didn't drop names. You didn't dig through their dirt. You didn't post receipts. You didn't have to. Because when you're chosen, your growth alone destabilizes everything built on lies. And now that they're exposed, the very truth they tried to avoid has turned inward like a weapon. And you know what's even more poetic? The same tactics they used to try and discredit you, manipulation, gossip, half-truths, are now being used against each other. It's karmic recycling. The energy they conjured is now cannibalizing the circle they built. Because when loyalty is fake and alliances are built on hate, there's no real protection when the foundation shakes. They should have kept it real. They should have stayed silent for the right reasons. But instead, they chose unity based on secrecy. And now they're paying for it. Every person in that circle is now wondering, who said what? Who saved what? Who's flipping next? The trust is dead. The fear is loud. And the truth is unforgiving. You're just watching it unfold. You ever notice how quiet they get once exposure begins? How the same people who were loud with disrespect suddenly vanish when the spotlight swings back their way. They're not silent out of peace. They're silent out of panic. Because once the truth starts leaking, it doesn't just tell a story, it rewrites the whole narrative. People start connecting dots, seeing patterns, realizing who was really who. And the ones who moved the dirtiest usually look the calmest until the receipts hit. So let them scramble. Let them fumble their stories, switch up their tone, ghost their own friends. That's not your business anymore. What was meant for your destruction has turned into their collapse. You were the target, but now you're just the witness and the fallout. That's between them and the truth they tried to outrun. And let's be clear, the truth didn't just leak. It liberated. It freed you from the lie. It cleared your name in a way no defense ever could. And now the truth is setting everything ablaze that wasn't built on something solid. Not just for your enemies, but for anyone still playing both sides. Because this season doesn't allow for neutrality. Either you're real or you're exposed. Either you stood for truth or you're caught in the wreckage of the lies. So, chosen one, don't be surprised when they start reaching out, apologizing, spinning stories, pretending like they weren't involved. That's fear talking. That's survival mode. That's the sound of alliances cracking under the pressure of authenticity. Let them shatter. Because when truth leaks, it doesn't destroy you, it delivers you. And the people who once formed a circle to bury your name are now burying each other. Number 8. The clash they created is destroying their own circle. They gathered to bring you down, but now they're bringing each other down. The same hands that linked together to sabotage you are now pulling each other into the fire they lit. The irony, you never had to strike back. They were never unified by love, truth, or loyalty, only by mutual bitterness. And bitterness, no matter how well dressed, always turns inward. What they called a circle was really a ticking time bomb held together by lies, projection, and fear. And now, boom. They thought they had power in numbers, but the only thing they multiplied was dysfunction. You were just the excuse they needed to come together. But without you as the common enemy, they've got nothing left to feed on but each other. They didn't realize that forming alliances based on deception doesn't make you a team. It makes you a liability to everyone in the room. And when the truth shows up, those fake bonds start snapping like twigs under pressure. Now their secrets are spilling. Resentments are being whispered out loud, screenshots flying. Allegiances are shifting like sand in a storm. They're side-eyeing each other, second-guessing the very people they once plotted with. Trust is dead, and paranoia is running the group chat now. Every shady comment, every passive-aggressive post, they're not about you anymore. They're about each other. See, when you're chosen, you don't fight fire with fire. You let their fire turn on itself. And that's exactly what's happening. Every buried feeling is rising like smoke. Rage, jealousy, insecurity, betrayal. It's all coming to the surface. Because when energy isn't aligned with truth, it can only implode. Let them unravel. Let them try to keep their stories straight while everything falls apart. You didn't have to destroy their circle. They built it on sand. You were just the pressure that tested the foundation. And now, it's crumbling in real time. They thought the war they started would ruin you, but now they're realizing the real battlefield was never about you. It was the dysfunction they refused to face in themselves. The clash they created is eating them alive, and all you had to do was walk away. Number 9. They wanted to love you, but their ego said, destroy. Jealousy talks louder than love when healing hasn't happened. They didn't hate you at first. They were drawn to you. pulled in by your energy, your authenticity, your light that didn't need an audience to shine. Deep down, they admired you. They wanted to love you, to stand beside you. But somewhere between their admiration and your ascension, ego got loud. And when ego speaks before healing, it doesn't say, celebrate them. It says, compete. It says, attack. It says, destroy what reminds you of what you never became. You represented something they craved but couldn't grasp. Peace without pretending, confidence without clout, purpose without permission. And rather than look inward and confront why that triggered them, they chose to sabotage it. Chose war over self-work. Chose bitterness over becoming. They couldn't handle seeing you carry what they secretly desired, so they turned admiration into opposition, love into strategy, respect into rivalry. Not because you wronged them, but because your very presence made them feel like they'd failed themselves. And here's the twisted truth. They still wanted to love you. They just didn't know how to do it without feeling small next to you. So instead of rising to meet your energy, they tried to dim it, but they couldn't. And now, they're left wrestling with the fallout of a war they started against someone who only ever reflected what they refused to heal. You didn't intimidate them. You exposed them. Number 10. Stand tall. They fought over you because you matter. When your name causes war, your purpose is bigger than their peace. Chosen one, understand this. The chaos surrounding your name was never random. It was confirmation. People don't fight over what's irrelevant. They don't plot against the unimportant. Your name shook rooms, not because you begged for attention, but because your energy commanded it. They clashed, not because you were problematic, but because you were powerful. You mattered, and that truth made them restless. You were never too much. You were just too free for people still trapped in their limitations, too honest for spaces built on comfort, too pure for crowds who learned to survive by performing. You didn't fit because you weren't supposed to. You didn't break the peace. They were just using peace to cover up a power struggle they thought you'd never disrupt. But you did, by existing, by healing, by glowing in places where they expected you to dim. You pulled feelings out of people they didn't even know they were hiding. Jealousy, admiration, resentment, even love. And when they couldn't make sense of those emotions, they chose war over reflection. But that's the price of being unforgettable. You didn't choose to be the storm. They made you the lightning rod. They made your presence the battleground. So don't shrink. Don't second guess. Stand tall. You were never the villain. You were the impact. And if your name still echoes after you've gone silent, that's not proof of guilt. It's evidence of power. You shook something loose in them. And even in the clash, your purpose is speaking louder than their noise. Let them wrestle. You were built to rise. And so, as the dust settles and the masks continue to fall, let this truth echo in your spirit. They clashed because you mattered. Your energy shifted rooms, exposed intentions, and awakened everything they tried to hide. You didn't just survive the chaos, you triggered it by existing in truth. That's power. If this spoke to your soul, like this video, subscribe and drop the number 77 in the comments if you've ever been the reason people fell out, not because you caused harm, but because you carried light. Share this with another chosen one who needs the reminder. Their impact is louder than the noise. They tried to bury you, but the fools forgot. seeds grow in darkness. To the ones who played games in silence, who moved like snakes in the grass, your time is up. You struck when you thought the lights were off, thinking no one would see. You smiled in faces you secretly hated and laughed behind backs you now fear. You never saw the storm coming, did you? But the universe did, and it never forgets who its chosen are. Before we dive in, like and subscribe to help spread this message to more chosen ones. When you engage with content like this, it tells YouTube to push it out to those who need it most, those waking up to their power, breaking free, and rising. Have you ever felt like you were walking through life unseen, underestimated, doubted, even by yourself? Like your light was dimmed on purpose? That's no accident. The chosen are often hidden in plain sight. The universe does that on purpose. You weren't late. You were protected. You weren't weak. You were being prepared. And now that you're starting to see clearly, they can't handle it. They thrived when you were unsure, when you questioned your worth, when your back was against the wall. They moved against you thinking you were just another name, another face, easy to forget. But they weren't going up against you. They were going up against something much bigger, something they couldn't understand. You were chosen by the universe, marked with light that burns through lies, silence, and betrayal. And now, that light is no longer hiding. The power of being chosen is not just a blessing. It's a haunting to those who tried to hurt you. You are the echo of everything they fear. You are the mirror they cannot bear to look into. You remind them of what they'll never be, because no matter how hard they try, they can't fake being chosen. That kind of energy doesn't come from pretending. It comes from surviving. You see, the universe doesn't pick favorites. It picks fighters. It chooses those who can bleed and still rise. It marks the ones who have been broken 100 times and still show up whole. And you, chosen one, you carry that mark. That's why they couldn't destroy you. They were never fighting just you. They were fighting destiny. They see it now. Every move they made against you is coming back like a boomerang wrapped in fire. That fake smile, that betrayal, that smear campaign, it's all coming undone. They can't take the heat because your truth is not warm. It's scorching. It's what burns through illusions, exposes the hidden, and forces the masks to fall. And you need to stop doubting your own light. You need to stop walking like you're still in hiding. You're not alone, and you never were. The universe moves with you, not behind you. You were placed in the dark so that your light would be undeniable when it came. And now it's here. You are here, and the world is watching. Remember this. The ones who tried to dim your light are now blinded by it. They wanted the silence of your failure. Instead, they got the noise of your rise. Keep rising. Let the fire in you grow hotter. Let your presence continue to disturb the demons that once danced around you. You were never just surviving. You were preparing for the reveal. And now, you're the storm they can't outrun. So if this message is striking something deep inside you, don't scroll just yet. That pull you're feeling, that's not random. It's the universe confirming what you've always known. You are chosen, and those who had no issue hurting you in the dark are about to feel the heat now that your truth is rising. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you're ready to let that fire speak for you. Stick with me, because what's coming next will make everything they did to break you look small. And now, let's go deeper, step by step. If you're truly chosen, you'll feel it. Let's get into it. Number 1. They burned bridges, thinking you'd never build a kingdom. They didn't just underestimate you, they bet against the universe, and the universe always collects. Their cruelty wasn't loud, it was casual, slick, subtle, the kind of venom that slips in with a smile, the kind of betrayal that feels like a joke until the damage is already done. They hurt you like it was nothing, as if your heart was just another thing to toss aside. They moved like they'd already won, like the game was rigged in their favor, and you, just a pawn, just background noise in their twisted little victory dance. But what they didn't know was that you were never playing their game. You were chosen by a different force, a force that doesn't make noise when it moves. But when it moves, everything changes. They were laughing while the truth was hidden, while your crown was still buried in dirt, while your name was still whispered only in quiet corners of your own mind. And now, that same truth is crawling out of the shadows, dressed in fire, and headed straight for their illusions. They can't take the heat because they lit the match and forgot who was holding the flame. They thought you were just another stepping stone, just another soul to walk over. Their actions were so cold, so dismissive, it almost felt personal. But in truth, it wasn't even that deep to them. It was reflex, habit, cruelty coded into their survival instinct. You were the quiet one, the patient one, the unseen one. And in their world, silence meant weakness, stillness meant stuck, waiting meant losing. But oh, how wrong they were. You weren't still, you were loading. You weren't silent, you were listening. And you weren't stuck, you were being aligned. Chosen ones, listen closely. How many times did you question your path, not realizing the universe was rerouting traffic just to clear the road ahead for you? How many nights did you cry, thinking no one was coming, not knowing the cosmos had already sent backup in spiritual armor? How many times did you beg for proof that you weren't alone, when your very survival was the proof? You see, when you're chosen, you're hidden first, protected by the very invisibility that almost broke you. That cloak of silence wasn't punishment, it was preservation. You were never weak, you were never forgotten. You were being stored, like a weapon held back until the moment of war. So to those who played with your name, who tore holes in your trust, who watched you bleed and still asked why you weren't smiling, this is your warning. You weren't hurting a person. You were picking a fight with the system itself. You were mocking the alignment of stars that birthed a soul strong enough to survive you. And chosen ones, let's not pretend you didn't help them. You dimmed your light so they could shine. You shrank yourself so they'd feel taller. You stayed quiet when they painted you as the villain in their own disaster. You let them take credit for things you built. You gave them chances when all they gave you was doubt. And worse, you started to believe them. You questioned the fire in you because they kept throwing water on your dreams. You looked for validation in eyes that were never meant to see your worth. But here's the truth. You are not here to be understood by those who fear light. You are here to blind them, to expose the cracks in their masks, to show the difference between being seen and being revealed. And now they're choking on the smoke of the bridge they burned, because here you are, still rising, still chosen, still alive. And worse for them, you remember everything, every sly comment, every backhanded compliment, every time they ghosted you, lied to you, used you, every time they acted like you didn't matter, because to them you didn't. But you matter to the universe. And when the universe selects someone, there's no boardroom, no smear campaign, no spell, no scheme that can undo that. They weren't just mocking you, they were mocking the system. They were mocking the order of things. And now that order is coming back for balance. Your light isn't just here to glow, it's here to scorch. And the ones who played games in the shadows are now screaming in the light they never thought would come. You weren't a phase, you were a prophecy. And they laughed. Let them laugh now, let them squirm, because your power isn't just rising, it's echoing. You've become a walking reminder of everything they hoped would stay buried. And they can't unsee you now, they can't undo the truth. They can't undo you. So, if you've ever doubted your path, if you've ever asked, why me? The answer is simple. Because only the chosen are tested like this. Only the chosen are forged in fire and still come out whole. Only the chosen make their enemies panic just by existing. They thought they could cut you down before you bloomed. Now they're trying to erase your roots before your name grows too loud. But it's too late. The kingdom is being built. The empire is rising. And the very bridges they torched are now the light posts guiding others to your gates. Let them sit with the silence of being wrong. Let them wrestle with the reality that your glow-up wasn't luck. It was law, universal law. And the universe? It's loyal to its chosen. You were hidden to be made holy, broken to become bulletproof. And now, the ones who played God are watching the real power walk in. And guess what? It's wearing your face. Number 2. They danced on your silence, not knowing it was the calm before their storm. They thought they had you cornered. They smiled, shook hands with their own shadows, and walked away like they won, like they'd crushed your spirit, like they had stripped you of your worth and walked off with your light. They whispered to each other, "That one's finished." They sat in rooms full of ego, convincing themselves that your silence meant defeat. But what they never understood is that you let them think they won. You watched them play pretend, watched them put on masks, watched them celebrate illusions. You saw it all, and you let them. You let them strut through their fake victories, allowed them to speak your name with disrespect. Let them wear pride like armor they didn't earn. You didn't fight it, not because you were weak, but because you were wise. You knew better than to interrupt karma when it's setting the table. Chosen one, the real ones don't make noise when they're rising. The real ones don't flinch every time they're hit. You absorbed it all. Every insult, every betrayal, every dirty look, every back turned when you needed support. You took the pain like bricks to your foundation. While they thought they were tearing you down, you were actually building. Every stone they threw just added to the fire, and that fire, it's burning now. You were never powerless. You were patient. They couldn't see the power swelling in you because they were too busy measuring strength by volume. And you were quiet, controlled, calculated. They thought their actions broke you, but all they did was fuel your evolution. Every time they laughed at your struggle, mocked your dreams, or doubted your resilience, they fed the storm that now has their names written in the wind. They couldn't comprehend the magnitude of your strength because they never had any of their own. They thought survival looked like dominance, You showed them it looks like restraint. You didn't need to clap back. You didn't need to beg them to see your worth. You didn't need to shout your pain from rooftops. You simply watched, waited, learned, grew. That's what makes you dangerous. Not just that you survived, but that you saw through it all and said nothing. You didn't expose them when you could have. You didn't destroy them when you had the chance. You let the universe handle what it always handles best: balance. They played with your dignity like it was disposable. They played with your silence like it was permission. They played with your light like it was a spark they could put out. But chosen ones don't go dark. We recharge. And when we come back, we don't ask for a seat at the table. We bring the whole damn house. You let them think they had the upper hand because their minds were too small to grasp the scale of your comeback. They thought you were finished when you were just getting started. That's the cruelty of their ignorance and the power of your patience. And let's not ignore the part where some of you started to believe them. You started to question your own power. You wondered if maybe you were losing, that maybe all the silence, all the isolation meant you'd been forgotten. But let this burn into your spirit. Power doesn't shout. It doesn't panic. It knows its time is coming. And now, your time is here. The truth is out. The illusions are crumbling. The very people who thought they broke you are watching in disbelief as you rise from the ashes they poured on your name. You are walking proof that silence is not surrender. It's strategy. That humility is not weakness. It's preparation. They can't handle the heat now because they were never built for the fire they started. And you are the fire, the storm, the consequence they never saw coming. So no, you didn't lose. You let them play checkers while you studied the entire board. You let them feel powerful while you rebuilt yours in silence. You let them think they won because the real victory, it was never theirs to claim. Number 3, they mocked what they couldn't measure until the truth rose and made them choke on it. They thought you were simple, easy to define, easy to dismiss. You didn't speak too loudly, didn't show off, didn't need the spotlight, and they mistook that for smallness. They saw your calm and assumed weakness. They saw your silence and called it emptiness. But chosen ones are never empty. We are oceans beneath still skies. We are storms that don't show on the radar until it's too late. They believed they could hurt you because they couldn't see your truth. That was their fatal mistake. See, when someone is bound by insecurity and limitation, they can only recognize power that looks like them, loud, flashy, superficial. But your greatness, it was silent, it was layered, it was divine, and that scared them. They couldn't put a label on you, couldn't box you in, couldn't predict your next move. So they tried to tear you down instead. That's what the small-minded do when they meet something vast. To them, you were just another name, another quiet voice, someone easy to overlook. They never imagined that behind your eyes was an ancient knowing, that within your soul was a fire kept low by design, not by lack. You weren't born to be seen early. You were born to be revealed when the world was ready, and when your enemies least expected it. That's the danger of underestimating the chosen. You don't just get it wrong, you light a fuse you can't put out. The truth was never going to stay hidden. The universe doesn't invest its energy into someone just to keep them invisible. Your silence was temporary. Your hiding was strategic. Your low season wasn't failure. It was the setup. And now the truth is on the rise, and they can't take it. They're squirming now, feeling the pressure, scrambling to rewrite their narratives. But the truth doesn't need permission to rise. It doesn't ask to be accepted. It comes like fire through the cracks of the lies they built. It comes like thunder through the silence you once held. It comes like judgment they never saw coming. And now they're being forced to witness it. The same people who said you were nothing now have to watch you become everything they feared. The same ones who mocked your ideas, who laughed at your pain, who cast doubt on your dreams. Now they can't sleep. Because your success is speaking the truth they tried to silence. Your rise is exposing their shadows. Your glow is forcing them to confront their own emptiness. Chosen one, they never knew who they were dealing with. They thought they were fighting a person. They were fighting purpose. They thought they were blocking your path. They were standing in the way of a tidal wave. They thought their lies could hold you down. But lies have no weight when truth starts to rise. And your truth? It's not just rising, it's roaring. It's rewriting the entire story they tried to write for you. And let's be honest, some of them are still trying to figure out how you didn't break, how you didn't lose your mind, how you kept walking with dignity when they tried to shame you into the ground. They can't explain it, and they never will. Because what kept you going wasn't anything they could touch. It wasn't pride. It wasn't ego. It was alignment. It was the universe rearranging itself to protect its own. You didn't fight alone. You were never alone. Every setback, every betrayal, every closed door was a redirection, not a rejection. And now those closed doors are being kicked wide open by truth, your truth. Let this be known. The truth of the chosen always rises. It rises through smoke. It rises through betrayal. It rises through silence, through isolation, through every lie they told to make you forget who you were. But the truth never dies. It just waits. And when it rises, it doesn't just shine, it scorches. So let them choke on the light. Let them stumble in confusion. Let them replay the moments they thought they were clever, powerful, untouchable. Because the truth is here now. And it's not just yours to hold. It's yours to live. Boldly, unapologetically, loud. You are the truth wrapped in flesh. The mystery they never solved. The fire they tried to put out, now burning in front of them. Let it rise, let it roar, and never again, let them tell you who you are. Number 4, they built castles out of lies, and now they're crumbling under your truth. And then it happened. Not with fireworks, not with a dramatic speech or a stage to stand on. No, it came quieter than that, like a whisper slicing through the noise, the kind of quiet that makes people nervous, the kind that turns arrogance into silence. Their illusions didn't explode. They cracked, slowly, relentlessly, and you didn't have to say a word. You just kept moving, kept rising, kept existing in a truth they never believed would show up. But the truth doesn't need your enemies to believe in it. It just needs time. And when the time is right, it rises like a tide. You can't stop it. You can't outrun it. You can't deny it when it's staring you in the face. They felt the shift before they understood it. They couldn't explain it, but they sensed it. The air around you changed. The energy hit different. That quiet presence they once laughed at, it became loud without making a sound. And suddenly, they couldn't look at you the same way. That's the thing about illusions. They only work on the blind and your enemies. They built their entire perception of you based on who you were in your silent season. They believed their own lies, believed you were powerless, forgettable, weak. But illusions only last until the truth shows up. And when your truth arrived, it came for everything. Their confidence cracked. The fake smiles faded. The pride they wore like armor started to slip. They weren't standing on solid ground anymore. They were standing on the lies they told themselves about you. And now, those lies are sinking beneath them. You see, they thought their masks were permanent, that their little victories over you were eternal. But your glow-up wasn't just about success. It was about exposure. Your rise didn't just lift you, it dragged their shadows into the light. Now they're panicking, not because you're loud, but because your silence changed. It's not the silence of a victim anymore. It's the silence of someone who sees everything and no longer needs to explain. That's what's haunting them. That's what's keeping them up at night. They don't know how to face you now, because to face you means to face what they did, the lies they spread, the moments they laughed at your pain, the times they left you in the cold and called it tough love. The truth is reminding them that they were wrong, and worse, it's showing them what they could never be. Because you didn't just survive, you became untouchable. And now, the truth of who you are is standing tall while the illusions they built collapse one by one. You are the living proof that they got it all wrong, that you were never the broken one, that you were never meant to stay in the background, that the glow they thought would never come has now become the fire burning their false version of you to ashes. And here's the most devastating part. There's no going back for them, no more rewriting the story, no more pretending it didn't happen. The truth is out, and once the mask falls, it never fits the same again. Let them feel that. Let them sit in the tension of their own lies. Let them wrestle with the version of you they tried to destroy, now standing in front of them, bigger, brighter, and unbothered. Because the worst punishment for them isn't your revenge, it's your existence. They thought they had you figured out. They thought the story was over. But what they didn't realize is this. You were the plot twist. And now they're stuck in a story they don't control anymore. So stand tall, chosen one. Don't shrink back for their comfort. Don't dull your truth to spare their shame. Let it shine. Let it blind. Let it burn through every illusion they once believed. Because when the truth finally cracks the lie, it doesn't just expose the past. It redefines the future. And you are that future. Number 5. They tried to bury you. Now they're choking on the dust. The reckoning didn't knock. It didn't come gently. It showed up like a force of nature, wild and unapologetic, just like the storm they tried to silence in you. One by one, the things they used to hurt you began to snap back with brutal precision. Their words, once weapons, became curses hanging over their own heads. Their betrayals turned into traps they set for themselves. They didn't just fail, they fell hard, because the universe was watching the whole time, keeping score, taking notes. Every time they thought they got away with disrespect, every time they mocked your pain and felt no guilt, balance was quietly being prepared. And when the moment came, it didn't just nudge them, it leveled them. See, they thought they were powerful. thought they had the upper hand. They moved like kings and queens in a kingdom built on lies, fueled by ego. But they didn't realize that when you try to play God with someone chosen by the universe, you write your own downfall in bold. And now they're living it. The same power they tried to use to crush you, manipulation, gossip, gaslighting, betrayal, it's circling back around like a blade with no handle. Every move they made against you is now slashing their own foundation to pieces. They thought the game was over when you were on the ground, but you weren't down. You were becoming dangerous. And now that you've risen, there's no undoing it. Their world is collapsing under the weight of truth. Not because you attacked, but because you outgrew the prison they tried to keep you in. You didn't stoop to their level. You rose above it. And when you rise like that, the lies can't breathe around you. The masks fall off. The fake alliances break. The delusions crumble into dust. Now they're scrambling, lost in a storm they created. The ease they once had in hurting you, gone. Replaced with desperation, confusion, fear. They're haunted by the very energy they weaponized, because nothing hits harder than watching someone you tried to destroy become untouchable. And that's what you are now, untouchable. Not because you're hiding, not because you're protected by people, but because you're aligned with something greater. The universe doesn't choose lightly, and it doesn't let its chosen walk alone. Every ounce of pain they caused became fuel. Every betrayal became bricks in the fortress you now stand on. And let's be honest, they never thought they'd see this day. They thought their actions would stay buried, forgotten, that you'd stay broken, ashamed, silent. But the truth has a way of aging better than lies. While they were laughing at your scars, your spirit was preparing for the reveal. And now that it's here, it's louder than revenge. It's your glow-up. It's your greatness. It's your name being whispered with awe where it was once dragged in mud. They can't stop it. They can't explain it. And they definitely can't recover from it. Because here's the truth. This reckoning isn't about punishment. It's about exposure. It's about the law of return. What you put out, you get back. They put out destruction. You put out growth. They played games in darkness. You stayed rooted in light. Now the scoreboard is visible. And guess what? You didn't just survive. You won. Your life is the consequence they didn't see coming. Your strength is the sentence they now have to serve, watching you thrive, while everything they built on lies turns to rubble. And deep down, they know it. You were never the one to fear. It was the truth inside you, the purpose you carry, the storm you are when you're done pretending to be small. Let them sit in the ashes of their delusions. Let them wonder how the one they tried to bury became the very proof that the universe plays no games when it protects its chosen. This is your time, your season, your reckoning, and theirs. You didn't have to lift a finger. The universe did what it always promised it would. It made things right, and it made you undeniable. Number 6. Now that you're on fire, they want your shade, but not your truth. They're coming back. You can feel it. That knock at the door, the DM out of nowhere, the just checking in text. Suddenly, the ones who turned their backs are remembering your name. Suddenly, they've seen the light. Suddenly, they want peace. But, chosen one, don't get it twisted. This isn't about love. This isn't about healing. This is about relief. They want back in, not because they finally see your worth, but because the weight of their own choices is unbearable. Their world is burning, and they're desperate for shade. Shade that only you can provide. But where were they when the fire was set? When they lit the match with lies, doused it with betrayal, and walked away smiling like they'd won. Now they can't handle the heat. Now they can't sleep. Now they want the same energy they tried to destroy. They will come with soft voices, fake humility, words that sound like apologies but taste like manipulation. They'll call it a misunderstanding. They'll act like time has healed it all. But you know better. You felt their actions. You survived the storm they created. And you carry the scars, not as pain, but as proof. They're not coming back because they've changed. They're coming back because you have. They see you glowing now, standing taller, speaking louder, walking in a power they pretended didn't exist. And it's killing them, not because they're heartbroken over losing you, but because they lost control. Their influence no longer works. Their words no longer matter. Their guilt doesn't move you like it used to. They thought you'd always be there, that you'd always answer, that your loyalty was unconditional, even when they gave you nothing but silence, shade, and betrayal. But chosen ones aren't doormats. We're gates. And once the gate closes, it's locked by destiny, not emotion. You were the oasis they laughed at until they got thirsty. You were the shelter they mocked until their house collapsed. You were the fire they tried to smother. Now they can't handle the warmth of your truth. Let's make something clear. Regret is not the same as repentance. Regret is selfish. It's what they feel when consequences show up. It's not about you, it's about them, about escaping accountability, about avoiding discomfort. True remorse comes with change, with effort, with consistency. And these people, they just want relief. They want to step back into your presence and inhale peace again. But that peace isn't free. It was forged in fire. It cost you everything, and they don't get to have access just because they're uncomfortable. Remember the silence when you cried out. Remember the cold when they walked away. Remember the shame they let you carry while they laughed in rooms you weren't invited to. They do, but now their smiles are gone. The rooms are smaller. The jokes aren't funny anymore. Because karma doesn't knock, it kicks the door in, and they're learning in real time what it feels like to live without you. They thought your light was optional. Now they realize it was their only way out of the dark. They thought your loyalty was endless. Now they're begging for a second chance they never gave you. But you've outgrown the need to be understood by people who only knew how to misuse you. You've outlived their projections. You've outshined their attempts to dim you. So when they show up with trembling hands and rehearsed apologies, remember, they want access, not accountability. They want what you carry, not who you are. And that's not love. That's survival. Let them survive without you. Let them sit in the fire they built. Let them feel the heat they never thought would touch them. This is not your burden anymore. This is their consequence. You've evolved. You've elevated. You're untouchable. And if they want back in, tell them this. The bridge burned for a reason. And that reason is walking in power now. Far beyond the reach of false love, fake friends, and unfinished lessons. Keep walking, chosen one. They made their choice. Now they can live with the flame. Number 7. Not everyone deserves access to the flame they tried to kill. They're circling back again, crawling from the ashes they created, hoping to stand once more in the warmth of your light. They come with soft words now, gentle eyes, and a voice that trembles just enough to seem sincere. They'll swear they never meant to hurt you, that the fire wasn't their fault, that their betrayal wasn't personal. But chosen one, don't be fooled. This is not about healing. This is not about closure. This is about survival. Theirs, not yours. They see you now, radiant, unshakable, still standing after everything. That same fire they once tried to snuff out now dances around you, powerful and untamed. And suddenly, they want back in, not because they love you, not because they've changed, but because their world has gone cold, and you're the only source of light they remember. But your light is not a public service. It's not a shelter for those who tried to burn the house down. It's not a second chance for people who showed you repeatedly that they don't know what to do with a rare soul like yours. They aren't looking for redemption. They're looking for refuge. They aren't sorry for what they did. They're sorry that it didn't work, that you didn't stay broken, that you didn't stay small, that you didn't disappear in the smoke. So now they want to pretend the past didn't happen. They want you to forget the betrayal, overlook the silence, ignore the way they watched you suffer and felt nothing. But here's what they don't understand. You're no longer the version of yourself that tolerated their chaos. You don't owe them access. You don't owe them comfort. You don't owe them anything, because they are not drawn to your heart. They are drawn to your power. And power, in the wrong hands, becomes a weapon. They already proved they can't be trusted with you. So what makes you think they deserve a second swing? They carry the same energy, the same entitlement, the same twisted sense of control. They'll come as changed people, but they're just desperate ones. And if you let them back in, even a little, their chaos will come too. Not all at once, not immediately, but like smoke under a door, it'll slip in and poison the room before you even realize what's happening. Guard your light, guard your peace, guard your becoming. You've worked too hard to rebuild what they tried to destroy. You cried too many nights, healed too many wounds, found too much clarity to let them fog it up again with their half-truths and masked intentions. They didn't just hurt you, they tried to erase you. And now that they can't, they want to be close to what they couldn't kill. That's not love. That's lust for your strength. That's not reconciliation. That's re-entry. And chosen ones. Not everyone deserves to circle back. They had their chance. They made their choices. And now they have to live with the weight of being on the outside. Let them watch. Let them feel the distance. Let them sit in the discomfort of losing access to someone the universe hand-selected. You were chosen for more than being someone's healing station. Your light has purpose. It's meant to lead, to awaken, to transform, not to be drained by people who never respected its value until it left. They want to bathe in your light now. Let them burn in their own shadows instead. And remember this, you don't protect your peace by saying yes. You protect it by knowing when to say never again. You're not cold, you're not heartless, you're wise, you're aware, you've evolved. You no longer save those who set the fire and beg to be rescued once the flames reach their own feet. So when they come back, and they will, stay rooted, stay guarded, stay lit. Because your light, it's sacred, and it's not for everyone, especially not for those who tried to destroy it. Number 8. Now they burn in the fire they said would never touch them. They thought they were untouchable, that consequences were only for the weak, for the naive, that the harm they inflicted would dissolve with time, that the lies they told would remain buried. They believed that silence would protect them, that if enough people forgot, if you forgot, then the slate would magically wipe clean. But the universe never forgets. Now they feel the heat, not just guilt, not just regret, but the raw pressure of accountability from something much bigger than them. Not a person, not a system, a force that moves through everything, seen and unseen. A force they thought they could manipulate. A force they ignored while they played judge, jury, and executioner in your life. But now, that force is moving through their lives like a wildfire. This isn't punishment, it's balance. They called your pain drama. They called your silence weakness. They dismissed your truth because it didn't fit their narrative. But truth doesn't wait for permission. And when it arrives, it doesn't knock. It blazes. It scorches everything in its path that isn't rooted in integrity. That's what's happening now. They're not just facing shame, they're facing the collapse of the illusion they built around themselves. Every betrayal, every manipulation, every intention they thought they hid in the dark is now lit up under a heat they can't outrun. This isn't karma in poetic theory. This is cause and effect, stripped bare and unstoppable. It's not personal, it's universal. This energy doesn't take sides. It works with truth. It works with alignment. And those who operate in deception, cruelty, and self-interest eventually meet the force that restores what was thrown off balance. And make no mistake, they knew what they were doing. They just never thought they'd get caught in the ripple. But ripples become waves. And those waves are crashing down now, loud, heavy, and merciless. They called you too sensitive, said you were overreacting, pretended like your tears weren't real, and your instincts were just paranoia. But now they're feeling the very same heat they tried to make you believe didn't exist. Their words echo back at them. Their actions haunt them. They can't escape the fire because they started it. And you don't even have to lift a finger. The same force that saw your heart break is the same force that is now applying pressure where it's due. The same universe that saw your loyalty turned into a weapon is now restoring the balance. This is not vengeance. It's not some cosmic revenge fantasy. It's simply justice, pure, neutral, and precise. You tried to move forward with grace. You tried to forgive, to understand, even when it wasn't your burden. But there comes a time when the universe says, enough. And that time has come. Let them feel it. Let them sit in the fire they denied, mocked, and dismissed. Let them wrestle with their reflection now that it finally shows the truth. This isn't your fire to put out. It's not your job to ease their discomfort. They had a choice. Many, in fact. And every single time, they chose themselves at the cost of your soul. And now, the weight of that cost is being collected. What's happening to them isn't random. It isn't cruel. It's not unfair. It's precise. It's earned. And the worst part for them, they know it. They know why things are falling apart. They know why people are walking away. They know why their mind feels heavy and their sleep feels broken. Because you weren't just a person they hurt. You were a trigger point in a system they disrupted. You were part of something bigger, and hurting you had a cost they didn't factor in. They tried to bend the laws of cause and effect, and now they're learning. Those laws don't break. They break you. So don't feel bad. Don't flinch. Don't open the door just because they're sweating in the heat they swore wasn't real. Stay grounded. Stay aligned. And watch how the truth finishes what it started. The universe doesn't punish. It corrects. And this correction, it's long overdue. Number 9. You don't owe them peace. You are the storm they tried to silence. You owe them nothing. Not your forgiveness. Not your time. Not your presence. They had their chance. They made their choices. They knew exactly what they were doing when they turned their backs, twisted the knife, and smiled while you bled. Don't let the sound of their apologies fool you now. Don't let the soft tone of their regret distract you from the fire they tried to drown you in. Going back would be like walking back into a house you escaped while it was still burning. Only this time, you'd be setting yourself on fire with your own hands. They don't want healing. They want access. They don't want peace. They want proximity to what they can no longer touch. But you, chosen one, you're beyond them now. The same truth they mocked now blinds them. The same light they tried to dim now scorches their illusions. The same power they tried to belittle now echoes through every room they once controlled. You didn't just survive their chaos, you outgrew it. You evolved into something they were never prepared to witness. And now they can't stand to look at you, not because of hate, but because of shame. You are the living proof of everything they failed to become. So stand tall. Not in arrogance, but in alignment. Not in ego, but in truth. Your power is not loud, but it is undeniable. Your presence doesn't beg, it commands. You no longer have to prove anything to anyone, especially not to those who couldn't see your worth until the whole world started to reflect it back at them. You are beyond the reach of people who only loved you when you were easy to ignore. You are beyond the reach of those who only stayed loyal when you were small enough to control. They didn't want your light. They wanted your silence. And now, that silence has turned into a roar they can't escape. Let them burn in their own regret. Let the consequences of their actions sit heavy on their shoulders. That weight, it's not yours to carry. That chaos, not yours to clean up. That heat, it's not meant for you anymore. You passed through it. You became it. And now it no longer touches you because it answers to you. The old you might have looked back, might have softened, might have opened the door again just to be nice. But the new you, the true you, understands something deeper. You don't throw lifelines to people who set fire to the boat. This is your moment, your truth, your light. It belongs to you, and you're not just carrying it for yourself. You're carrying it for every chosen one, still climbing, still fighting, still silencing the voice in their head that says they're not enough. So now, it's your turn to speak. Have you seen them crumble under the weight of their own actions? Have you watched the ones who tried to crush you fall apart in the silence you now thrive in? Then share it. Let your story be a torch in the dark. Let your voice break the silence for someone else who's still healing, still questioning their worth, still waiting for their moment to rise. You didn't come this far to hide. You didn't survive the fire just to whisper your truth. You are the truth. And remember this, chosen one, you do not rise alone. There's a sanctuary for those who've walked through hell and refused to come out hollow. A place where power isn't feared, it's celebrated. Where your voice isn't silenced, it's amplified. That place is the obsidian inner order, where those like you come to grow, conquer, and stand in their light together. The link is in the description below. Step forward in strength. Leave the ashes behind. Let their heat stay far beneath you. You are not here to be understood by the ones who once tried to erase you. You are here to lead, to shine, and to show others how unbreakable a soul becomes when it refuses to die in the dark. Stand tall. You are beyond them now, and they will never touch you again. They didn't lose a person. They lost the alignment keeping their world from collapsing. You weren't just a blessing. They were borrowing protection from the universe, and now the lease is up. That's the truth they're choking on right now. You were the safety net their chaos leaned on, the divine interruption in their dysfunction, and when they thought they could disrespect the energy you carried, when they mocked the calm you brought to their storm, the universe did what it always does with the ungrateful. It pulled its presence back. And now they're spiraling, not because you're gone, but because what replaced you is eating them alive. You were the answer, and they chose the affliction. You were the upgrade, and they downloaded a virus. You were the rarest of frequencies, and they exchanged you for noise. Before we go deeper, pause for a second. If you're already feeling this message hit places no apology ever reached, do what the system fears. React. Like this video. Subscribe. Comment below. Because every time one of us finds this message, it sends a signal to the algorithm. Another chosen one woke up. And when enough of us rise, the whole frequency shifts. This isn't just content, it's a call to alignment. So don't just scroll. Spread the signal. Let's talk, chosen one. And let's be clear from the start. This was never about ego. It was always about energy. You didn't walk in rooms to impress. You walked in carrying something ancient, something powerful, something undeniable. The room didn't change because of your looks or your words. It changed because of what walked in with you. The universe doesn't send its chosen casually. You were assigned a living interruption, a mirror, a wake-up call. But they didn't want the truth. They wanted comfort. So when you arrived with healing, they rejected it like poison, because healing means facing the wound, and they weren't ready for that. What they don't understand is this. Being chosen isn't a title. It's a weight. It's carrying clarity in rooms built on confusion. It's walking with light in places addicted to shadows. It's being the frequency that breaks generational noise. And that presence, it haunts people who've spent their lives performing. Your authenticity reveals their act. Your stillness exposes their chaos. Your very existence forces people to see the truth they've spent years running from. That's why they turned on you. That's why they twisted your silence into arrogance, your peace into pride. Because people who hate their own reflection will always try to shatter the mirror. And still, you wonder if you were the problem. Still, you doubt your worth. Still, you let their confusion creep into your clarity. Listen to me. Stop mourning what the universe has already judged unfit to keep you. You didn't just leave, you were extracted. That was the universe protecting what belongs to it. They weren't fighting you. They were fighting the energy behind you, the force that sent you, the alignment you carried. And now, that force is gone from their space. That protection has lifted. That frequency is no longer available on demand. And what they're left with is exactly what they chose. A curse in place of a blessing. An echo where there used to be presence. So don't you dare shrink. Don't you dare apologize for being the storm breaker, the balance bringer, the presence that shifted everything. You were never the problem. You were the grace. And now that grace is gone. Let them feel it. Because they thought they could play with the gift the universe sent to heal them. And now they're dancing with the very curse they called in. Let them choke on the silence. You were the blessing. And now, they're bleeding from the absence of what they thought they could replace. So if this message is already tapping something ancient in your spirit, don't scroll past it. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you know you weren't just a presence in their life, you were protection. Because when the universe places you somewhere, it's not for decoration, it's for disruption. And when that divine disruption gets dismissed, consequences follow. Your reaction doesn't just help the message, it helps the algorithm recognize that another chosen one just activated. And when chosen ones rise together, the shift becomes undeniable. So engage, spread this frequency, and let the universe keep moving through us. And now, let's step fully into it. Layer by layer, truth by truth. Because if you're truly chosen, you'll feel it, that magnetic pull to stay until the final word. This isn't just something to watch, this is something to remember. Let's begin. Number 1. They wanted the glow, but mocked the flame. They danced in your light, then cursed you when it started burning through their illusions. They wanted what you carried, but not what it cost. They wanted the warmth, the glow, the guidance. But when your fire started revealing the rot in their walls, the cracks in their mask, and the truth behind their performances, suddenly you became too much. They didn't mind basking in your shine when it kept them comfortable. But the moment your fire demanded transformation, they turned. Because here's the truth most people can't stomach. Real light doesn't just illuminate, it exposes. And exposure, that terrifies the ones hiding in delusion. They didn't love you, they loved what you made them feel like. The calm you brought to their chaos, the clarity that followed when you spoke, the power of your presence that made them feel seen, even when they didn't deserve it. But love without respect is just entitlement. And when they realized your light wasn't for sale, when they couldn't contain it or control it, they started scorning the very flame they once worshipped. They mocked the heat, called you arrogant, called you sensitive, called you dramatic. But here's what they were really saying. Your truth makes my lies too uncomfortable to live with. You ever wonder why they laughed at you when you were being sincere? Why they rolled their eyes when you brought wisdom, or went quiet when you showed up in your full power? That wasn't disinterest. That was fear. Because chosen ones don't just walk into a room, they shift it. You weren't made to blend in. You were made to interrupt. And the people you were sent to help, most of them weren't ready. Because help, real help, doesn't always feel soft. Sometimes it comes wrapped in fire. Sometimes it demands people to burn the identity they built on survival. And survival doesn't let go easily. You were never just the good friend, the kind lover, the wise one. You were the flame, and flames don't apologize for burning. But you toned it down, didn't you? You started dimming, shrinking, questioning. They gaslit you into thinking you were the problem for being too intense, too passionate, too awake. But let's be real. They weren't uncomfortable with your fire because it was dangerous. They were uncomfortable because it revealed how cold they really were. The glow they wanted, that was your spirit, your alignment, your insight. But they wanted to take it without ever matching it. And now they're stumbling in the dark, because the flame they mocked isn't there to guide them anymore. They feel it, whether they admit it or not. The room's colder, the energy's heavier, the inspiration is gone. Because what they failed to realize is this: you weren't just a light, they were surviving off your flame. You want proof? Look at the lives of every chosen one who was underestimated. Think of people like Maya Angelou, who was silenced as a child, only to grow into a voice that moved generations. Think of Nikola Tesla, called mad by the very world that now runs on his vision. Or Frida Kahlo, shamed for her pain and intensity, yet became an eternal symbol of raw truth. The world mocks what it doesn't understand until it starts needing it. And you're just another chapter in that pattern. But make no mistake, you are the pattern breaker. And maybe you're still asking yourself, why did they turn on me? Why couldn't they just accept me as I am? It's because they couldn't afford to. Not spiritually, not energetically. See, your presence made their mediocrity louder. Your growth exposed their stagnation. You became a mirror, and the reflection scared them. It's easier to call the light too bright than to admit you've been living in shadows. It's easier to make the flame the villain than to face the fact that your own life lacks heat. Let me say this clearly. You were not the problem. You were the catalyst. They prayed for clarity, and the universe sent you. They asked for healing, and the universe sent you. But they didn't like the form you came in, because you didn't come as entertainment. You didn't come to enable. You came to wake them the hell up. And when they couldn't handle the alarm clock, they tried to smash it. But what they broke wasn't you. It was access to you. You still burn. You still shine. You still move like a storm wrapped in purpose. The only difference is, your fire's no longer warming the ungrateful. It's fueling your rise. And now that you've pulled back, they're out in the cold, searching for a heat they can't recreate. Because your energy wasn't just fire, it was sacred. And sacred things can't be replaced with convenience. Let that be motivation. Let their betrayal become your clarity. Because the truth is, chosen ones carry the kind of energy that haunts people when it's gone. Your silence is now screaming louder than your presence ever did. That echo in their life. That's your absence bouncing off the empty spaces they used to fill with your glow. They thought they were just walking away from a person. They were walking away from divine protection, from energetic balance, from a soul the universe itself trusted to bring order into chaos. And now, they're trying to strike matches in a storm, but it's too late. So don't you dare dim. Don't you dare look back and wonder if you should have burned less brightly just to make them comfortable. You were never meant to be a candle in their cave. You were meant to set the whole room ablaze with truth. And if they couldn't take the heat, then let them freeze in the consequences. That's not cruelty. That's universal balance. Because when people mock the flame, they forget that darkness is never loyal. It returns the moment the light leaves. And now, they know what you were. You were the glow that held it all together. You were the fire they never respected. You were the blessing, and now they're burning in the curse they chose. Number 2, they weren't fighting you, they were wrestling the universe. Let's get something straight right now. Chosen one, they were never really at war with you. They were at war with what you represented, with the timing you arrived, with the shift you brought, with the truth your presence demanded. See, you didn't just enter their life by chance. You were placed, planted, positioned. You were the universe's response to years of chaos, ego, and stagnation. But they couldn't recognize the assignment because they were too busy trying to silence the alarm. You weren't the enemy. You were the mirror. You didn't say anything they didn't already know deep down, but your energy amplified what they were trying to ignore. That's the danger of being chosen. You walk into people's lives and the atmosphere starts rearranging itself. What was hidden begins to surface. The lies they tell themselves start to crack under your frequency, and they panic. Because people don't fear you, they fear what they can't control. And you, chosen one, were never meant to be controlled. They called it conflict, but what it really was conviction. You didn't raise your voice. You didn't come to tear them down. You simply existed with clarity, with presence, with purpose, and that was threatening enough. Because when someone is out of alignment, the presence of someone who is feels like exposure. So what did they do? They twisted your words. They questioned your intentions. They tried to make you doubt yourself, because if they could make you forget your power, maybe they wouldn't have to face their own weakness. That's how it always goes, right? The messenger gets crucified, so the message doesn't have to be heard. But let's really talk about what was going on. You were sent to elevate them. Maybe not forever, maybe not even intentionally, but your presence was an invitation to rise. And instead of rising, they chose to resist. Because elevation requires accountability. And accountability requires a level of honesty most people just aren't willing to sit in. So instead of looking in the mirror you held up, they tried to break it. But what they broke wasn't glass. It was grace. What they shattered wasn't your spirit. It was the access the universe gave them through you. That access is gone now. And guess what? So is the protection that came with it. You were a covering, even if you didn't realize it. Your love was armor. Your presence was a shield. Your energy kept certain storms at bay, not because you were trying to be a savior, but because chosen ones carry a frequency that repels chaos. That's why everything seemed to work when you were around. That's why things felt lighter, smoother, more aligned. You weren't just helping them, you were holding their whole energetic system together. And the moment they made you the enemy, the universe stepped back too. Now they're left in the same cycles you were sent to help break, still fighting the same battles, still haunted by the same demons, because you weren't the problem. You were the opportunity, the divine opening, the last lifeline. And now, they're not just dealing with the fallout of hurting you, they're dealing with the karma of rejecting what the universe sent to heal them. And to you, chosen one, stop asking yourself if you were too much. Stop replaying the moment they flipped the story on you. You didn't do anything wrong. You just stopped dimming your light to help someone feel safe in their shadows. That's not betrayal. That's self-respect. And if they saw that as war, let them fight the silence. Let them wrestle with the aftermath. Because they didn't just resist you, they resisted their own evolution. You were the message, the shift, the sign they kept asking for, the proof they could have done better. But they didn't want better, they wanted easier. And the universe doesn't reward cowardice. So now they sit in the space where your guidance used to flow. And the silence? It's a sentence, because the message didn't disappear. It just moved on. You just moved on. And the weight they feel now isn't your absence. It's the result of ignoring the wake-up call. So walk with your head high. You didn't lose them. They lost alignment. You didn't get pushed out. The universe pulled you out before their chaos contaminated your calling. They weren't strong enough to grow with you. And now, they're left wrestling the same truth they ran from. Only this time, you're no longer standing in the way. They thought they were pushing back against you. But what they didn't know was that the universe fights back harder. You weren't the target. You were the test, and they failed. Number 3. Stop thinking you were alone. The universe walked with you. Let's kill that lie now, the one whispering to you at night, asking why no one stood up for you, why nobody saw what you gave, why they let you break in silence. Let's kill the illusion that you were rejected, discarded, or forgotten. Because chosen ones don't get abandoned. They get positioned. You weren't cast aside. You were called aside. And there's a difference. See, you've been thinking you were alone in that dark season. But what if I told you that your isolation wasn't punishment? It was preservation. That the silence wasn't abandonment. It was alignment. That every closed door, every betrayal, every delay wasn't the universe ignoring you. It was the universe escorting you out of places your spirit had already outgrown. You weren't left. You were led. You were assigned to that chapter of solitude because your environment was never designed to evolve with your energy. It was too small, too loud, too fake. The people around you weren't built to go where you're going, and the universe knew it. That's why the calls stopped. That's why the room shifted. That's why you started feeling like a stranger in your own circle. Because when the frequency changes, comfort turns into chaos. That's the first sign your assignment is changing. And I get it. You felt invisible. You gave your all. You showed up when it cost you your peace. You poured into people who had holes in their spirit and expected you to keep refilling them. And when you finally hit empty, they disappeared. But listen close. They didn't walk away from you. They were removed from you. Because the universe saw what they were doing behind your back. The universe heard the conversations you never did. The universe watched the energy shift in their eyes the moment you stopped serving their ego. You thought you were being overlooked, but in reality, you were being overprotected. You were being pulled into isolation, not because you were weak, but because you were sacred. Your power was being recalibrated. Your vision was being fine-tuned. And when you're chosen, the universe will wreck your routine to save your soul. It will break your heart to expose hidden motives. It will shut every door that makes you question your worth, until you realize you were the blessing all along. Stop looking around, wondering why no one clapped for you when you were rising. Stop expecting the people who benefited from your silence to understand your roar. You weren't meant to be understood by those you were sent to shift. You were the earthquake. Of course, they felt unstable around you. You were the real thing in a room full of masks. And that kind of energy, it doesn't get applause, it gets attacked. But just because they didn't support you doesn't mean you were unsupported. You want proof you weren't alone. You're still here, after the breakdowns, after the betrayal, after the silence that almost swallowed you whole. You're still standing, still evolving, still glowing. And that's not just survival, that's divine evidence. Because when the universe is backing you, you can be surrounded by enemies and still be untouched. You can be in the middle of a storm and still walk out with peace. You can be left by people, but never left by purpose. Chosen one, you weren't walking alone. You were walking protected, guided, covered. Every delay, redirection. Every loss, redesign. Every time you thought, this is the end, it was actually the universe saying, this is the beginning, but I have to clear the room first. Your exit wasn't emotional, it was orchestration, a calculated removal. You were extracted like royalty being pulled out of a sinking ship, while you were still trying to save people who were drilling more holes in the floor. You are not crazy for feeling like your spirit was suffocating. You were surrounded by energy that didn't respect your essence. And when the universe saw that they wouldn't change, it changed your scenery instead. That's protection. That's love in motion. That's the universe doing what you couldn't, letting go for you. So stop mourning the rooms you were never meant to stay in. Stop replaying the moments when they failed to love you correctly. That wasn't abandonment. That was spiritual surgery. And now that you're healing, now that the fog is lifting, now that you're remembering who you are, you can finally see what's always been true. You were never alone. You were being prepared. And now you walk with clarity, not crowds, with alignment, not attachments, with purpose, not permission. You weren't abandoned, you were assigned. And the mission? It's just beginning. Number 4. They called you intense, but it was just truth at full volume. Let's go ahead and tear off the labels they stuck on you to make themselves feel more comfortable in their shallow waters. Too intense, too serious, too emotional. Sound familiar? That's what they say when they come face to face with something they can't fake, control, or understand. But the truth? You weren't too much. They were too empty. You showed up with depth in a world addicted to surface. You brought clarity to conversations designed to dodge accountability. You were real, too real, in spaces built on performance. And that's why they labeled you, because when people are committed to pretending, your presence becomes a threat. You weren't loud, you weren't dramatic, you were just operating in truth at a frequency they couldn't sustain. See, people who live behind masks will always resent the one who walks in authenticity. You weren't putting on a show. You weren't adjusting your tone to make others comfortable. You spoke from your soul. You questioned what didn't feel right. You looked through facades like glass, and that made them uneasy because it forced them to confront everything they were hiding, even from themselves. You weren't too emotional. You were emotionally honest. There's a difference. You weren't too serious. You just weren't interested in small talk when spiritual warfare was going on behind the scenes. You weren't too deep. You were just awake in a space full of people sleepwalking through their own cycles. And now they're searching for someone who brings what you brought. That presence, that intensity, that unchanging authenticity. But they won't find it, because what they labeled too much was actually the standard. You didn't bring chaos, you brought clarity. You didn't bring drama, you brought depth. But they couldn't receive it because they were used to people performing, not transforming. Let's be real. They weren't used to people like you. They were used to diluted connections, people who avoided confrontation, people who said what sounded good instead of what was real. So when you walked in with no filter, with energy that cut through the fog, with questions that made them uncomfortable, they panicked. You didn't fit the script. You were never playing a role. You were the truth in real time, and that was too heavy for them to carry. But let me remind you of something, chosen one, that intensity, that fire. It's not a flaw, it's your frequency. You were wired to go deep. You were built to feel what others ignore, to speak what others sugarcoat, to see what others pretend doesn't exist. That's not a weakness. That's a weapon. And they feared it, because it revealed them. Your truth exposed their lies. Your energy exposed their stagnation. Your vision exposed how blurry theirs had become. And instead of rising with you, they tried to reduce you. Instead of being inspired, they tried to dim your flame. Because when you carry purpose, people who live passively will always feel attacked. But here's what's wild. Now they miss it. They miss your honesty, your presence, the fire you brought into every room, every conversation, every connection. They're craving the very intensity they once mocked. Why? Because they've tasted real now, and nothing fake satisfies after that. They're surrounded by people who nod, smile, agree, and it all feels hollow, empty, performative, because you were the only one who brought truth with weight. You didn't just say things, you shifted energy. You didn't just exist, you activated something. And that kind of presence, it doesn't show up every day. It doesn't live in shallow spaces, and it never apologizes for being too loud for the lies people are living in. So let them sit in the quiet now. Let them stew in the shallowness they chose over your truth. Because when someone chooses comfort over growth, ease over evolution, performance over presence, they lose access to the rarest frequency this world has to offer, a chosen one fully aligned with their fire. You were never too much. You were just too awake for the sleepwalkers. You were never too deep. You were just too real for the illusion. You were never too emotional. You were just too connected to your own soul. And now that you've stopped explaining yourself, stopped softening your light, stopped translating your intensity into something palatable, they're starting to feel the difference. Because no matter what they called you, deep down they knew you weren't the one pretending. So keep burning, keep speaking, keep moving with full volume. Your intensity was never the problem, it was the proof. You weren't too much. You were the standard they couldn't meet. Number 5. They traded alignment for aesthetics, and now it's crumbling. Let's not sugarcoat it. They made a choice. They saw the real thing standing right in front of them. Depth, alignment, connection, truth, and they chose the distraction. They picked packaging over presence, performance over purpose. You were the full meal, cooked in integrity and soul, and they turned you down for fast food, dressed in filters and fake smiles. Why? Because real requires responsibility, and they weren't ready to meet you at your level. You didn't just bring good looks or charm, you brought alignment. You were the walking embodiment of clarity, of healing, of growth. You challenged them to become more, to feel deeper, to evolve. And instead of rising to meet that energy, they ran to the nearest distraction that was easier to digest. Something light, easy, temporary, something they could show off, but never grow with. And now, everything they built on that sparkle is falling apart. Because you don't build a future on aesthetics. You don't find peace in something that was never rooted in soul. You can't sustain a connection built on convenience and ego stroking. And the universe doesn't bless what's out of alignment, no matter how good it looks on the outside. See, they thought you were optional, that they could find another you, that your value could be replicated by someone flashier, someone who smiled more and questioned less. But what they didn't realize is that you weren't the flash. You were the foundation. You were the one who brought clarity when their vision was foggy. You were the one who spoke truth when everyone else told them what they wanted to hear. You were the one holding it all together energetically, emotionally, spiritually. And now that you're gone, they feel it everywhere. Because here's what most people don't get. Alignment isn't loud. It doesn't beg to be chosen. It doesn't perform. It is. And when people trade that for aesthetics, they're not just making a bad decision, they're inviting collapse. Look at the mess they're sitting in now. The shallow relationships, the chaos that keeps cycling, the emptiness that lingers, even when everything looks perfect on the outside. Because the sparkle they picked, it had no substance. It couldn't hold space. It couldn't challenge them. It couldn't bring peace. It could only pretend. They traded a lighthouse for a flickering neon sign, and now they're lost at sea, wondering why nothing feels solid anymore. But let's be honest, part of you saw it coming, didn't you? You saw how they started chasing validation instead of growth. You saw how your depth made them uncomfortable, how your energy required them to level up. And the more you stayed in alignment, the more they drifted toward the artificial. Not because you changed, but because your light made their mask harder to wear. So they reached for something easier. And now, they're surrounded by aesthetics, but haunted by the absence of alignment, because sparkle fades, charm wears thin, and when life starts shaking, and it always does, only substance remains standing. Let this be your confirmation, chosen one. You were never lacking. You were overflowing. But you were trying to pour into someone who was only thirsty for attention, not growth. You showed up as the upgrade, and they chose the shortcut. And the universe? It saw it all. That's why you've been pulled away. That's why you're rising now. Because people who trade alignment for aesthetics always lose more than they realize. They don't just lose the person. They lose the path. They gave up the rarest thing on earth, someone real, for a temporary thrill. And the irony, now they're craving what they once called boring, too deep, or not exciting enough. Because after the performance ends, after the lights go down, after the sparkle wears off, what's left is the truth. And the truth is, you were the gift, the anchor, the awakening. And now, without that alignment holding them steady, they're spiraling, chasing dopamine, faking happiness, searching for connection in spaces that only offer illusion. That's the cost of choosing style over spirit. So walk with peace, walk with your head up, not because they're losing, but because you finally see what they missed. You weren't rejected, you were released. Because where you're going, only alignment survives. They chose the sparkle. And now they're drowning in glitter, still starving for substance. Let it crumble. Number 6. They drank from the well, then spit in it. You gave without asking, showed up without being begged, listened when no one else would. You were the calm in the chaos, the voice of reason in their storms, the sacred space where they could collapse without being judged. You were the well. And they didn't just drink from it, they depended on it. But when it came time to respect it, protect it, or pour back into it, they spit in it like it owed them everything. Chosen one, let's call this what it is: spiritual entitlement. They thought your grace was their right. They assumed your wisdom was theirs to access on demand. They pulled from your peace like it was a bottomless reservoir. But not once did they stop and ask, "How are you holding up?" Not once did they consider that even the strongest souls need pouring into too, because in their mind, you were a resource, not a person, a tool, not a temple. And when you stopped giving, suddenly you were distant, different, cold. No, you were dry. You poured past your limit. You gave through exhaustion. You made their healing your mission, their comfort your responsibility, their chaos your burden. And they didn't just overlook it, they expected it. But what they forgot is that even wells run dry when they're neglected. Even divine sources shut down when they're disrespected. You were never weak. You were never disposable. You were overflowing, and they took it for granted. Now look at them. The well is gone. The source has been cut off, and they're wandering a desert of their own creation, dehydrated, desperate, spiritually dizzy, because they mocked the hand that held them steady. And let's be honest, they didn't just spit in the well. They spit on you, your efforts, your boundaries, your silence. They mistook your stillness for passivity, your kindness for compliance, your forgiveness for forgetfulness. But what they forgot is that the universe protects what it places, and it doesn't tolerate abuse of the chosen. That's why you were pulled out. You didn't just walk away, you were removed, disconnected, extracted. Because the universe saw you bleeding out in silence. It saw you dying in the desert while they drank from your soul like it was some unearned privilege. So the divine stepped in, not to punish them, but to protect you. And now they're learning what happens when you burn bridges with a source the universe assigned to their growth. It's not karma, it's correction. And you were the grace, the lesson, the example, but they treated you like a backup plan. They assumed you'd always be there, that you'd keep showing up with refills, even when your spirit was starving. And they didn't realize your love was rare. Your peace was rare. Your presence was sacred. They were so busy enjoying the water, they never stopped to honor the well. And now, every shallow conversation feels meaningless. Every substitute feels hollow. Every loud room echoes with your absence. Because you weren't just giving water, you were bringing life. And when life exits a space, all that's left is decay. So stop questioning whether you were too sensitive or too giving. You weren't wrong for pouring. You were just surrounded by people who didn't know how to drink with gratitude. They were addicted to being filled, but allergic to accountability. They thought access meant ownership. But chosen ones don't get owned. We overflow where we're honored. Let them thirst now. Let them sit in the dryness of their own choices. Let them taste what it feels like to live without the presence they once mistook for nothing. That ache they feel, that void, that tension, that's the absence of alignment. That's what it feels like when divine access is revoked. And you're not bitter. You're just done bleeding for people who only showed up with empty cups and full mouths. Because from this point on, your water is for the worthy. Your peace is for the aligned. Your energy is for those who see you, not just those who need you. You were the well. They drank. They disrespected it. And now they're dehydrated in the desert they created. Let them feel it. Let them thirst. Let them learn. Because your grace was never meant to be wasted. Number 7. You didn't walk out. The universe pulled you out. Let's stop pretending like you walked away because it was easy. You didn't slam a door and smile. You didn't pack your bags out of pride. You didn't cut them off because you wanted revenge. You left because the universe gave you no other option. You were holding on to what was breaking you. You were watering dead things out of love, hoping they'd bloom again. You kept trying to explain your heart to people who were committed to misunderstanding it. And still, you stayed. Stayed longer than you should have. Gave more than they deserved. Excused behavior you would have never accepted if it wasn't for how deeply you felt connected. And that's where the danger came in. You were loyal to dysfunction. Not because you were weak, but because your heart is wired to see potential, to hold space, to heal, to wait. You kept trying to fix what the universe was trying to free you from. And eventually, the universe had to step in and do what you wouldn't. So it started shaking things. You felt it, didn't you? The tension, the misalignment, the heaviness in your spirit every time you walked into certain rooms, sat in certain conversations, or tried to force connections that were clearly out of season. That wasn't anxiety. That was spiritual warning. The divine tugging on your soul, whispering, "You're not supposed to be here anymore." But you didn't listen. Not at first. Because chosen ones don't just walk away from people. They carry them. You held on, hoping they'd change. Hoping love would be enough. Hoping they'd finally see your worth without you having to explain it again. But here's the hard truth. They saw it. They just didn't respect it. And the universe saw you drowning in your own loyalty. So it did what love does. It evacuated you, not out of anger, but out of mercy. Because if you had stayed any longer, you would have lost yourself trying to keep what was already falling apart. So things started breaking. Conversations turned, patterns repeated, the mask slipped, and suddenly the pain was undeniable. What you tried to pray through became unbearable, and what you once protected became the reason you were breaking. That wasn't coincidence. That was orchestration. You didn't just leave. You were lifted, pulled out of a storm you kept calling a phase, escorted out of an environment your spirit no longer fit into. And now that you're outside of it, now that you can breathe again, you're seeing the truth for what it always was. You were never safe there. You were stuck. And no amount of love, effort, or explanation could fix something the universe had already labeled expired. So stop blaming yourself. Stop wondering if you could have done more. Stop replaying the moment you left like it was a betrayal. It wasn't. It was a rescue. The universe knew your heart was too pure, your spirit too loyal, your hope too alive to abandon people, even when they were draining you. So it gave you no choice. It shut the doors. It turned the volume up on the discomfort. It let the mask fall so violently that you had to walk. Because chosen ones don't leave out of bitterness. They leave out of awakening. And now they're calling you selfish, cold, changed. But let them. Because what they call abandonment was actually your survival. What they call distance is actually divine redirection. They don't get to label the exit when they ignored every signal that led to it. Let this be your confirmation. You didn't walk away, you were pulled away, because your spirit outgrew the space. Your evolution disrupted the cycle. Your clarity broke the illusion. You were a soul on assignment. And once your purpose in that space was complete, the exit wasn't a decision, it was a deliverance. So honor it, even if it hurt, even if they never apologized, even if you never got closure, because sometimes the universe doesn't give you closure, it gives you freedom. And chosen one, that's exactly what this was. You didn't fail. You didn't give up. You finally got free. You didn't walk out. You were evacuated. And that's not weakness. That's divine protection in motion. Number 8. You forgot you were the blessing. That's why you hurt so long. Let's call it what it is. You stayed too long, gave too much, tried too hard to be understood by people who were committed to never seeing you clearly. And deep down, you knew it. You felt it. The tension in your chest, the heaviness in your gut, the voice inside you that whispered, "This isn't it." But you kept ignoring it. You kept hoping, kept adjusting, kept believing that if you just explained a little more, gave a little extra, softened just enough, they'd get it. They'd finally realize who you were. They'd finally see your value. But here's the reality. They saw it. They just didn't respect it. You didn't stay because you were weak. You stayed because you're wired to believe in people. You're built to see potential, to find the good, to hold on when others let go. And that's not a flaw, it's a strength. But even strengths can become cages when you use them in the wrong places. You forgot that not everyone deserves access to the best parts of you. And the longer you stayed trying to earn your place, the more it chipped away at your confidence. That's why it hurt so long. Not because you weren't enough, but because you were trying to fit into places that weren't meant for you anymore. You were trying to shrink yourself into roles that didn't match your growth. You were trying to stay quiet in rooms where your voice was supposed to shake the walls. You kept reaching for people who had already let go, kept trying to fix what was never your job to hold together, and you ignored the signs until the discomfort was too loud to pretend anymore. The truth is, you didn't lose anything by walking away. What you lost was the illusion that you had to earn love, loyalty, or respect by overextending yourself. The ache you felt, that was your signal. That wasn't punishment. It was pressure. Pressure that builds up when your life starts pushing you in a new direction, but you keep clinging to what's familiar. Pressure from ignoring your own needs just to keep other people comfortable. Pressure from betraying your own peace just to maintain connections that were already expired. And the moment you let go, even if it hurt, it finally made sense. You didn't need to work so hard to be seen. You didn't need to perform. You didn't need to overgive just to earn half-hearted love. Because the truth is, you were the asset the whole time. You were the clarity, the consistency, the presence that held it all together, even when no one said thank you. You were the reason they felt safe. You were the one who showed up without conditions. You were the one who offered stability while they brought excuses. You were the real thing in a space full of pretense. But when you're surrounded by people who only see you for what you give, not who you are, It's easy to forget your own power. It's easy to start believing that you're only valuable when you're needed. So you kept pouring, hoping that one day they'd pour back. And when they didn't, you blamed yourself. But let's be clear, they didn't fail to love you because you weren't lovable. They failed because they never learned how to receive something real without trying to control it. That's not your fault. That's their limitation. And it's not your job to shrink yourself to match it. So if you're still sitting in the aftermath, questioning whether you were too much, hear this: you were never too much. You were exactly what they weren't ready for. You didn't stay because you didn't know your worth. You stayed because you thought they'd catch up to it. But now you see it clearly. You outgrew the room, and your pain was the reminder. The pain wasn't punishment. It was pressure. It was your wake-up call. So stop apologizing for what you had to walk away from. Stop mourning people who didn't know how to treat you. Stop replaying scenarios where you had to make yourself smaller just to stay connected. You forgot you were the blessing. Now you remember. And next time, you won't beg to be kept. You won't explain your worth. You'll walk in knowing it. And that version of you, unstoppable. And now, as everything comes into focus, let this be your final reminder. You were never the extra. You were the essence. The reason the room felt right. The glue, the anchor, the shift. And now that you've reclaimed that truth, there's no going back. No more shrinking. No more over-explaining. From here on, you move different because you remember who you are. If this message hit where apologies never did, make it known. Like this video. Subscribe to stay connected to this energy. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you're walking in your worth now. And share this with another one who forgot they were the blessing. They thought your silence was surrender, but it was the universe putting you in stealth mode, arming your spirit, sharpening your vision, upgrading your frequency while they danced around thinking the storm had passed. They thought they won. They thought the silence meant you were done, defeated, out of moves. But oh, the silence was a setup. And now that you're rising, they're not just shocked, they're shattered. Because this isn't a comeback, this is a cosmic retaliation. This is divine strategy unfolding in real time. And let's be very clear, their shock isn't sympathy, it's fear. They're not trembling because you're loud now. They're trembling because you're different. You're unrecognizable. The quiet, manageable version of you they thought they could manipulate is gone. And what's returned is someone they can't control, can't predict, and can't access. And that chosen one is haunting them. Before we go deeper, pause for a moment. Like this video, subscribe. Because when you do that, you're not just boosting a message, you're sending a signal to the platform. Another chosen one just woke up. This tells the system that this message needs to spread. And trust me, every time one of us wakes up, the world gets shaken. So if this is hitting your soul already, take that second. Like, subscribe, comment. And let's make sure every sleeping chosen one hears the alarm bell we're about to ring. Because this right here, this is no regular comeback. This is a resurrection, a return of energy they tried to kill. They poked the bear, thinking it was dead. They danced in your downfall, laughed at your collapse, gossiped during your breakdowns. They passed around your name like a rumor, never realizing your name was a prophecy. And now, the prophecy is walking. It's talking, it's glowing, and it's not looking back. They thought you were healing in peace. What they didn't know was the peace was part of the reload. They thought you were softening. What they didn't realize was that softness was the silence of precision, of someone calculating their next move in alignment with the universe itself. Because when the universe backs a chosen one, it doesn't make noise. It moves mountains in shadows and brings fire in whispers. Chosen one, your power isn't just returning, it's arriving at full force. And that kind of power doesn't knock. It kicks in doors, it breaks cycles, it exposes everything and everyone that was feeding off your dimmed light. And that light, it doesn't just illuminate now, it burns, it confronts, it blinds the ones who were comfortable in the dark. The power of being chosen isn't in ego, it's in energy. You don't walk into rooms like everyone else. You shift the temperature. You don't raise your voice, you raise the frequency. You don't get revenge, you get remembered. And nothing shakes your enemies more than knowing they didn't break you, they built you. Their betrayal became your blueprint. Their mockery became your momentum. Every hit you took became fuel, and every lie they told became a stage for your truth. You don't even have to announce your return. Your presence does it for you. You don't have to clap back. The silence of your comeback is louder than their noise ever was. Because here's the part they never saw coming. You didn't just evolve, you escaped. You left their expectations behind. You left the version of you they thought they could control. You walked out of the system they built to keep you small. And now the world has to deal with who you've actually become. So when they ask, OMG, who even are you now? You look them dead in the eye and say, I'm the storm you never saw coming. And now, I'm just getting started. So here's your moment. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you know this comeback is not about proving anyone wrong. It's about proving the universe right. If you've felt that silent shift inside you, the one they can't explain but can't ignore, type it now. Because when you comment, like, or share, you're not just engaging, you're awakening the algorithm to find the others. This is how chosen ones connect. This is how we flood the system with frequency. You ready? Good, because we're just getting started. And now, let's get into it, step by step. Trust me, if you're really chosen, something inside you won't let you look away. This isn't casual content. This is a soul mirror. Stay with me, because by the end of this, even you will be shocked at who you've become. Let's begin. Number 1. They thought you were leveling up for attention. They didn't realize you were charging up for impact. They called it a glow-up because that's all their shallow eyes could comprehend. They looked at the outer layers, your new silence, your sharper energy, your colder boundaries, and labeled it a phase, a look, a performance. But this isn't cute. This isn't soft. This isn't aesthetic. This is a power surge, and it's burning through everything that tried to contain you. You didn't evolve to look good. You evolved to shake the foundation of every room you walk into. This is not cosmetic. It's cosmic. Let's be real. They weren't afraid when you were broken. They were comfortable. Comfortable watching you doubt yourself, watching you give more than you had, watching you bend so far backward you forgot you had a spine. You were easy to digest back then, safe, software, predictable. But now, you walk like you know the universe personally. You speak like your soul has been in war councils. You glow like someone who doesn't just survive, you reconstruct worlds. And that's what scares them. You're not glowing, you're radiating truth. And truth offends the fake. It makes the insecure squirm. It makes the unhealed run. You don't even have to say a word anymore. Just your energy announces, I'm not who I was, and I'm not here for your comfort. That's why they act weird around you now. That's why they try to diminish your growth. Because you remind them that staying the same is a choice. And you chose to ascend. So don't water it down. This isn't some casual glow-up story. This is a spiritual voltage surge after years of quiet, internal warfare. People didn't see the nights you cried and still got up the next day. They didn't feel the moments your spirit broke in silence while you held others up. They didn't witness you reprogramming your entire identity while still smiling like nothing was wrong. They didn't know you were rebooting your soul, rewiring your spirit, recoding your destiny. They just see the power now and pretend they were there. But this version of you, it's earned, it's paid for in silence, solitude, and spiritual scars. And here's what's wild. Even now, even with the shift this loud, people will try to reduce it. They'll say, oh, you've changed, like it's a crime. Yes, you have. You were supposed to. They'll ask, who do you think you are? And you'll look them dead in the face and say, I'm someone who survived what would have destroyed you. You don't owe them humility when what you carry is divine authority. You don't owe them softness when they fed off your suffering. Your power isn't a performance. It's your birthright. Let them whisper. Let them project. Let them try to box you into the memory of who you used to be. That version of you was necessary for them, but it was never the final form. They met you in your building phase, and now that the blueprint's complete, they're intimidated by the design. Because people don't panic over glow-ups. They panic over power shifts, and chosen ones shift power without asking. This energy, it's bigger than looks, bigger than presence. It's energetic intimidation. It's the silent signal of someone who's not moved by outside opinions anymore. You're walking in alignment now, and that kind of movement doesn't just change your posture, it changes your atmosphere. Elevators don't announce their arrival, they just open. That's what you are now, not a performer, a portal. Ever wonder why some people start acting weird around you for no reason? Why people you've known for years suddenly don't know how to talk to you, how to approach you, how to look you in the eye? It's not because you've changed too much. It's because they never knew how much you were holding back. And now that you've stopped shrinking, their comfort has shattered. Think about every icon who's ever changed the world. Ali, Malcolm, Maya, Nina, Prince, Serena, even Tesla. What do they all have in common? People labeled them too much, arrogant, delusional, intense, crazy. And I know what you might be thinking right now. Why does it feel so lonely? Why doesn't anyone clap for me? Why do I feel like I'm becoming someone even I don't recognize? Because this isn't a public transition. It's a private evolution with public consequences. Your spirit is outgrowing the rooms your body used to feel at home in. The applause you're waiting for can't come from people who were rooting for your limits. The loneliness isn't punishment, it's insulation. The universe is protecting the frequency. You're being prepped for impact, not popularity. This isn't the glow-up for Instagram. This is the comeback the cosmos has been waiting on. You're no longer walking in your past. You're walking in your proof. Proof that healing is real. Proof that silence isn't weakness. Proof that divine timing is louder than any rejection. You're not just showing up. You're showing them that what they feared wasn't your failure, it was your fulfillment. So let them doubt. Let them pretend they don't notice. Let them side-eye your confidence like it wasn't carved out of heartbreak and rebirth. You don't need their recognition. You have activation. And activated, chosen ones. We don't glow up. We shock systems. Your walk is different because your weight is different. Your words hit harder because your wounds taught you how to speak from scars, not ego. Your silence scares people now because they know it's where you charge. And when you speak, you shift everything. This is the surge they couldn't predict. This is the voltage they tried to silence. And now they don't know whether to applaud or run. Number 2, they laughed when you fell. Now they're choking on the dust of your rise. They thought it was funny when you fell. Let's not sugarcoat that. They laughed when you lost, gossiped when you struggled, celebrated in secret while pretending to care in public. Some even offered you fake sympathy just so they could feel taller, standing next to your pain. But that laughter, that mockery, that smug little satisfaction they got watching you crumble, it aged like milk. Because now you've risen, but not slowly, not gently. You didn't come back with flowers and a fragile smile. You came back like an earthquake. You came back like fire with a memory. You didn't just get back up. You detonated. And now they're choking on the dust cloud of your comeback. They can't see straight because the vision they created of you, small, broken, dependent, is gone. You shattered it. Your evolution made it obsolete. And while they're still trying to mock the old version of you, they're being haunted by the new one you've become, the one they never saw coming. Let's make something clear. You saw them, all of them. You heard the laughter. You felt the energy shift. You noticed the change in tone, the lack of support, the way people conveniently disappeared when it looked like you had nothing left to offer. You weren't blind. You were quiet. You weren't naive. You were patient. But now the time for patience is over, and the universe has flipped the script. You see, when chosen ones fall, it's never final. Because our downfall isn't the end, it's the charging station. We don't collapse, we convert. All that pain, all that betrayal, all that laughter behind our backs, it becomes fuel. It turns to fire. And by the time we rise, we're not looking for applause, we're bringing reckoning. It's funny how they thought your fall defined you, as if a single moment of vulnerability could erase a lifetime of value, as if you were finished because you had a season of stillness. They didn't understand that chosen ones don't have breakdowns. We have prequels. They saw failure. But what they were really witnessing was foundation. You were being stripped to the root, so your rise would be undeniable. And now that it is, they can't breathe. They're spinning narratives trying to figure out how you pulled this off. They say things like, "Wow, you've changed," or "Where did all this come from?" as if your evolution happened overnight. But no, it happened every night. Every silent night you cried alone. Every lonely morning you chose peace over revenge. Every moment you kept going when your body begged you to quit. This rise wasn't random. It was ritual. It was earned in the dark while they laughed in the light. Let's go deeper, because some of them weren't even enemies. They were close. Family, friends, lovers, people you trusted, people you rooted for. The betrayal cuts deeper when it comes from those you once prayed for. But now, the betrayal is exposed, not by your words, but by your rise. Your success is screaming truths you never had to speak. Your elevation is their mirror, and what they see, it's ugly. They didn't just doubt you, they fed off your struggle. It gave them power, made them feel safe. Because if you, the strong one, could fall, then maybe their stagnation wasn't so bad. But now, your growth is an indictment. Your comeback is confrontation. Your light has become their judgment. And here's the part that really messes with them. You're not even thinking about them. You're not doing this for revenge. You're not looking back. You're just rising. That's what haunts them. That they're no longer relevant in your story, that they were the villains in a chapter you've already closed. And the dust they're choking on, it's from a version of you that no longer exists. This is what chosen energy looks like in motion. We don't retaliate. We rise in a way that exposes. We don't throw dirt. We build towers. We don't return fire. We become the storm. So let them gag, let them squint, let them talk. While they scramble for an explanation, you walk in clarity. While they try to control the narrative, your energy speaks volumes. You don't need to prove anything. Your presence is the proof. Your alignment is the evidence. Your peace is louder than their chaos ever was. They laughed when you fell. Now they cough on your comeback. And this is just the beginning. They called it a phase, but it was a phoenix cycle. They thought you were falling apart, you were catching fire. They labeled it a phase because that made them feel safe. Because if it was just temporary, just a mood swing, a dramatic spiral, a breakdown in motion, then they didn't have to take your transformation seriously. They didn't have to question their role in your shift. They didn't have to confront the truth that what they were witnessing wasn't weakness, it was rebirth. They didn't know they were watching a phoenix burn. They laughed behind your back and whispered, "They'll be back to normal soon." But normal? That version of you? It died in the fire. What they called a meltdown was actually the divine stripping of every identity you outgrew. What they mistook for a breakdown was the collapse of everything that was never built on truth. The relationships, the roles, the expectations, all of it had to burn. And chosen ones don't just go through phases. We go through flames. You didn't disappear to self-destruct. You disappeared to self-resurrect. There were days you barely recognized yourself. You questioned everything, your purpose, your worth, your voice. And while you were in the trenches, while your soul was screaming for clarity, they sat comfortably outside the fire, assuming it was just another episode. But it wasn't a breakdown. It was a breakthrough in slow motion. You see, real transformation is messy. It's violent in how it tears away the false versions of us. And for the chosen, the change isn't just external, it's cellular, spiritual. You don't just level up, you burn down. The light that returns afterward is not cosmetic, it's cosmic. You emerge unrecognizable, not because you changed your style, but because your energy no longer makes room for anything that doesn't serve your highest self. And that's what they couldn't understand. That's why they minimized it, because calling it a phase gave them hope that they'd get the old you back, the one who stayed quiet, the one who made herself small, the one who didn't ask for much, but gave everything. That version of you made them feel comfortable. And now, your presence makes them uncomfortable. because your elevation reminds them of the evolution they're too scared to step into. Let them sit with that. Let them scramble trying to redefine you. Let them argue with your glow. Let them pretend they never doubted you while they scroll in silence, watching you become everything they once mocked. Because here's the truth. They didn't believe in your evolution because they were committed to the version of you that made them feel powerful. And now that version is gone, and they can't handle the one that came back from the ashes. You burned for this. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. You burned for the strength to walk away. You burned for the courage to release what was killing you slowly. You burned for the clarity to see what was never love, never loyalty, never light. And in that fire, you lost parts of yourself that felt like home, but were actually cages. People forget that phoenixes don't rise out of comfort. They rise out of cremation. So no, this wasn't a phase. A phase is temporary. A phase is shallow. This was sacred. This was ordained. This was you going through the dark night of the soul, shedding every illusion, every lie, every version of yourself that was designed to survive instead of thrive. And when you emerged, they didn't know what to say because they were expecting a return to normal, but you came back renewed. You speak differently now. You move differently now. You require different things now. And their access, it's limited, not out of revenge, but out of recalibration. The version of you that accepted crumbs was burned in the fire, and the one that came back doesn't settle for less than divine. If they can't recognize you now, that's not your problem. That's their reflection. Because when chosen ones go through the phoenix cycle, we don't come back to fit in. We come back to redefine the room. We don't explain the glow. We don't apologize for the ashes. We don't hold space for the ones who handed us matches. So let them call it what they want. A phase, a breakdown, a mood. Just smile quietly, because deep down they know. They didn't witness a crisis. They witnessed your becoming. And now that you've risen, you don't owe them a single feather. Number 3, your old self is gone, and they're still arguing with a ghost. There's something almost tragic about watching people try to provoke someone who no longer exists. They call your name, but they're talking to a ghost. They throw the same tired guilt trips, rehearse the same manipulation tactics, poke the same old wounds, but none of it works anymore, because the version of you they're trying to trigger is gone. That version of you that tolerated the disrespect, gone. The one who bit their tongue to keep the peace, buried. The one who kept showing up even when they were empty, vanished. Now they're shadowboxing, swinging at thin air, repeating old patterns in a space where your energy no longer lives. They're yelling at someone who doesn't live there anymore. It's wild how people will hold you hostage to a past self just to maintain the illusion of control. They'll say things like, "You've changed," as if that's an insult. As if you were meant to stay in their emotional chokehold forever. They want the version of you that didn't set boundaries, didn't speak up, didn't know their worth. And when you start moving like someone who finally sees themselves clearly, they panic. Because they didn't actually love you. They loved the version of you that made their life easier. And now that version is dead and gone. They're grieving not your presence, but their power over you. You stopped reacting. You stopped explaining. You stopped defending yourself in battles that only existed to drain you. And they hate that. because their favorite performance was watching you overextend yourself just to be understood. But now, you've seen the game. You've unplugged. You've elevated to a frequency that doesn't respond to chaos. You're not being cold, you're being clear. When you were that past version, you made yourself accessible to the wrong energies. You let guilt guide your decisions. You over-explained your heart to people who never earned the right to hold it. You stayed in rooms where your soul couldn't breathe because you thought loyalty meant suffering. And now that you've evolved, you understand it was never loyalty if it required self-abandonment. They want to pull you back into that version because that's the only one they know how to manipulate. They don't know how to handle this version of you, the one who doesn't engage, the one who doesn't flinch, the one who simply walks away without saying a word, because silence now speaks volumes louder than anything you could say. And deep down, they're haunted by it. Haunted by how calm you've become, how detached, how unfazed. Because nothing terrifies manipulators more than someone they can no longer access emotionally. They try to bait you back into old arguments, not because they miss you, but because they miss the control, the script they had, the response they could predict. But this new you shredded the script and burned the stage. They're still arguing with your ghost, still trying to gaslight your shadow, still trying to guilt-trip your evolution, still talking like the old you is going to show up and save the situation. But that version of you doesn't exist, and the person who stands in your place now isn't interested in rehearsing old pain. This version isn't vengeful. They're free, and nothing threatens small-minded people more than someone who no longer requires validation to exist. You see, when you evolve, you don't just level up. You become unrecognizable to the people committed to misunderstanding you. You make them uncomfortable by existing in your truth. And while they try to pull you back into the narrative they created, the universe is writing a whole new story with you as the author. The old you would have tried to explain. The old you would have apologized for growing. The old you would have dimmed their light just to keep everyone else from squinting. But this you understands that growth demands grief from others. Let them grieve. Let them mourn the access they used to have. Let them sit in the discomfort of your silence. Let them yell at ghosts. Because the person you are now doesn't owe them closure, clarity, or company. You've outgrown the role they wrote for you. And now you're not acting anymore. You're becoming. And anyone still stuck trying to speak to your past is doing so at their own confusion. They don't get it yet, but one day they will. They'll realize they weren't talking to the real you. They were trying to resurrect a ghost. And the only thing you leave behind when you evolve is echo. Number 4. You went silent and came back unrecognizable. Your silence wasn't weakness, it was system upgrade. And now, you're untouchable. They didn't notice at first. You got quieter, a little more distant. You stopped replying right away. You didn't show up to every event, every drama, every emotional emergency they threw your way. And the more silent you became, the more they assumed you were falling off, retreating, isolating, breaking. But silence is never what it seems when you're chosen. You weren't retreating, you were reloading. You weren't isolating, you were recalibrating. You went ghost, not because you were weak, But because you were being rewired by the universe, your spirit needed space. Your energy needed cleansing. Your destiny needed a quiet room to download the next level. Because here's the truth, no one tells them. When the chosen ones go silent, they're in transformation. And when they come back, they're unrecognizable. You used to over-explain. You used to show up even when it cost you everything. You used to give your energy out like it was free. But the silence stripped all of that. The silence was surgery. And what came out on the other side? A version of you that doesn't flinch, doesn't beg, doesn't break. And now they don't know what to do with you. You're calm in a way that feels dangerous to people who thrived off your chaos. You're unavailable in a way that exposes how much they depended on your access. You're different, but not in some dramatic, flashy way. You're different in your energy. It's sharper, focused, selective, and they feel it. Even if they can't describe it, they feel it. Because chosen ones don't go silent for nothing. We go silent to upgrade the system, to remove the bugs, to clean the code. You weren't hiding, you were evolving. And now, you're not just back, you're untouchable. They'll try to pull you back into who you were. They'll throw old bait, try to reignite old patterns, test the new boundaries, but they'll fail because they don't realize they're not talking to the same system anymore. The old you would have engaged. The upgraded you doesn't respond to unaligned frequencies. You went silent, and now your peace speaks louder than anything they've ever heard. Let them adjust. Let them squint trying to recognize you. Let them wrestle with the truth that while they were busy talking, you were becoming. You didn't go missing, you mutated. And what came out of the silence isn't looking back. You're not who you were. And that's exactly the point. Number 5. They built walls. You built wings. They thought they had you contained, controlled, defined. They built emotional walls around you. Expectations, manipulation, judgment, labels. Every brick they laid was meant to keep you small. They told you who you were, how far you could go, what you were allowed to be. They called it love. They called it protection. But it was always about control. Their comfort, their limits, their fears. They weren't building with you. They were building around you, boxing you in. But while they built walls, you built wings. Every insult they threw became a feather. Every rejection, a spark. Every time they doubted you, you turned it into drive. They were focused on keeping you caged, but you were quietly laying down the foundation of your runway. They thought you were shrinking. You were just studying wind. And now, you're flying. You were never meant to stay in their box. You were never built for small minds or tight spaces. You were never meant to be kept, tamed, or contained. You're not a possession. You're a presence. And the more they tried to trap you, the more unstoppable you became. They misunderstood your silence as submission, your loyalty as limitation. But you weren't staying still. You were learning how to lift. While they were guarding the cage door, you were growing wings strong enough to break the whole structure. And when you finally flew, they didn't know what hit them. Because here's the part they never saw coming. You weren't waiting for permission. You were preparing for takeoff. And now that you're rising, they're scrambling. Not because you're doing better, but because they can't reach you. Their words bounce off your energy now. Their tactics fall flat. They're stuck at the cage, keys in hand, wondering why you don't want back in. But you're gone, high above, out of range, out of reach. You see, chosen ones don't destroy the cage. We outgrow it. We don't stay to argue with the guards. We rise so high, they lose sight of us altogether. Let them keep their walls. Let them sit in the house they tried to trap you in. You've got sky now, and sky has no ceiling. You didn't just escape their limits, you transcended them, because what they called rebellion was really just flight. Number 6. This comeback has consequences. Let's not get it twisted. Your return isn't a feel-good story for everyone. It's not soft piano music and warm hugs. It's not about being the bigger person or pretending the pain didn't happen. Your comeback isn't just a celebration, it's a reckoning. Because when a chosen one rises, it's not just for them, it's a ripple effect. It exposes everything and everyone who mishandled you. Now they're facing the consequences. You didn't return to be palatable. You returned with receipts, energetic, spiritual, emotional. Your presence now triggers guilt in the ones who thought you'd stay broken. Your glow, it reveals the shadows they've been hiding in. Your peace, it disturbs the chaos they once tried to keep you locked in. You were quiet while they played, while they disrespected you, misused your loyalty, underestimated your power. You said nothing. You let them think they were winning. But silence doesn't mean surrender. It means the universe was watching. And now, alignment has come to collect. You didn't clap back. You didn't expose them. You didn't have to. Your elevation did that for you. Now they're sitting in rooms that feel colder, trying to recreate the energy you used to bring for free. They're replaying old conversations, realizing how much they relied on your kindness, your presence, your light. They see you thriving and say things like, "You switched up," when the truth is, they fumbled your access. And this comeback? It's a reminder that chosen ones don't need to throw dirt. We rise, and in doing so, we make the truth impossible to ignore. Our glow isn't revenge, it's revelation. It's the universe balancing the scale. Let them squirm. Let them act confused. Let them tell the story in a way that makes them look innocent. You're not responsible for their version. You're responsible for your return, and it's loud. They thought they'd never be held accountable, but when you walked out of that fire, whole, healed, and higher, they realized something terrifying. You didn't die, you transformed, and now, every fake apology, every silent betrayal, every time they mistook your grace for weakness, it's all backfiring, because you didn't just rise, you returned with cosmic receipts. And the universe, it never forgets a chosen one. Number 7, you're not arrogant, you're activated. Let's clear something up right now. You're not arrogant, you're aware. You've done the inner work. You've bled in silence. You've healed the wounds they swore would define you. And now that you walk with your head a little higher, now that you speak with power, move with clarity, and own your presence, suddenly they want to label it arrogance. No, that's not arrogance. That's activation. You're not bragging. You're finally breathing. They were fine when you doubted yourself. They clapped the loudest when you were quiet. But now that you've remembered who you are, now that you're not asking for permission to take up space, they're uncomfortable. And that's not your burden to carry. You don't have to shrink just because others haven't chosen to grow. You don't have to soften your light to protect someone else's shadow. You've spent enough time folding yourself in half to make others feel whole. Enough time second-guessing your greatness because someone else couldn't recognize their own. But here's the truth. When chosen ones wake up, they don't get humble. They get honest. You're not just confident, you're called. And confidence with purpose, it makes people who haven't done the work feel exposed. But their discomfort is not your responsibility. You weren't made to blend in. You were made to shift rooms. You weren't born to be liked. You were born to be light. They'll call it too much. They'll call you full of yourself. But they never called you too much when you were too available, too silent, too drained. They liked the version of you that second-guessed everything, that needed validation, that tolerated disrespect, that stayed quiet in rooms that mocked your presence. But the moment you stopped asking to be seen and started showing up in full power, they flipped the script. Let them gossip. Let them mislabel your growth. Let them sit in circles talking about how different you've become. That's what happens when chosen ones remember who they are. That's what happens when a soul stops surviving and starts embodying. You're not here to downplay your destiny. You're here to own it. So speak with power, move with certainty, say what you mean, and stand on what you know. That's not ego, that's alignment. That's you walking in truth without apology. And if they can't handle your glow, then they were never meant to walk beside your light. Number 8. You're the proof they said didn't exist. You are the evidence, the walking, breathing, blazing proof that someone can be broken, isolated, underestimated, betrayed, and still come back, not bitter, but better, not hardened, but holy, not lost, but lit from within. You are what they swore was impossible. They said, people don't recover from what you went through. They said, once you fall that hard, you don't get back up. They said, healing was a myth, growth was a lie. That being both real and resilient couldn't coexist. But here you are, standing in the aftermath, glowing with grace, fire in your chest, truth in your spine. And now they have to swallow their doubts. Because you didn't just survive, you transformed. You didn't lose your soul to the storm, you found it. They expected you to come back bitter, vengeful, paranoid, because that's what they would have done. But instead, you came back more grounded, more aligned, more unshakably you. And that kind of comeback, it's not just personal, it's prophetic. It makes people pause. It makes them rethink everything they said about you and everything they believe about themselves. Because if you could come back from that, then maybe they have no excuse. That's why your presence is so loud now. That's why it disrupts energy. You're not just a person, you're a mirror, a reminder, a disruption to their denial. Because people like you aren't supposed to exist. People who lose everything and still choose peace. People who get stabbed in the back and still move with integrity. People who fall apart quietly but rebuild in silence, stronger than ever. You're the glitch in their matrix. They told the world no one could walk through fire without turning cold, but your warmth returned. Stronger, deeper. They said no one could lose that much and still be love, but your heart stayed open. They told others to settle, to give up, to become numb. But then you showed up. Proof. And let's be honest, your glow offends the ones still addicted to their excuses. It confronts their comfort. It exposes their stagnation. You're not just inspiring, you're challenging. Because if you could rise without bitterness, then maybe they could too. But some people would rather stay broken than admit healing is possible. So let them stare. Let them whisper. Let them wonder how you did it. You don't have to explain. Because your life is the explanation. Your peace is the proof. Your comeback is the confirmation. You're not just an exception, you're the example. Number 9. You didn't heal to be humble, you healed to be heard. Let's say it with our whole chest. You didn't go through hell, heartbreak, and healing just to come back quiet. You didn't do all that inner work just to return and play small for other people's comfort. You didn't pick up the shattered pieces of your soul just to whisper your truth like it's a favor. No, you healed to be heard. This isn't about being soft, passive, or endlessly forgiving. This is about walking in your full expression, loud, clear, unapologetic. You didn't heal to prove you're kind. You healed to prove you're whole. And wholeness isn't quiet. Wholeness has a voice. It has presence. It echoes when you walk into the room. Your voice is the vibration now. And every time you speak with truth, you shake foundations that were built on fake peace and false power. The world loves the idea of a healed person as someone soft-spoken, humble, easy to manage. They want the enlightened version of you to be silent. But that's not healing. That's repression. The real you, the chosen, evolved, activated you, is bold. Not out of ego, but alignment. You speak because your throat chakra survived spiritual warfare. You share because your silence once almost killed you. You're not here to whisper wisdom. You're here to shift the atmosphere. And let's be honest, some people liked you better before you healed. They preferred you broken, confused, self-doubting, because then your power was tucked beneath your pain. Now, it's out in the open, and it's undeniable. They'll say, "You're different now." Yes, you are. They'll say, "You think you know everything now." No, but you know yourself. And that knowledge, that's dangerous to the people who counted on you never finding it. You didn't go through a healing journey just to fit into a watered-down version of yourself. You went through it to remember who you are. And now that you know, you speak differently. You choose differently. You take up space. You were quiet for too long. Quiet out of survival. Quiet out of fear. Quiet because you didn't want to shake the table. But now you are the table. And anyone who can't handle your voice is free to find another room. You didn't heal to be hidden. You didn't rise to blend in. You healed so your story could be a sound, a frequency only the awakened can hear. So speak, walk, create, move like your scars turned into superpowers, because the healed you was never meant to stay silent. Number 10. You shocked them because you stopped explaining yourself. You shocked them, not because you screamed, not because you slammed doors, not because you made a dramatic exit. You shocked them because you went quiet and stayed that way, because you stopped explaining, stopped oversharing, stopped justifying every move, every boundary, every glow-up. And suddenly, they didn't know what to do with you. See, some people only felt powerful around you because they could read you, because you used to hand them access through explanations. You gave them the script, the emotional blueprint, the GPS to your every reaction. You kept trying to make them understand, hoping that if you just explained it right, they'd finally respect your growth. But they never wanted to understand. They wanted control. They were never confused. They were entitled. They weren't missing your message. They just didn't like what it meant, that you were evolving without their permission. And now, you've cut off the emotional supply, the long texts, the exhausting breakdowns, the constant explaining of why you're unavailable, why you're not the same, why their behavior no longer gets a reaction. Now, you just move. And that movement, it's got them spinning, because your silence hits harder than your words ever did. It's not cold, it's clarity. It says, I'm not mysterious. I'm just unavailable to your nonsense. They try to pull you back with, you've changed. I don't even know you anymore. Good. That means the elevation is working. Let them call it distance. Let them call it ego. Let them call it whatever they need to, so they can sleep at night. But you don't owe them a damn explanation. Your boundaries don't need an apology. Your peace doesn't need a press release. Your energy doesn't require a permission slip. You're not playing small just to be relatable again. You're not going to bleed out trying to explain to people who benefited from your confusion. They weren't confused when you were loyal without limits. They weren't confused when you overgave. They weren't confused when you betrayed yourself just to keep the peace. But now that the peace is within you, they want answers. Now that you've upgraded, they want access to the manual. No, you've evolved, and not everyone gets to be updated on the latest version of you. That's not pettiness, that's protection, that's alignment, that's maturity. You're not here to convince people who were committed to misunderstanding you. You're here to live out loud, to walk in truth, to let your actions and your absence speak for you. You don't owe them clarity. Your life is loud enough. And now, chosen one, if you felt every word like it was carved into your spirit, know this: your rise wasn't an accident. It was alignment. You didn't just come back. You returned on a frequency they never saw coming. Let them talk. Let them watch. You're not here to explain. You're here to embody. If this message lit something inside you, like this video, subscribe to the channel and drop the number 77 in the comments if you know you were never meant to stay caged. Share this with another chosen one, because someone out there needs this reminder right now. Let's shake the system. They will cry when you finally accept the truth they fought so hard to hide. Not when you rise, not when you fight, not even when you survive. They will cry when you accept, because the moment you do, their illusion shatters, and the lie they built around you begins to collapse under the weight of your truth. The enemy didn't go after just anyone. They didn't waste their weapons on the weak. They launched their full arsenal against you, not because you were broken, but because you were born with something they could never replicate, something they could never own, never control. From the beginning, they saw your light as a threat, your voice as a weapon, your presence as a storm they couldn't stop. So they lied to you, twisted your reflection, surrounded you with darkness so thick you began to forget you were the flame. Before we go any further, like this video, drop a comment, and subscribe if you feel the fire in your soul right now. Because when you react, it tells the system that truth still travels faster than their lies. It tells YouTube to push this message to more chosen ones, and every time this truth spreads, their grip gets weaker. This isn't just content. This is a warning shot. This is spiritual rebellion in motion. This is confirmation. Let me be clear. This message is dangerous, not to you, but to them, to the architects of your doubt, to the engineers of your fear, to the ones who tried to keep you blind, silent, and small. They never feared your fall. They feared your acceptance, because once a chosen one stops denying who they are, every shadow that moved against them starts to tremble. The real war was never outside. It's always been about your agreement with destiny. They could delay you, distract you, even damage you. But what they could not survive was the day you said, "I know who I am now, and I'm not running anymore." You are not just someone with potential. You are someone with providence. You are the prophecy walking. You are the one they whispered about behind closed doors. You are the one they tried to confuse with counterfeit versions of yourself. So you doubt the real one. They kept you stuck in cycles, battling invisible enemies, chasing external validation, because the moment you turned inward and saw the truth, the war was over, not fought. Over. Do you know why your life has been under siege since the beginning? Because power this deep terrifies the system. Your very existence is a glitch in their matrix, a cosmic rebellion coded into human form. You were never meant to fit. You were never meant to be understood. You were meant to lead the escape. And the moment you accept that, every force that once tried to destroy you will watch in horror as you become the force that dismantles them. The enemy does not fear your strength. They fear your remembrance. They fear the day your pain no longer controls you. They fear the hour when your wounds turn into wisdom. They fear the second you realize you weren't cursed. You were called. You are not rising because you healed. You're rising because you accepted that your scars are proof of divine assignment. You didn't break. You were forged. And now, every step you take in truth scorches the lie they built to contain you. So now you know, you were never the problem. You were the prophecy, and they're crying already, not because you're angry, not because you're fighting back, but because for the first time in your life, you believe it, you accept it, you own it. And that sound you hear in the distance, that's not thunder, that's their illusion collapsing under the weight of your awakening. This is not a video. This is the moment they hoped would never come, and it's here. So before we rip the mask off what's really been happening around you, pause for a second and own this moment. If your spirit is burning right now, if something in you knows this message is not by accident, then let the enemy hear you. Drop 888 in the comments to let them know you've seen through the illusion and you're done pretending. Every like, every share, every comment pushes this truth into the hands of another chosen one, still on the edge of waking up. And trust me, they don't want that. But it's too late now. The shift has begun. And now, let's tear this open step by step. If you're truly chosen, you won't be able to walk away. The more you hear, the more it'll feel like your soul is remembering something they tried to bury. Stay with me, because by the end of this, they won't just fear your acceptance. They'll regret ever trying to stop it. Let's begin. Number 1. They built a lie around your name. They didn't fear your name. They feared what your name would become once you remembered who you are. So listen, chosen one. They didn't just attack your path, they went after your identity. Because when you're chosen, the war doesn't start with bullets or bombs. It starts with labels. Before you even had the chance to walk, they handed you names that were never yours. Too much, too quiet, too weird, not enough, hard to love, difficult. And you believed them because they came from the mouths of people you trusted. But those weren't descriptions. They were assignments, codes in a system designed to make sure you never woke up to the power you were born with. You see, the enemy never feared the name you were given. They feared the weight that name would carry once you fully stepped into it. That's why they tried to twist your reflection so early. They wanted you to hate what was divine about you, to spend your life running from the very thing they feared the most, your truth. From the moment you arrived, they watched you, maybe not with their eyes, but with their systems, with their false authority. They studied your energy like a hawk studies a storm cloud, knowing it would one day erupt. That light in your eyes, it shook them. Your ability to see through lies before you even had words for it? It threatened their illusion. So they started young. Before you even knew what it meant to be you, they offered a version of you that served them. A smaller version, a tamed version, a version that asked for permission instead of commanding presence. Think about it. Why were you always the one that didn't fit? Why were you the black sheep, the misfit, the one they said had too many questions, too many emotions, or too many dreams? Because they knew you were designed to break the mold, not fit into it. And if they couldn't stop your arrival, they tried to distort your direction. If they couldn't kill your light, they tried to dim it with false stories. They told you your identity was something you had to earn, through obedience, through silence, through blending in. But that was the first lie. You never had to earn what was given to you before you were even born. Your power didn't come from proving yourself. It came from being yourself. And once you accept that, the entire system they built around your confusion begins to crumble. They were never afraid of your rebellion, they were afraid of your clarity. Because once a chosen one sees clearly, nothing can be manipulated anymore. You stop apologizing, you stop explaining, you stop bending yourself into pieces just to make others comfortable. You stop trying to heal in systems that profit from your brokenness. You stop seeking permission from people who were never qualified to define you in the first place. Do you understand the threat you pose? Not because you're angry, not because you're violent, but because you were never supposed to wake up. The fact that you're even hearing this right now means the programming didn't work. And that's what haunts them. You weren't supposed to make it this far. You weren't supposed to question the labels. You weren't supposed to outgrow the story they wrote for you, but you did. And now you're rewriting it. Look through history. This is how they've always operated. They labeled Jesus a blasphemer before his truth shook nations. They called Malcolm X a radical before his words became timeless. They painted Joan of Arc as insane before she led armies. They ignored Nikola Tesla until his visions powered the modern world. The chosen are always mislabeled, on purpose, because the easiest way to bury a chosen one is to make them bury themselves. But here's the part they didn't expect. You remembered. And when a chosen one remembers, the entire spell breaks. You start to see it. The moments they tried to break you weren't personal. They were strategic. That teacher who humiliated you, that parent who couldn't love you properly, that relationship that drained your worth, all of it was meant to wrap false identity around you like a chain, to confuse you so deeply that by the time you reached your purpose, you'd be too tired to embrace it. But something in you kept burning. Something in you kept rising. Not despite the war, but because of it. Let me ask you something, and be honest. Have you ever felt like even in your lowest moments, some part of you knew there was more? Like no matter how many times you questioned yourself, something deep down refused to fully surrender. That wasn't your ego. That wasn't your imagination. That was your essence fighting for air. That was your true identity refusing to die. Because chosen ones don't disappear, they re-emerge. And when you re-emerge with clarity, the ones who labeled you start to panic. Not just because you survived, but because you're no longer begging for belonging. You no longer shrink to fit rooms that don't deserve you. You no longer explain your light to those committed to misunderstanding it. That's when the enemy cries. Because the moment you accept your name, your true name, every lie they spoke over you loses power. You were never too much. You were always exactly enough for a mission too big for small minds to grasp. You were never hard to love. You were just too sacred for those who hadn't healed enough to love themselves. You were never broken. You were disrupted for a reason. And now that you know the truth, there's no going back. Because once a chosen one stops seeking their identity from the outside and accepts the divine blueprint within, the system breaks. Their hold breaks. Their illusion breaks. Everything breaks. So take back your name, not the one they gave you, but the one that resonates in your bones, the one that makes demons flinch and fake friends run, the one that doesn't beg to be understood, because it was never meant to be diluted for comfort. You are chosen, you are marked, you are seen, and now you are accepted. And that's what makes them cry. Number 2, they hid your power in plain sight. The best way to hide royalty is to convince it it's a servant. So listen, chosen one, they didn't bury your power underground. They buried it right in front of you, wrapped in shame, covered in labels, disguised as too much. The most dangerous part, you believed them, not because you were weak, but because from the very beginning, they taught you to see your gifts as flaws. And when you're trained to hate what makes you powerful, you become your own cage. Your empathy was called weakness. Your creativity was labeled distraction. Your sensitivity was mocked as fragility. Your vision was dismissed as delusion. Your insight was met with, "You think too much." But what they were really saying was, "We're afraid of what you might unlock if you ever trusted your own voice." They knew exactly what they were doing. The system never tried to remove your power. It just convinced you to hide it from yourself. Why? Because the greatest threat to control isn't force, it's remembrance. If you remember who you are, the game ends. So they flipped the mirror. They made you look at your divine wiring and call it a problem. Because if you believed your power was a burden, you'd never use it. Look back. How many times did they attack you right after you shined the brightest? How often did your confidence get labeled arrogance? How often did your deep thinking get shut down in favor of shallow noise? That wasn't coincidence. That was conditioning. They needed to clip your wings before you realized you could fly. It's a subtle, brutal kind of warfare, one that doesn't chain your hands, but poisons your perception. They trained you to police yourself, to self-reject, to see your brilliance through a lens of dysfunction. Not because you were broken, but because you were powerful enough to break the system itself. The best way to hide royalty is to convince it it's a servant. That's what they did. They gave you instructions designed for people who were never meant to lead. They taught you to wait your turn in a game you were sent to redefine. They told you to stay humble when what they really meant was stay silent. And the moment you began to unlearn those lies, you became dangerous. This is what happens to every chosen one. The world doesn't recognize your divinity, so it pathologizes it. And if it can't label it, it isolates it. But the truth, the fact that your essence made them uncomfortable, wasn't proof that you were broken. It was proof that you were built for more. Einstein was called slow. Joan of Arc was called possessed. Jesus was told he had a demon. Malcolm X was called a threat. Every one of them carried something sacred the system couldn't categorize. So instead of honoring it, the world tried to erase it. And they tried to do the same with you. You ever wonder why the things that make you you seem to cause the most friction? Why your intuition always stirred resistance? Why your passion was too loud, your questions too deep, your feelings too strong? It's because the energy you carry can't be molded. It can't be faked. It can't be copied. And that's exactly why they feared it. The system doesn't reward uniqueness, it punishes it. Because if too many people like you wake up and own their gifts, the illusion falls apart. That's why they never told you your vision was a gift. They never celebrated your insight. They never nurtured your intensity. Because they weren't preparing you to lead. They were trying to keep you in line. But here's the truth. What they shamed in you was sacred. What they dismissed was divine. What they silenced was spiritual. You were born with weapons the enemy hoped you'd never learn how to wield. But now, you're waking up. And once a chosen one reclaims the very things they were told to hide, their power becomes undeniable. You weren't meant to blend in. You were designed to break patterns. So take it all back. Every tear they called weakness, every instinct they mocked, every dream they said was too unrealistic. Take it back, because your power was never gone. It was just waiting for your permission. Waiting for the day you'd look at your reflection and say, this is not too much. This is exactly what it was always meant to be. And when you do that, when you own what they tried to bury, they cry. Because the only thing more terrifying than a chosen one rising is a chosen one accepting that they were never broken in the first place. Send the next one when you're ready. Let's keep the fire going. Number 3. They feed you shame so you never feel worthy. They broke you with guilt before you even knew who you were. Before you had the language to say no, before you had the strength to walk away, before you even knew who you were, they laced your soul with shame. And not the kind that teaches you right from wrong. The kind that makes you question if you even deserve to exist the way you are. That's the enemy's favorite weapon, shame. because guilt controls behavior, but shame controls identity. And once they have your identity, they don't need chains. They've got your mind. They didn't come at you with violence. They came with silence, with expectations, with sideways glances, with "what will people think?" with "good boys don't do that. Good girls don't say that. You're being dramatic. You're so selfish. You should be grateful. Don't talk back. Why aren't you more like?" Sound familiar? That was the programming, early, relentless, and targeted. They made you believe that being worthy was something you had to earn, perform for, fight for, and eventually bleed for. And that's how they trained you to forget your own worth. You were taught to connect love with obedience, value with silence, safety with suppression. The more you disappeared, the more you were praised. The more you gave up your truth, the more you were accepted. But deep inside, something started to die. Because you weren't born to shrink, you were born to shine. But every time you tried to speak, move, cry, feel, fight, question, they shamed you, until you started shaming yourself. That's the real trick. They didn't just make you feel bad, they made you feel wrong. They handed you shame and said, "This is who you are." But the shame was never yours. You inherited it. You absorbed it. You wore it like skin because they told you it belonged to you. But it didn't. It was projection. It was fear. It was control, disguised as culture, as religion, as love, as doing what's best for you. They broke you early because they were terrified of what you'd become if you ever believed you deserved more. The moment you say, "I deserve better," the enemy starts to panic. Not because you're demanding something from others, but because you've remembered something about yourself. That you were never created to beg for crumbs at tables you were meant to flip. That you were never meant to prove yourself to people who couldn't see your value if it screamed in their faces. That worth isn't something you have to hustle for. It's something you were born with. And the second that belief starts to settle in your spirit, the spell starts to break. This is why the system builds entire industries on your insecurity. Beauty, social media, fashion, toxic self-help, certain religions, broken family systems. They profit from your shame. Because a chosen one in shame is a chosen one in chains. As long as you question your worth, you'll never step fully into your authority. You'll keep playing small, dimming down, second-guessing, over-apologizing. You'll keep giving energy to things that drain you just to feel like you're enough. But when you realize that shame is a lie, when you throw it off like a filthy coat you were never meant to wear, the whole game flips. The enemy didn't need to destroy you. They just needed you to destroy yourself from the inside out. That's what shame does. It doesn't just silence your voice. It silences your permission to speak. It doesn't just lower your confidence. It replaces your identity with doubt. And that's why your liberation terrifies them. Because when you reject the shame, you start to accept the truth. And the truth is, you were powerful before you even knew what power was. Let me say it clearly. You do not owe your suffering to anyone's comfort. You do not have to earn rest. You do not have to qualify for peace. You do not need to perform for love or succeed to matter. You do not need to look a certain way, act a certain way, or conform to any mold to deserve everything you were born with. They told you otherwise because a chosen one who accepts their worth is uncontrollable. Look at every powerful soul who made history. They all had to shake off shame. Jesus was shamed for healing on the Sabbath. Joan of Arc was shamed for dressing like a man. Malcolm X was shamed for telling inconvenient truths. Frida Kahlo was shamed for being too raw, too broken, too real. They tried to shame the greatest, until the greatest decided not to carry it anymore. And that's your moment now. Because once you say, "This shame doesn't belong to me," everything shifts. The guilt you carried, it was never yours. The fear of being too much, it was theirs. The lie that you had to earn your place here, that was their curse, not your truth. You don't have to carry it anymore. You don't have to apologize for healing, for growing, for glowing, for walking away, for choosing yourself. Shame is a system, but your worth is a truth. And when truth meets shame, shame dies. They fed it to you to control you, but you're spitting it out. And when they see you walk with your head high, unchained by guilt, no longer haunted by their projections, they'll cry. Because the version of you they could control no longer exists. Number 4, they feared you would remember. They didn't need to destroy you. All they needed to do was make you forget. Forget your voice, forget your truth, forget your fire, forget your essence. That was the real war, not the one on your body, but the one on your memory. Because once a chosen one remembers who they are, the entire illusion begins to crack. You didn't just survive their attacks, you remembered. And that is what terrifies them. The enemy feared your awakening more than anything, not because you're loud, not because you're strong, but because once you remember who you really are, you no longer obey their rules. You no longer play their game. You no longer kneel at the feet of their opinions, their judgments, their expectations. You unplug. You stop being a pawn in their system. You stop chasing approval. You stop doubting your instincts. You stop looking outward for the truth that's always been living inside you. The moment you remember your essence, they lose control, because they never had power over your soul. They only had power over your forgetting. This is why your life felt like a battlefield, why it seemed like you were under constant attack. The chaos wasn't random. The trauma wasn't accidental. The heartbreaks, betrayals, losses and lies, they were all aimed at one thing: your memory. If they could keep you distracted, doubting, disoriented, they could keep you disconnected from your core. And as long as you were disconnected, you'd keep operating at half power. Or worse, use your power against yourself. Let's be real. How many times have you felt like something inside you was trying to speak, but you couldn't quite hear it? Like something ancient, something real, was buried under the noise, the conditioning, the pain. That wasn't fantasy. That was your truth knocking on the walls of your forgetting. That was your essence demanding to be remembered. Because even when they had you confused, you still had flashes of clarity. Even when they drowned you in shame, you still had moments of knowing. You still caught glimpses of your greatness in the quiet moments, in your dreams, in your resistance to their control. And that resistance, that wasn't rebellion. That was remembrance in disguise. You were never meant to be tame. You were never meant to be small. You were never meant to live numb and silenced and domesticated. That was the illusion they sold you, because they knew your true nature would dismantle the systems they built. So they fed you distractions. They filled your life with noise. They trained you to seek external validation instead of internal alignment. They told you to follow trends instead of trusting your vision. They told you to stay in line instead of honoring your own rhythm. And the entire time, your real self, the remembering you, was whispering from beneath it all, "This isn't who I am." That whisper, that spark that never died, that's what they feared. Because once you stop trying to be who they told you to be, and you remember who you actually are, you move differently. You speak with conviction. You see through manipulation. You stop apologizing for existing. You walk into rooms and change the energy without saying a word. You stop chasing love from those who can't even face themselves. You stop asking for permission in a world that only exists because of people like you waking up. They didn't fear your talent. They feared your awareness, because awareness makes you sovereign, and sovereignty doesn't comply. Here's the truth they didn't want you to know. They never broke you. They buried you. And what they thought was your defeat was actually your incubation. The pain didn't kill you, it forged you. And every scar you carry is now a roadmap back to who you've always been. They thought if they attacked you enough, you'd forget your power. But you didn't. You remembered. You remembered your strength, your uniqueness, your wisdom, your energy. You stopped trying to fit in and realized you were built to shift things, to wake others up just by existing in your truth, to break generational cycles just by refusing to play along. That kind of remembrance, it's contagious, and that's what scares them most. Because the moment one chosen one remembers, the others start waking up too. And you are the spark. You are the signal. You are the storm that reminds the world what power really looks like when it's unapologetically awake. So if you've been wondering why they tried so hard to erase you, why your life felt like a long battle just to find clarity, now you know. It was never about your failure. It was always about your memory. Because the moment you remember you're no longer a target, you become a threat. And when you remember, they cry, because they know there's no going back. Number 5, they tried to erase you through others. They sent people to finish what they couldn't do themselves. They couldn't break you directly, so they used the faces you trusted. Friends, lovers, family, mentors, people who knew your soft spots, your loyalty, your heart. They turned relationships into weapons, smiles into snares. They didn't need to destroy you with force. They just had to convince you that pain was love and betrayal was your fault. Because that's how the enemy works. When direct attacks fail, they switch to infiltration. The system knew it couldn't take your power head-on, so it poisoned the people close to you, whispered into their wounds, manipulated their fears, used them to access you. Not because they were evil, but because they were easier to reach than you were. And let's be real, you felt it. You just didn't want to believe it. You ignored your intuition. You made excuses for them. You silenced your gut when it screamed, "This isn't love. This is sabotage." You stayed loyal to people who were only sent to distract, drain, or delay you. But it wasn't your fault. You were targeted for one reason, because of your light, because you love hard, because you see potential in people even when they can't see it in themselves, because you carry a loyalty that's rare, a compassion that reaches deep, and a presence that heals even those who don't know they're bleeding. And they used that against you. They studied your heart like a blueprint. They knew if they couldn't get you through fear, they'd get you through love. They knew if they sent an enemy, you'd recognize it. But if they sent a friend, a soulmate, a parent, you'd let your guard down. That's how they slipped in. They didn't want to destroy your body. They wanted to corrupt your spirit. And what better way than betrayal? The worst wounds don't come from strangers. They come from those you never thought would hold the knife. That's why it cut so deep. That's why it took you so long to heal. Not because you were weak, but because you were targeted with precision. But now, you're starting to see it. It wasn't personal, it was strategic. They weren't just bad people. They were pawns, conscious or not, in a system that saw your awakening as a threat. And once you understand that, the bitterness starts to melt. Because now, you're not just healing, you're freeing yourself from a war you didn't start. You start to realize that the betrayals weren't reflections of your worth. They were reactions to your power. You think it's a coincidence that they pulled away the moment you got stronger, that they turned cold the moment you started setting boundaries, that they ghosted when you finally chose yourself. That's not random. That's design. They were never meant to stay. They were meant to test how much of yourself you'd be willing to lose to keep them. And you kept giving. You kept shrinking. You kept bleeding for people who wouldn't even hand you a bandage. But not anymore. Now you're seeing clearly. Now you're walking in discernment, not desperation. Now you're accepting what they tried to make you question, that you were never the problem. You were just too powerful to manipulate. That's what drove them mad. They couldn't control you, so they tried to confuse you. Couldn't silence you, so they distracted you. Couldn't weaken you, so they sent people to drain you until you collapsed. But you didn't collapse. You remembered. And now you're reclaiming every piece of yourself you gave away, trying to be loved, accepted, or understood by people who were never equipped to meet you there. And guess what? You still love. You still care. You still have your heart. But now it comes with boundaries, with awareness, with fire. Because the old you, the one who took betrayal as proof of unworthiness, that version is gone. The new you sees the pattern, sees the playbook, sees the strategy. And the moment you accept that they were sent, not meant, you finally take your power back. No more guilt, no more shame, no more asking, why me? You know why. You were dangerous. You still are. The most powerful thing you can do now isn't seek revenge. It's rise. Rise with clarity. Rise without bitterness. Rise knowing you passed the test. Because when you stop carrying the weight of other people's betrayal, your hands are finally free to build the life they tried to keep you from. You're no longer bound by the ghosts of your past. You're no longer stuck in cycles of pain trying to decode other people's darkness. You're done being the emotional sponge for energy you never created. You didn't just survive the sabotage. You outgrew the system that sent it. And now, as you rise untouched, unbothered, and unbreakable, they cry because they lost the only thing they ever had on you, access. Number 6. They mocked what they couldn't copy. They made fun of what they secretly worshipped. They never hated you. They hated that they could never be you. That's the part they'll never admit, the part that burns in silence when no one is watching. The truth is, they saw something in you they didn't understand, couldn't define, and definitely couldn't duplicate. So instead of honoring it, they mocked it. because that's what insecure spirits do when they're in the presence of something real. They laughed at your passion. They rolled their eyes at your ideas. They called you extra, too deep, too intense. They said you were trying too hard, doing too much, dreaming too big. But when the lights were off and nobody was looking, they were studying you, copying your moves, repeating your words, stealing your style, watering down your essence and wearing it like a mask, hoping no one would notice. But you noticed. And so did the universe. Because there's one thing they can never fake: origin. They didn't mock you because you were off track. They mocked you because you were on to something. Your presence triggered something in them, a reminder of what they could never access. You made them feel small, not because you tried to, but because your authenticity exposed their performance. And in a world full of imitation, nothing is more threatening than someone who shows up exactly as they are. You ever notice how the people who criticized you the most suddenly started sounding like you, dressing like you, adopting your energy, your mindset, your language? That's not coincidence. That's envy wearing a costume. They tried to break you first, but when they couldn't, they tried to be you. And that's the most silent form of flattery, the kind that doesn't clap for you, but steals from you in the dark. But here's the catch. No matter how much they imitate, they can never carry what you carry. You're not just a vibe, you're a blueprint. You're the source, not the copy. You move from a place that isn't learned, it's wired. They can study your flow all they want, but they'll always be one step behind, because you're not creating from the surface, you're channeling from the core. That's what drives them mad. You're not trying, you just are. They put on a show, you live in your truth. They seek applause, you move in alignment. And no matter how much they try to mimic, it doesn't hit the same. Because what's real will always outshine what's manufactured. But don't let it harden you. Don't let their mockery turn into bitterness. Let it remind you who you are. Because the moment you recognize that you were never the joke, you were the inspiration, you stop seeking validation from people who secretly want to be in your position. And that's when they lose the last bit of power they had. See, they thrived when you were unsure, when you doubted yourself, when their laughter made you question your voice, when their side eyes made you shrink. That's when they had a grip. But when you rise with full confidence, when you own that you're the original, that you're not here to be liked, understood, or copied, you become untouchable. Not because you're trying to prove anything, but because you've accepted everything they tried to deny. They wanted your magic without your struggle, your results without your work, your light without your shadows. But it doesn't work that way. What you carry is the result of battles they'll never understand. Late nights, internal wars, silent tears, spiritual breakthroughs. You earned this frequency. You didn't just arrive here. You fought to be this free. So let them mimic, let them study, let them talk. Because when the dust settles and the masks fall and the noise fades, there you are, still standing, still shining, still you. The original, the source, the storm they couldn't clone. And the more you rise, the more their imitation looks hollow. Their rehearsed energy can't match your presence. Their borrowed words don't carry your weight. And no matter how many versions they produce, the world always knows when it's not you. So accept it, own it, embody it. You don't need to defend your uniqueness to those who secretly want to steal it. You don't owe explanations to echoes, because the moment you accept that no one can replace you, that you are the blueprint, something in them breaks. Their ego dies a quiet death, and behind their smirks and sarcasm, they cry. Number 7. They feared your silence and your voice even more. The moment you speak, the spell breaks. They didn't just want you to be quiet, they needed it. Your silence was never about peace, it was about control. Because as long as you stayed quiet, they could keep rewriting the story. As long as you stayed silent, they had time to shape the narrative, twist the truth, and spread their version of who you are. But the second you speak, the illusion shatters, the spell breaks. The world begins to hear what they tried so hard to silence. From day one, they conditioned you to internalize. Don't make it a big deal. Be the bigger person. Keep it between us. You're being dramatic. These weren't suggestions. They were commands, disguised as advice. Because if they could make you feel guilty for speaking up, they could control the outcome of everything. And that's exactly what they did. They trained you to carry the weight of their actions in silence. You bit your tongue. You second-guessed yourself. You rewrote your own memories just to avoid conflict. They built a cage inside your throat. And every time you wanted to scream, they reminded you to stay composed. But now you're learning the truth. They didn't fear your anger. They feared your clarity. They feared your voice because your voice is connected to power. And power that speaks truth. That's unstoppable. You see, silence isn't always peaceful. Sometimes it's prison. And for chosen ones like you, that silence was never protection. It was suppression. They knew that once you found the courage to speak, you wouldn't just set yourself free. You'd start setting others free too. Because your truth carries weight. Your voice wakes people up. Your perspective disrupts the script. That's what makes it dangerous. That's why they tried so hard to keep you quiet. Not just in what you said, but in how you thought. They wanted you to second-guess your instincts, to suppress your questions, to edit yourself before you ever even opened your mouth. But guess what? You're done shrinking. You're done whispering. You're done carrying secrets that were never yours to keep. You've seen too much, felt too much, lived through too much to keep pretending everything's okay. And now your silence is over. You're speaking with a voice that's been purified in fire, sharpened by betrayal, and refined by resilience. And that voice, it can't be stopped. Because when a chosen one finally speaks, the system starts to tremble. Your words aren't just words. They are truth wrapped in authority. They are mirrors that force people to face themselves. They are medicine to those still in the dark. And most of all, they are threats to those who built power on lies. That's why they call you too honest. That's why they say you're too intense, or too emotional, or too much. Because your words don't come from the surface. They come from the core. And the truth at your core? It's destructive to everything false around you. Let's be real. They didn't silence you because you were wrong. They silenced you because you were right. And they knew if you ever realized just how powerful your voice truly is, their influence would disintegrate. So speak. Speak even if your voice shakes. Speak even if they roll their eyes. Speak even if they pretend not to hear you. Speak, not because they're ready to listen, but because you're ready to be free. Every word you speak in truth is a hammer to the chains they tried to bind you with. Every sentence is a torch in a room full of shadows. Every truth you tell reclaims space that was taken from you. This is your permission. No more apologies, no more shrinking, no more being polite at your own expense. Your silence protected their lies for too long. Now your voice will destroy them. And when you speak, not with anger, but with truth, not to get revenge, but to reveal, not for attention, but for liberation, they will hear it, and they will know. The version of you they kept quiet is gone. The one who speaks now, that's the real you, the version they always feared would rise. Because your voice doesn't just challenge the narrative, it replaces it. And no matter how many lies they tell, how much denial they live in, how many distractions they throw at you, truth has a sound, and once it's spoken, it can't be unheard. So let them scramble, let them sweat, let them panic behind their fake confidence and empty words, because you've broken the silence. And now they cry, because they know what comes next. Your voice becomes a revolution. Number 8, they used time to wear you down. Delay was their deadliest weapon. They didn't have to stop you, they just had to slow you down. They whispered, "Not yet," every time you were about to move. "You're not ready," every time you felt the spark. They wrapped hesitation in logic, fear in false wisdom, and made you believe that waiting was growth. But that wasn't patience. That was poison. Every delay was a calculated trap, not to protect you, but to drain you. Because momentum is power, and power terrifies those who built systems to keep you stagnant. They knew the longer you hesitated, the harder it would be to remember why you started in the first place. But now you see it. You see the truth behind their lies. You feel the urgency in your bones. You know the time is now, not next week, not when you're more polished, not when they finally approve. Now. And when you move now, without apology, without fear, without delay, every chain they placed on you breaks. Because the moment you stop waiting for permission and start walking in purpose, their game is over. And when they realize they can't stall you anymore, they cry. Number 9, they feared the day you stopped apologizing. They feared the day you stopped apologizing. They were never afraid of your mistakes. They were afraid of the moment you stopped apologizing for being powerful. Every time you dimmed your light to make them comfortable, they won. Every time you said sorry for your standards, your boundaries, your brilliance, they gained ground. They needed you to shrink, to second guess, to over-explain your existence just so they could feel secure in theirs. You apologized for being too loud, too bold, too ambitious, too emotional, when in reality you were just too real for their shallow world. They taught you to associate strength with guilt and confidence with arrogance, because a chosen one who owns their power unapologetically is untouchable. But now, you've stopped saying sorry, you've stopped seeking approval, you've stopped handing out disclaimers for walking in your truth, and that terrifies them, because now you take up space, you speak without shrinking, you move without permission, and when you do that, everything they built on your silence starts to fall apart. You're not sorry for evolving. You're not sorry for outgrowing the old version of yourself. And when they see that, when they realize you're done apologizing for who you are, they don't just panic, they cry. And now you see it, clearly, fully, unapologetically. every delay, every betrayal, every moment of doubt was part of their plan to keep you asleep. But you're not asleep anymore. You remember. You own it. And now, they're watching the one they tried to erase become the force they can no longer ignore. If this message hit your soul, don't let it stop here. Like, subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments to let the enemy know you've woken up. Share this with someone else who needs to hear it. Because the more of us rise, the faster their time runs out. The stars never ask permission to shine. They burn, regardless of who's blinded by the light. They thought they could dim you, that if they whispered just loud enough or threw enough shade, you'd shrink, disappear, maybe even break. But what they didn't realize is, when you're chosen, it's not you they're fighting. It's the force that chose you. And that force doesn't play fair. It doesn't forget. It responds. If you've made it this far, stop what you're doing. Like this video, subscribe, and hit the bell. Why? Because every time a chosen one finds this message, it signals to the universe and to YouTube that we're waking up. And once we're connected, nothing can stop what's coming next. This isn't just content. It's a calling. What started as a joke, a little envy here, a little gossip there, has now become a full-blown war zone. The ones who used to cheer for you, look again. Their claps turned into clenched fists, their praise into silence. Some of them still smile in your face, but behind the scenes, they're praying you fall. Or worse, trying to push you off the edge themselves. But here's the truth. They never had a problem with you. They had a problem with your energy, with your alignment, with the way the universe moved things, people, opportunities, even protection, just to keep you standing. And the craziest part? You still thought you were alone. You dared to think your light was just a flicker. You questioned your path, wondering if maybe they were right, if maybe you were the problem. But nah. The only problem was that the universe whispered your name when no one else saw your worth. It picked you, pulled you out, marked you. And when the universe chooses, it doesn't explain. It doesn't wait for votes. It doesn't need approval. They don't understand that your rise is not ego. It's evidence. Evidence that some people are built different, wired with a spirit that doesn't break, a soul that doesn't flinch, a presence that makes the wrong people nervous. Why? Because your light reminds them of what they buried in themselves. You became the mirror, and mirrors don't lie. Now they call it arrogance when you speak confidently. They say you're too much when you finally set boundaries. They label you the villain just because you stopped letting them play in your face. But every attack they send your way, boomerangs. Because you're not standing alone, you're standing backed by forces they can't comprehend. You were chosen, not for comfort, but for chaos, for the kind of transformation that shakes foundations. And the people who once walked with you, some had to fall off, not because you're better, but because you outgrew the role they wanted you to play. This is the part where everything turns, where silence gets loud, where enemies start slipping on the very traps they set for you. And guess what? You don't have to lift a finger. When you're chosen, the universe is petty on your behalf. It handles the ones who thought you were easy prey. So to the ones watching, waiting for you to fall, be careful. You're not dealing with a person. You're dealing with purpose, and purpose doesn't miss. You weren't made to blend in. You were built to shake the room. So stop shrinking, stop second-guessing the pressure you feel. That's just your next level knocking. Stand up, speak up, and remember, they're not mad at you. They're mad the universe won't stop blessing you. Let them be mad. You've got work to do. Before we go any further, if you're really one of the chosen, prove it. Drop the number 11 in the comments if you've felt that shift. The moment when love turned to side eyes, when support turned into silence. If your very presence started splitting crowds and breaking fake alliances, you know what this is. You didn't cause the chaos, but your energy exposed it. The jump was never about fists. It was about fear. Fear of your rise. Fear of your light. So if you're still here, lean in, because what's coming next, only the real ones will be able to handle it. Let's begin. Number 1. When the tables turn, some chairs break. You didn't break the system, you exposed it, and now it's panicking. They thought this was going to be easy. A takedown, a clean sweep. Like if they circled around you tight enough, talked loud enough, pointed fingers fast enough, you'd collapse under the weight of the noise. But here's what they never understood. Chosen ones don't fall like regular people. We fall up, we rise through. And when we rise, it's not just us getting up, it's the entire universe standing with us. They sat at tables plotting your fall, not realizing that the universe was listening, that every whispered lie, every fake smile, every move made in secret was being recorded by something bigger than all of them combined. They weren't just playing with your name, they were playing with alignment, with universal law, and that doesn't go unpunished. They once stood united, a little army of pretenders, their bond fueled by hate, their mission simple: paint you as the threat, the problem, the one who didn't belong. They shared stories and screenshots, misquoted you, twisted your truth until it became unrecognizable. You became the villain in a story you never even wrote. But here's the part they didn't expect, the plot twist they never saw coming. The universe doesn't sit back when one of its chosen is under attack. It watches, it waits, then it strikes. See, they didn't know that being chosen isn't about titles or clout. It's about purpose. And purpose always protects its carrier. You can't destroy what's divinely designed. You can hate on it. You can try to delay it. But you can't stop it. Let this sink in. They didn't just come for you. They picked a fight with something eternal. Something rooted in truth, in order, in balance. And when people try to manipulate energy that doesn't belong to them, the fallout is brutal. Because now, the same circle that once laughed together, it's cracking, turning on each other. Why? Because the energy they summoned can't be controlled. It backfired. And now, someone's about to get jumped. Their alliances were built on ego, not authenticity. And ego can't hold a group together for long. When there's no love, no truth, no real unity, things fall apart, fast. And you, chosen one, don't even think about feeling bad for them. You gave chances. You stayed silent when you could have exposed everything. You took the high road when the low one would have been easier. You kept peace in rooms that were built to explode. But no more. You're not in hiding anymore. This is your rise. Now let's address something real. Maybe you doubted yourself. Maybe you looked around and wondered, am I really chosen? If I was, why does it hurt so much? Why do I feel so alone? But that pain, that isolation, that was proof. The universe isolates before it elevates. You weren't being punished, you were being positioned. You had to be pulled away from the noise so you could hear yourself again, so you could hear the truth. You are not crazy. You are not weak. You are not the villain. You were the threat, because you were the truth. And truth is dangerous to people who build their lives on lies. Listen closely. The universe didn't choose you because you're perfect. It chose you because you're aligned, because you carry something pure in a world that profits off fake, because your very existence challenges the comfortable illusions they built around themselves. That's why they attacked. Not because you did something wrong, but because you existed too loudly, too freely, too real. And that kind of authenticity, it scares people who are still wearing masks. Now they're breaking, not because you touched them, but because you didn't flinch when they tried to break you. The way you stayed silent, moved smart, healed in private. That's what's haunting them now. That's what's flipping the tables. They underestimated the power of restraint, of not clapping back, of letting the universe handle what your hands didn't need to touch. And now, the very energy they summoned against you is eating them from the inside. They're arguing, backstabbing, exposing each other without even realizing it. Because when you're chosen, your enemies can't agree on how to defeat you, because they were never aligned to begin with. Let's be clear about something. You are not here for revenge. You are not here for petty payback. You are here to witness, to watch the universe set things right. Your only job: keep glowing, keep growing, keep rising. But don't forget this. The very moment you thought you were alone, the universe was moving mountains for you. Conversations were being had in rooms you hadn't entered yet. Doors were opening behind the scenes. And the people who laughed at your pain, they're about to choke on the silence that follows your success. Stop doubting the path. Stop questioning your light. It was never about being liked. It was about being aligned. So next time you feel that ache in your chest, that loneliness that creeps in, that urge to go back and explain yourself, don't. The people who turned on you were never your people. They were just part of the lesson, not the destination. Chosen ones don't explain, they evolve. And while they're busy watching you, waiting for a slip-up, you keep building. Keep walking with your head high, because now they see it. The glow they tried to bury, the strength they tried to break, the force they never understood until it was too late. They tried to play chess with the universe and forgot. The universe built the board. So let the tables turn, let the chairs break, let the masks fall. You're not in the storm anymore. You are the storm. Number 2. When the masks crack, truth starts leaking. They thought the game was over once they pushed you out. That silence meant surrender, that your absence was a win. But what they didn't see coming was fracture from within. You weren't the glue holding them together. You were the pressure that revealed their cracks. And now, everything they built on lies, gossip, and ego is starting to collapse in slow motion. The masks are slipping, and there's no rewinding it. The same people who high-fived each other after tearing your name down are now side-eyeing each other in the dark. Paranoia is a parasite, and it's eating away at every fake alliance they once celebrated. They're not sure who to trust anymore, not because you did anything, but because they did. Because betrayal breeds more betrayal. That's the curse of turning on someone who never wronged you. The guilt starts to rot the whole foundation. Now they're looking at each other like enemies. Who was the one that started the rumor? Who twisted the truth just enough to light the fire? Who went behind the scenes, pretending to hate you publicly, but secretly admiring you when no one was watching? Questions are spreading like wildfire, and the silence is loud. They don't talk the same. They don't laugh the same. Their energy shifted. You can feel it from a distance. They got what they wanted. Your name dragged, your presence removed. But peace never followed. Because the peace wasn't broken by you. It was never about you. It was about the lies they told themselves just to feel important in your shadow. See, you weren't their enemy. You were their mirror. And that's what made you dangerous. Every time you walked into a room, your light exposed what they tried to hide. Their envy, their insecurity, their desperation to be seen, to be validated, to feel like they mattered, but only by tearing someone else down. You made them uncomfortable without trying. You reminded them of the work they refused to do, of the power they gave up chasing the crowd. And now that you're no longer the target, they have nothing left to throw their hate at, so they turn on each other, because the darkness needs a host, and without someone else to attack, they're forced to look inward. They don't like what they see. They see the roles they played, the lies they told, the fake apologies they rehearsed in private, just in case things ever came to light. But light doesn't wait for permission. It shows up, it exposes, and you were the flashlight in the room they wanted to keep dark forever. Now, their truths are leaking, their secrets are backfiring. The ones who acted like leaders are being questioned. The ones who stayed silent are being accused. And no one knows who to trust. The community they once weaponized is now unraveling thread by thread, because the core of it was never unity. It was never loyalty. It was hate in disguise. And hate can't hold anything together for long. Here's the part they'll never admit out loud. They miss you, not because they loved you, but because without you, the mask had no purpose. You gave their ego something to perform against. Now, the stage is empty. The applause is gone. The audience scattered. And all that's left are whispers of a war that no longer feeds them. But don't you dare come back to fix what they broke. Don't you dare water a garden that tried to bury you like a seed, thinking you'd stay underground. You sprouted without them. You grew without their support. You glowed even when no one was clapping, because you weren't built on attention. You were built on alignment. And now, as their world unravels, remember this. They lost the moment they turned on truth. They lost when they traded authenticity for acceptance. When they sold out their own peace just to play a role in a script they didn't even write. You were the truth. You were the test. And they failed loudly. So let them crumble. Let the chaos eat them alive. You're not their enemy. You never were. You were the light that forced them to look at themselves. And now, the mirror's cracked, and there's no turning back. Number 3. When the glue was hate, the break was inevitable. They were never a real squad, never a true tribe, just a group of shadows orbiting the same flame of hate, you. Their loyalty was never to each other, it was to the drama, to the whispers, to the chance to be seen as part of something, even if that something was rotten at its core. You were the thread they wove their fake unity around, the common enemy, the reason they locked arms in public while side-eyeing each other in private. But now that you've removed yourself from the chaos, that thread has snapped. And with it, so did their illusion. Everything they pretended to be, family, community, team, is caving in like a house built on sand. Because the truth is, they never liked each other. Not really. They just found comfort in being against you. Your name gave them purpose. Your downfall was their rally cry. But once that mission failed, once you didn't fall, once you didn't react, once you rose in silence, there was nothing left to unify them. And without you at the center of their hatred, they were forced to face the empty bonds between them. Now, it's a war zone behind the curtain. The ones who called each other sister and brother are now side-charging each other with fake receipts and passive-aggressive posts. The very same manipulation tactics they used on you, now they're using it on each other. Smiling while they set traps, laughing while they twist knives. And the most poetic part? Every single move they're making now was taught to them by their own hatred. The game they created turned on its creators. They crafted their identities around lies, around being better than you, around fake virtue, around pretending they were a unit while secretly eyeing each other's position. But illusions don't hold under pressure. And now the pressure is on. Now that you're gone, the spotlight's turned inward, and it's not flattering. The manipulators are manipulating each other. The liars are calling each other out for lying. The energy they once projected onto you has boomeranged straight back into their own circle. And because none of it was real, there's no foundation to catch the fall. The collapse is loud, messy, public, desperate. They built their tower with stolen bricks, stories that weren't true, roles that weren't earned, alliances that were never genuine. And now, every level is crumbling under the weight of its own fraud. It's the karma of false unity. When the common target is gone, the masks come off, and the wolves turn on each other. And you're watching it unfold without lifting a finger. You don't have to throw shade. The sun's already exposing everything. You don't have to clap back. The echoes of their own deception are doing the work for you. Because when you're chosen, your enemies eventually destroy themselves. Not with fire from you, but with the same fire they used trying to burn you. What they forgot is this: real unity is built on truth, on respect, on something sacred. You can't fake that. You can't pretend it into existence. And when you try, it collapses every single time. They lost focus. They became so obsessed with dimming your light, they didn't realize their own circle was growing darker. So while they spent their energy scheming, you spent yours evolving. They were talking, you were working. They were watching, you were becoming. And now, you're elevated, you're glowing. You're no longer in the same atmosphere they once tried to drag you through. Meanwhile, their community has split into factions, mini echo chambers of ego, bitterness, and paranoia. It's like watching a crumbling empire where every soldier thinks they should be king, and nobody trusts anyone because none of them were ever real in the first place. Let this be a reminder: hate is a terrible glue. It doesn't last. It doesn't bond. It just sticks long enough to do damage, then dissolves, leaving everyone broken. They thought they could build a kingdom on your name. Now they can't even speak it without choking on regret. You were the center without even trying. And now, with you gone, their fake empire is fading fast. Because you weren't just a target, you were the light they pretended not to need. Let them fall. Let them fight. Let them feel the emptiness they tried to hand to you. Because at the end of the day, the collapse isn't your fault. It's the cost of building unity on hate. Number 4. When the target disappears, the daggers turn inward. You were the distraction, the decoy, the scapegoat they all agreed to hate so they wouldn't have to face each other or themselves. But now that you've stepped away, refused to play the villain in their poorly written drama, something wild is happening. The script is falling apart. The actors are off cue. And suddenly, everyone's watching their backs. Because when there's no one left to attack, they turn on each other. It started subtly. A strange silence, a missed text, a weird vibe that didn't used to be there. But now, the energy has shifted completely. Cold stares, short answers, secret alliances forming in the background. It's no longer us versus you. It's me versus whoever blinks first. The same people who once laughed together at your pain, stood side by side in their little echo chamber of gossip, are now side-eyeing each other with suspicion. Why? Because the trust was never real. It was just a shared thirst for your downfall. And once that thirst dried up, all that remained was paranoia. They wanted chaos, and now they're drowning in it. What happens when the bond was never built on love, loyalty, or truth? It collapses under pressure, and that's what you're witnessing now. A slow implosion, not because you retaliated, but because you removed yourself. Because you let them burn their own bridge without lifting a finger. See, when people gather in darkness, they need a light to blame. You were that light, too bright, too real, too chosen. And while they pretended to be united in purpose, the reality is they were all just waiting for their own moment to rise. Their own shot at power. The fake loyalty was always just temporary survival. Now the whispers are louder than the laughter ever was. Did you hear what she said about you? He was never really with us. She's been texting the ops the whole time. Watch your back. It's all unraveling. The betrayal is no longer subtle. It's leaking. Secrets are slipping from lips that once vowed to stay silent. Stories are surfacing. Screenshots are being passed around. Fake alliances are being exposed for exactly what they were. Just fear wearing a friendly face. And someone, somewhere in their little circle of control and chaos, spilled too much truth. Maybe it was intentional. Maybe it was guilt. Maybe someone finally saw through the fog and realized they were part of something sick. Either way, the result is the same. Panic. Now everyone's on edge. The ones who once stood shoulder to shoulder are glancing over those very shoulders, wondering who's about to strike first. It's not about you anymore. You're not even in the equation. This is about survival. They're not fighting you. They're fighting to keep their reputations intact, their lies hidden, their fake status alive. But it's too late. The damage is done. The rot has reached the roots. And the irony. They did this to themselves. You didn't have to clap back. You didn't have to expose anyone. All you had to do was leave. And when you did, the mask started melting. Because you were the glue holding their performance together. The one thing they all agreed to hate so they could avoid hating themselves or each other. But now the stage is empty. And the actors are turning on each other in real time. Watching, waiting, plotting, crumbling. There's no honor among snakes, no loyalty in circles built on envy. And when the light is gone, darkness starts fighting itself. So let them. Let them destroy what they tried to build with your name. Let them drown in the chaos they tried to hand to you. Let them wonder who's next to betray, to spill, to crumble. You're no longer in the fire. They are the fire. And now they're finally starting to feel the heat. Number 5. The lies are louder now, and someone just slipped. What was once a tight-knit circle now feels like a ticking time bomb. Every second louder, every heartbeat heavier. These weren't just friendships. These were alliances built for war. They laughed together, whispered in corners together, moved like a single shadow. But now, that shadow is fractured. The loyalty that once bound them is bleeding out beneath the weight of secrets. The fall didn't start with a scream. It started with a whisper, a conversation that went a little too far, a side comment that landed in the wrong ears, a look that lingered a second too long. And just like that, the cracks began to show. Because the truth, they never trusted each other. Not really. They bonded over hate, not honor. And hate doesn't hold when fear sets in. Now, best friends are turning into sworn enemies. Confidants have become competitors. Every room is a battlefield, every conversation a trap. The same ones who stood together against you. They're now meeting behind closed doors, cutting secret deals, preparing to sacrifice each other just to save themselves. They can feel it. Something's coming. The energy shifted. The room is colder now, heavier. Office. They don't know when it will happen or how, but they know it's close. And none of them want to be the one that takes the hit. So now, it's every snake for themselves. Old alliances are cracking like glass. Whispers are flying like knives. New friendships are forming, not out of loyalty, but out of strategy. The shift is so loud, you can hear it in the silence between them. They once thought they were untouchable, that their lies were too buried, their stories too tightly controlled, that nobody would ever connect the dots. But now, the paranoia has set in, and it's brutal. Every smile feels fake. Every "you good" sounds like a setup. Eyes are watching from all angles. The same walls they used to whisper behind are now echoing their secrets louder than ever before. And in the back of their minds, the questions are creeping in. Did she hear what I said? Does he know what I did? Who's about to sell me out? It's a psychological war now. They're playing chess with each other in real time, bluffing, folding, pretending to be fine while quietly prepping for betrayal. The fear is eating them alive because they know what they did. They remember the lies they told, the dirt they helped spread, the plans they made behind your back. And now that same energy is knocking on their door. Every day, the tension gets thicker. Every text left on read feels like a death sentence. Every shift in tone feels like the beginning of an ending. And just when they think they can keep the act going, it happens. One falls. One of them gets exposed. Maybe it's a message leaked, a voice note forwarded, a confrontation caught on camera. Whatever it is, it's loud. There's no denying it, no explaining it away. The mask drops, and the fall is ugly. Panic ripples through the circle like a virus. If one person cracked, who's next? Who's still holding secrets? Who's already talking to someone outside the circle? Suddenly, it's not about damage control. It's about self-preservation. Now they're scrambling, cutting ties, ghosting each other, shifting blame, rewriting history in real time. They don't care about loyalty anymore. They just want to be the one who escapes the fallout. But there is no escape. Because once the fall begins, the rest is inevitable. These aren't isolated incidents. This is a chain reaction. What they built on manipulation and ego is collapsing with them inside it. And the most ironic part? They thought they were safe because they had numbers. But numbers don't matter when no one's honest. When everyone's lying, nobody knows who to trust. And when everyone's scared, someone always slips first. So now, the game they played so proudly, the one where your name was the target, is playing them, one by one. And you're just watching it unfold. No revenge, no payback, just presence. Because when you're chosen, the universe doesn't need your hands to fight your battles. It lets the guilty bury themselves with the same shovel they once tried to hand to you. Number 6. The match that burned the whole room. Every storm has a trigger, every collapse a crack, and betrayal. It always begins with one. Not the loudest, not the boldest. No, it's usually the one you least expect. The quiet one in the back, the one who nodded along, laughed at the right moments, played both sides just well enough to blend in. But when the walls started closing in and the heat got too real, they panicked. Maybe they were scared. Maybe they felt cornered. Maybe they saw the fall coming and thought, let me flip the script before it flips me. Whatever the reason, the outcome is the same. Someone talked. And when they did, it wasn't a whisper. It was a confession with consequences. They spilled everything. Conversations that were supposed to stay locked inside four walls, exposed. Screenshots, names, voice notes. Nothing was safe. They didn't just speak, they unloaded. Not to clear their conscience, but to save their skin. They threw names into the fire like sacrifices, hoping the flames would spare them. But here's the catch with betrayal. It doesn't save you. It marks you. Because once someone breaks the silence, the entire structure starts shaking. Trust, already thin, snaps. Paranoia floods every corner. Everyone looks at each other with new eyes. Were you talking too? Did you know this was coming? Are you next? The air gets toxic. The temperature drops. Loyalty becomes a myth. Now it's war. And not the kind with shouting matches and online drama. This is colder, sharper, strategic, silent knives, shadow moves. Every person for themselves. The circle they built to come for you. It's eating itself now. The energy they used to tear you down is now tearing them apart. Because they never had real unity. They had shared targets. And when the target disappeared, their alliance lost purpose. You were the glue, and they didn't even realize it. Now, they're trying to plug leaks in a ship that's already underwater. They're patching holes with lies, scrambling for explanations, rewriting stories in real time. But it's too late. The betrayal wasn't a slow leak. It was a grenade. One person panicked and detonated everything. And the irony, the one who talked thought they were being clever, strategic, that throwing others under the bus would buy them time, favor, safety. But what they really did was shine a spotlight on the entire circle. Because once one person starts talking, everyone becomes a suspect. Now they're all being watched. They used to say, "We're family." Now they say, "Who's next?" Nobody is sleeping well. Nobody is trusting fully. Every message is read 3 times before it's sent. Every interaction feels like a trap. They smile, but their eyes scan the room. They agree, but their backs are braced. Because now, the game has changed. It's not about loyalty anymore. It's about survival. They've turned on each other fully, and it's only getting worse. Private messages are being forwarded. Secret group chats are being exposed. Past conversations are being used like weapons. Everyone's building their defense case. Everyone's talking to someone behind someone else's back. It's chaos disguised as strategy. And you don't even have to say a word. Because this isn't your fight. You're just the reason the truth couldn't hide anymore. You were the pressure that revealed their cracks, the presence that exposed their performance. You were the trigger, not because you did anything, but because you existed, because your light was too pure, too undeniable. And people who live in shadows can't stand that kind of exposure. So now, let it burn. Let the betrayal play out exactly as it was destined to. Let them watch their false empire turn to ash. The very person who betrayed you first is now getting a taste of betrayal from within. That's karma. That's balance. That's the universe correcting what was crooked. This was never just a fallout. It's a reckoning. They lit the fire to burn you out of the picture, but instead they set their whole house on fire. And now they're all stuck inside, pointing fingers as the walls cave in. That's the cost of fake unity. That's the price of disloyalty. One match, one mouth, one moment of betrayal, and everything burns. Number 7. The storm they called is finally here. At first, some of them still tried to keep the mask on, tried to smile like nothing was falling apart, kept posting like the circle was still solid, like the cracks weren't growing deeper with every passing hour. But you can only hold up a facade for so long when the walls are collapsing in real time. It's too late now. The damage is done, and it's irreversible. What started as whispers has become war cries. The very people who led the charge to bring you down are now running from the mess they made. No longer celebrated, no longer protected. They're being hunted within the very group they thought they controlled. Because once betrayal enters the room, it never leaves quietly. It eats, it infects. And now it's infected everything. Their so-called unity was never made of trust. It was made of shared delusion. And that illusion shattered. The truth is floating in the air like thick smoke, hard to ignore, impossible to breathe. Nobody knows who to trust. Nobody knows who's already flipped. Everyone's watching their back, checking their phone, replaying conversations, wondering what they said, who they said it to, and how far it's traveled. The fallout is full-scale, loud, ruthless, and getting uglier by the second. You can feel the tension before you even see it. It's in the body language, the sudden silences, the fake "we good" messages that carry desperation instead of peace. Behind the scenes, alliances are shifting faster than they can keep track. People are flipping sides. Snakes are shedding old skins, pretending to be clean. But the venom is still in their fangs. And above all of it, one thing hangs in the air like a storm cloud ready to split. Someone is about to get jumped. Not always in fists, but the attack is coming. It might be physical, might be digital, might be spiritual, doesn't matter. The energy is the same. Someone has to pay for what happened. The group needs a sacrifice, a scapegoat, someone to blame so they can pretend the problem isn't all of them. Maybe it's the one who ran their mouth too much, thinking they were untouchable. Maybe it's the one who got caught lying, finally exposed for twisting truths in every direction. Maybe it's the one who stirred the pot the hardest, only to realize they were never as protected as they thought. They were just the most expendable. And when it happens, the shift will be brutal. They'll act shocked, say they didn't see it coming, but deep down, everyone feels it. Everyone knows who's vulnerable, who's next, who the circle will cannibalize just to delay their own collapse. This isn't about justice. This is about fear. They're scrambling to maintain power in a structure that's already caved in. They think if they throw one person to the wolves, they'll be spared. But the wolves are starving now, and they remember every lie, every manipulation, every role everyone played. No one is innocent. No one is clean. And no one is safe. You, though, you're untouched and unbothered, watching from the outside like someone who escaped the fire and now hears it crackling behind them. You didn't have to raise your voice. You didn't have to plot your revenge. The universe is handling all of it for you. This is what happens when people build power on false ground, when they craft kingdoms from gossip and ego, when they chase clout by crucifying truth. Eventually, it always turns on them, and now it has. Their downfall is a domino effect. One falls, and the rest panic. One secret leaks, and 10 more pour out. One betrayal gets exposed, and suddenly everyone's confessing, not out of guilt, but out of fear that they'll be next. It's a race to save face in a system that has no more room for survival. And the irony? The ones who screamed the loudest are the ones falling the hardest. They called for chaos. Now, chaos is calling them by name. This is the consequence of trying to destroy what was divinely protected, of playing games with energy they never understood, of turning on someone chosen, thinking the universe would stay silent. But the universe was only waiting for the right moment. And now, that moment has arrived, and it's devouring everything. Number 8. When truth floods the room, only liars drown. They didn't think it would come to this. They thought the lies would hold, that if they kept the story tight, deleted a few messages, blocked the right people, and distanced themselves at just the right time, they'd escape clean. But truth doesn't vanish when you hit delete. It waits, it watches, and eventually it spills. And when it spills, it doesn't whisper, it roars. Now they're scrambling. Some are moving like ghosts, erasing digital fingerprints, unsending messages, clearing chats, wiping their phones like that'll wash the guilt off their hands. Others are rewriting the narrative completely, spinning new lies to cover the old ones, trying to slide into the background like they were never involved. But it's too late. Way too late. The truth is out. It's out and ravenous. And the first ones it devours are always the ones who thought they were safe. The ones who orchestrated the chaos, sat smug behind fake smiles, thinking no one would ever trace it back to them. Now, their names are in mouths. Their moves are being dissected. The spotlight they used to crave is now scorching them under its heat. And the real unraveling begins when the weakest link breaks. You know the one. The person who was always just a little quieter, always nodding along, but never leading the charge. Maybe they weren't the villain, but they knew what was happening. They laughed. They co-signed. They kept the secrets. But guilt is a heavy thing, and fear even heavier. So when the pressure gets too real, they talk, not a little, not vague hints, not cryptic posts, full confessions, full exposure, full truth. And when that dam breaks, it floods everything. Names, dates, screenshots, voice notes. The whole timeline of manipulation gets dumped into the light. And what happens next? Pure chaos. They start turning on each other immediately. People who once linked arms are now throwing each other under the bus so fast, it's like a sport. I didn't know she was doing that. He told me something different. I was just following orders. I was trying to protect myself. It's a feeding frenzy of desperation, because the moment one person breaks the silence, the rest realize how vulnerable they really are. The lies they stood on are now quicksand. The story they all agreed to is collapsing in real time, and no one wants to be the last liar standing. Panic sets in. You can see it in their behavior, sudden disappearances, apologies that sound rehearsed, posts full of passive guilt and fake peace. They're not sorry, they're scared. Scared of being exposed, scared of the fallout, scared that the people they once laughed with might now be the ones to sink them. And they should be scared, because the truth has momentum now. It's not coming out in pieces, it's pouring. And once the truth starts moving like this, there's no controlling where it lands, no telling who it hits next. What's wild is, all this could have been avoided. They could have minded their business, chosen peace, left you alone. But instead, they formed an alliance based on manipulation and ego, fueled by the idea that truth was something they could bend. They underestimated the power of energy, of alignment, of universal justice. Because when you're chosen, the universe doesn't just protect you, it exposes those who try to harm you, and it does it in the most poetic way, by letting them self-destruct. You never had to lift a finger. All you had to do was survive. And now they're crumbling. Not because you clapped back, but because the lies they told are collapsing under their own weight. The silence they demanded from each other is now breaking into screams. The panic is everywhere, in their rushed explanations, in their messy attempts to rewrite history, in the way they avoid eye contact when the truth walks into the room. You don't even have to say, "I told you so." The universe is saying it for you. So sit back, watch the house of cards fall in slow motion. Watch how quickly loyalty fades when truth comes knocking. Watch how exposed they feel now that the very lies they used to laugh about are unraveling them from the inside out. This is what happens when you build connections on deception. Eventually, one person breaks, and then the whole foundation crumbles, and the only thing left is the truth, loud, undeniable, and completely unforgiving. Number 9. The light exposes, the lies collapse, and karma collects. There was a time they held their heads high, grinning, loud, smug, acting like they'd won, like they really did something, laughing at your pain, celebrating your silence, thinking they had finally buried you under the weight of their lies. They walked around like they were untouchable, like the truth would never catch up. But it did, and it's moving faster than they ever expected. Now look at them, frantic, shouting over each other, pointing fingers at people they once called family. Every bond they swore was tight, gone. every so-called alliance cracked and shattered into nothing. Because when exposure hits, it doesn't ask for permission. It pulls the curtain back, and suddenly the ones who led the witch hunt are being dragged into the fire they built. They're in damage control mode now, not because they care about truth, but because they care about survival. Reputations are slipping, screenshots are surfacing, eyes are turning inward, and no one knows who's really safe anymore. The chaos they once cheered for has made its way to their doorstep. Every accusation leads to another betrayal. Every attempt to hide the past only uncovers more of it. It's like watching dominoes fall. One lie knocks down the next, and the next, until everything they worked so hard to fabricate is just dust on the floor. And the worst part, the loudest ones, the ones who screamed the most about your flaws, are the first ones to crumble under pressure. They scream innocent, but their own people know the truth. They're being exposed not just by enemies, but by those they used to sit with. The ones who once rode for them, they're gone, either silent or switching sides entirely. Because when karma hits, it doesn't just punish, it isolates. And nothing is more terrifying to someone who thrives on control than being left alone in their own storm. And this is just the beginning. The real fall hasn't even happened yet. What you're seeing now is the unraveling, the slow leak before the full flood. It's the shaking before the collapse, and they feel it. You can see it in their eyes. The panic, the confusion, the realization that the same lies they used to tear you down are now circling back with receipts. Karma isn't loud, it's precise. And right now, it's making rounds. Every fake narrative they created, every name they slandered, every room they manipulated, it's all being returned to sender, tenfold. The smear campaign they launched against you, it's now their reality. Their every move is being watched, analyzed, judged, and not by you, but by the universe. See, when you're chosen, you don't have to clap back. You don't have to expose them. Life does that for you. The energy they put out, it finds its way home. They underestimated that. They thought if they moved in packs, if they shouted loud enough, if they rewrote the story enough times, people would believe it. But truth has a way of surviving the noise. And now that truth is screaming louder than any lie ever could. This is the cost of betrayal. Not just the betrayal of you, but the betrayal of their own spirit, their own integrity. They sold out for popularity. They traded truth for clout. And now everything they built on that fake foundation is sinking fast. They tried to play gods. Now they're praying no one brings their name up next. But the game is already over. The mask is off. The downfall has begun. And it's not being televised with pride. It's unraveling in real-time chaos. People are pulling away. Supporters are going silent. And the respect they once demanded, gone. And as all of this unfolds, you're not even touching it. You're not responding. You're just rising, quietly, confidently, watched by the same people who once laughed at the idea of your comeback. They thought they ended you, but in reality, they started their own ending. This is karma. This is alignment. This is the universe doing what it always does for the chosen, making sure the truth always outlasts the lie. And believe this, it's far from over. The exposure is just the spark, the downfall. That's the fire. And so, this is where it all leads. their house of lies crumbling from the inside, their own people turning, and the truth ripping through every false bond they built. The storm they sent after you has returned home. And now, the reckoning is theirs to face. If you felt this, if your spirit knows this story all too well, you are not alone. Like, subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments if you're walking in your power now. Share this with another chosen one who needs the reminder. The light always exposes the lie, and your rise, it's only just begun. Your silence is not weakness, it's the calm before a spiritual earthquake. Let them whisper, let them doubt, let them try to figure out how you keep rising while they keep scheming. They thought keeping you quiet would make you powerless. They thought if they ignored your energy, it would go away. But here's what they never understood. Silence doesn't mean surrender. Silence means something is building. And now, it's too late. You've awakened, and that scares them more than anything. Before we go deeper, if this message speaks to your spirit, if something in your soul is starting to rise as you hear these words, do one thing: like and subscribe. This isn't about clout. This is about spreading the signal. Every click tells the system that another chosen one just felt it. Another soul is waking up. And the more this spreads, the harder it is to keep us asleep. Now, listen closely. And, chosen one, you weren't sent here to fit in or play nice. You were sent here to shift the energy, to break the cycle, to bring light into a world that profits from darkness. You've always felt different, like something in you didn't quite match the world around you. That wasn't confusion. That was your signal. The universe marked you long before you ever knew your name. And with that mark comes power. Not the kind that shouts "Bow," but the kind that shakes. The kind that walks into a room and makes people question themselves without saying a word. That's why they act the way they do around you. Ever wonder why people start acting strange when you're just being yourself? Why some get jealous, competitive, or even try to break your spirit, all without reason? It's not personal, it's energetic. Your light exposes what they've been trying to hide, even from themselves. You don't just challenge their comfort, you crack it. You don't just carry truth, you radiate it. And they feel it, every single time. The power of being chosen doesn't come from what you do. It comes from who you are when you're fully awake. You carry the frequency of something ancient. You're a walking reminder that fake power, fake people, and fake systems have an expiration date. And that's exactly what haunts your enemies. They don't fear your mistakes. They don't fear your setbacks. They fear what happens when you stop doubting yourself and start stepping into your truth without hesitation. They were never fighting you. They were fighting what chose you. They were fighting the force behind you, the universe that called your name and said, "You, go shake the world." And here's the thing. When people try to block a chosen one, they're not blocking a person. They're going to war with something much, much bigger. And trust me, no one wins that battle. So I'll ask you, why do you still doubt yourself? Why do you shrink just because your light makes others squint? Why do you treat your gifts like a burden when they're the very thing that makes you unstoppable? You weren't made to chase acceptance. You were made to wake people up just by existing. The chosen don't need permission. They just need to remember. And now you do. You remember who you are. And that's the beginning of the end for everything built to stop you. If you felt that inner fire growing while hearing these words, that's not coincidence, that's confirmation. The energy you carry is real, and the world feels it. That's why they fear you. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you're done dimming your light for people who can't handle the heat. This message is just getting started, and if you're truly one of the chosen, you won't just watch. You'll feel the pull to stay. Every word from here on out is a mirror, a weapon, a key. Now, let's get into it, step by step. Number 1. You were the earthquake they didn't see coming. They built their castles on sand, then panicked when you walked in like a tide they couldn't stop. You didn't have to lift a finger, and still, they shook. That's the part they'll never say out loud. They'll pretend you're too sensitive, too intense, or just too much. But what they're really saying is, you make them nervous. You disturb their comfort zones just by breathing in their direction. You don't have to raise your voice or break their rules. Your presence alone breaks the illusion they've spent their whole lives defending. You see, they built a world based on predictability, control, and compliance. The system wasn't designed for people like you. It was designed to filter people like you out. But you slipped through the cracks, and now they don't know what to do with you. You're not just different. You're a glitch in the matrix, a walking contradiction, a soul too awake for the sleepwalking masses. You walk into rooms and don't follow their script. You don't bend to unspoken rules. You question things they were told never to question. And without saying a word, you expose them. That's why they roll their eyes. That's why they gossip. That's why some smile to your face, but secretly hope you'll fail. They feel your power, and it makes their insecurities echo so loudly they can't stand being in the same space. But let's talk about you for a moment, because here's where I get serious. Why do you keep doubting yourself? Why do you tone yourself down, second-guess your intuition, question the pull in your chest like it's a weakness? You think your isolation is a curse. But what if I told you it's a sacred assignment? The universe doesn't separate the chosen to punish them. It separates them to prepare them. When the noise gets too loud, when the world feels fake, when people fall away like leaves in a storm, that's not abandonment. That's alignment. Because here's what most won't tell you. When the universe selects someone, it backs them with storms. It bends reality to move mountains, shift timelines, burn bridges, and part oceans, all to clear the path. You are not crazy. You are not overreacting. You're being moved. And the more you fight that, the more painful it becomes. And those people who tried to block you, they weren't just going up against you. They were going up against the very system that built you. They weren't fighting a person. They were fighting a force rooted in truth. A force that can't be bought, bullied, or broken. They were playing chess with the universe, and they didn't even realize they were the pawns. Understand this. Your life makes people uncomfortable because it reminds them of everything they gave up on. You're the version of themselves they were too afraid to become. And instead of facing that truth, it's easier for them to point fingers, throw shade, and hope you dim your light enough to make them feel tall. But let me be clear, your job is not to make small minds comfortable. Your job is to disrupt, to unsettle, to shake the fake out of the room just by showing up in your truth. They will call you arrogant. They will call you unstable. They will say, you think you're better than everyone else. Let them talk. Their words don't define you. They reveal them. You weren't put here to be understood by the masses. You were sent to be felt by those who are finally ready to wake up. And I know, the road feels lonely. It's hard. You've been betrayed, misunderstood, abandoned by people you would have carried through fire. That pain wasn't pointless. It was purification. The universe can't send a half-healed warrior into a battlefield built on illusion. You had to see the truth for yourself. You had to lose the fake ones. You had to feel the sting of betrayal, not to harden your heart, but to sharpen your sight. You thought your power came from what you do, but the real terror you cause, it's in what you are. You're the one who kept going, the one who didn't fall for the traps, the one who remembered while everyone else forgot. And now, look, you're still standing, still evolving, still becoming, and they can't stand it. Because here's the secret. They thought the silence would break you. They thought the lies would stop you. They thought the isolation would weaken you. But all it did was build pressure. And now you're not just rising. You're about to erupt. You are the storm they laughed at while it was forming. And now you're the flood they can't hold back. So stop asking for permission. Stop apologizing for the weight you carry. Stop shrinking so others don't feel small. The ones who get it will rise with you. The ones who don't, they were never meant to walk with someone of your frequency. You were chosen for a reason, and that reason terrifies the ones who sold their souls for comfort. They know what you are. The question is, do you? Because once you do, everything changes. Number 2. They can't read what was never written for them. They don't fear you because they understand you. They fear you because they don't. Because no matter how long they watch, analyze, or stalk your every move, they still can't figure you out. You don't follow the path. You are the path. And for people who need control to feel powerful, that is their worst nightmare. You make them uncomfortable because you're unpredictable, not reckless, but unwritten. You're not following the script they were handed at birth. You don't speak when expected, move when told, or think in the box they've spent their entire lives building. You're not operating on logic they can control. You're operating on alignment. That's a language they can't speak. They fear what they can't calculate. And you are chaos to their structure. You are lightning in a bottle they can't seal. You are the question that breaks their answers. Most people live in loops. Wake up, say the right things, numb their instincts, perform for the world like it's a stage, and they've memorized every line. But you tore up the script and walked off stage. And now they don't know how to respond. You weren't supposed to think for yourself. You weren't supposed to break cycles, walk alone, or choose your spirit over approval. But you did. And now they watch you from the sidelines, nervous, curious, threatened. They've tried to label you, and every time they think they've figured you out, you shift again. That's power. Not loud, not chaotic, just free. You move when you're moved, not by fear, not by pressure, but by truth. And that kind of autonomy terrifies people who need everything in neat little boxes. That's why they test you. That's why they push buttons, bait you, provoke you. If they can make you react like everyone else, then you become manageable, predictable, controllable. But when you don't react, when you just see through them and walk right past the trap, that's when the panic sets in. Because now they know they never had you to begin with. This is what they don't want you to realize. Unpredictability isn't weakness, it's protection. When you are unreadable, you are untouchable. The enemy cannot sabotage a move they don't see coming. They can't plan around a spirit that refuses to be pinned down. And when you carry the energy of the chosen, you move in rhythms that aren't visible to the average eye. Your steps are guided by something bigger, something they don't have access to. That's what really scares them. Not just your unpredictability, but the reason behind it. Because deep down, they sense it. You're not just different, you're chosen. You didn't make yourself this way, you were built this way. And when the universe puts its hand on someone, it gives them vision others can't see, and instincts others can't fake. You move like you're being led, because you are. You show up like timing itself bends to meet you, because it does. And every time their plan to manipulate you fails, every time you slip through the cracks they designed for you to fall in, it confirms what they feared all along. You were never meant to be controlled. You were never meant to be one of them. You're not part of their pattern. You're the reason it's breaking. So why would you shrink? Why would you apologize for moving differently, for choosing silence when they expect rage, or for choosing peace when they want chaos? Stop giving explanations to people who don't deserve access to your frequency. You don't owe them predictability. You owe yourself truth. True power isn't just in knowing who you are. It's in refusing to become what they expect. You don't have to fit into their image of what you should be. In fact, the more you step into the unknown, the more you move from your soul instead of their schedule, the more dangerous you become to the systems that once held you back. They want you to believe that being unpredictable makes you unstable. But here's the truth. It makes you unbreakable, because while they're busy trying to predict your next step, you're already 10 moves ahead, guided by something they can't even name. You're not random, you're not lost, you're not confused. You're simply moving in ways they were never meant to understand. And the more you embrace that, the more unstoppable you become. Because the chosen don't follow paths, they create them. And by the time they realize where you're going, you'll already be gone. Number 3, you don't knock on doors. You were meant to kick down. They want you to wait for validation, wait for approval, wait for a nod from someone more qualified, more experienced, more accepted by the system. They've trained you to believe greatness has to be granted, that you have to be chosen by them before you can rise. But here's the truth. Most of them were never qualified to choose you in the first place. Greatness doesn't knock, it enters. And the second you stop waiting and start moving, you instantly become a problem. Not because you're wrong, but because you're no longer controllable. You're stepping outside the mold they designed to keep people in line. You've broken the chain, and that scares them more than anything. See, most people are stuck in jobs they hate, stuck in identities they didn't choose, stuck under rules that were never written for them, but they follow anyway. And when someone like you comes along, someone who doesn't ask, doesn't flinch, doesn't wait, it triggers everything they've buried. You don't even have to say a word. Your confidence is an earthquake. Your presence alone is a reminder that they could have moved too, but didn't. They were taught to beg for permission. You were born to take up space. And when you do, they scramble. not because you're doing anything wrong, but because you're doing what they never had the courage to do. That's the threat. Not your success, not your ambition, but your audacity to act without a green light. But let me ask you something real. Why are you still waiting? Who told you that you needed someone else to tell you you're ready? That you needed more time, more proof, more applause before you could step into your power? That's the lie they sold you. And you bought it out of fear. Fear of being too much. Fear of being wrong. Fear of being seen. But the truth? You've been ready. You've always been ready. You were just waiting for permission that was never going to come. And here's why. If they gave it to you, they could take it from you. That's why the universe never let you get too comfortable in their system. Because the chosen don't wait. They remember. You weren't meant to knock at the door. You were meant to kick it down and build your own kingdom on the other side. That's why they'll try to humble you, not in the spiritual sense, but in the manipulative sense. They'll throw passive doubt your way. Are you sure you're ready? Don't you think you're going too fast? Who do you think you are? These aren't questions. They're traps, delays, mind games. Because as long as you hesitate, they win. But if you flip the script, if you decide that you don't need permission, don't need approval, don't need their claps to take your next step, everything shifts. You break free from the loop. And now, you're not just moving, you're leading. You're not just taking space, you own it. And yes, it will bother them. Because people who rely on external validation will always be intimidated by those who run on internal alignment. When you stop asking, "Am I allowed?" and start saying, "I am," you remove the leash they thought they had on you. You don't need their map. You are the compass. You don't need permission to rise. You don't need permission to speak. You don't need permission to be powerful. Your existence is the only stamp of approval you'll ever need. And the second you realize that, the second you own it, you become unstoppable. Not just to them, but to every structure that was built to contain you. And here's the part they'll never say out loud. They knew from the beginning. They saw it in you. That's why they tried to delay you, doubt you, distract you, because they felt it. Your potential was never waiting to be unlocked. It was waiting to be remembered. So stop waiting, stop asking, stop explaining. Power is not given. Power is taken by those bold enough to believe they never needed permission in the first place. Now, ask yourself this. Are you done waiting? Or are you ready to walk like you've already arrived? Because the moment you stop seeking approval and start claiming your place, the game ends. And you win every time. Number 4. Your presence is a mirror. They can't escape. You don't even have to say a word. And still, the room shifts when you walk in. The tension rises, eyes follow you, energy scrambles. And it's not because you did anything wrong. It's because your presence alone stirs something in people they've tried to bury. You are a mirror, and most people can't handle their own reflection. See, you don't just walk in with confidence, you walk in with truth. With untapped potential, with unapologetic energy that says, I know who I am, and I'm not asking for permission to be it. That kind of presence forces people to confront everything they've been avoiding in themselves. Their laziness, their excuses, their fear, their abandoned dreams. And instead of facing those uncomfortable truths, they turn it on you. They project hard. They'll wrap it up in sarcasm, fake smiles, and backhanded compliments. Oh, you're doing that now. Someone's getting a little full of themselves. Wow, must be nice to have all that time, confidence, talent. What they're really saying is, I wish I had the courage to do what you're doing. But they'll never admit it. Because if they admit it, they have to face the fact that they've been sitting on their power while you decided to rise. You don't remind them of who you are. You remind them of who they're not. And that burns. It burns in the people who chose safety over purpose. It burns in the ones who gave up on themselves before they even tried. And instead of using that burn as motivation, they aim it at you, hoping it will dim your light enough to make them feel better in their darkness. But that's not your weight to carry. You are not responsible for how others choose to react to your growth. You are not here to tiptoe around fragile egos or shrink your light to keep others comfortable. You didn't wake up just to be digestible to people still choking on their own doubt. And let's get something straight. People don't attack mediocrity. They don't waste energy on what doesn't challenge them. You are catching heat because you carry heat. You carry proof that something greater is possible, that greatness doesn't need a stamp of approval, that confidence doesn't have to be earned from outside applause, and that hurts those who are still sitting in the stands, afraid to step on the field. You expose the gap between who they are and who they could be. That's why they'll downplay your wins. That's why they'll question your intentions, mock your passion, or pretend not to notice your rise. It's not about you. It's about the war they're fighting inside. And your light is simply the spotlight, revealing it. But let me be real with you for a second. Stop letting that get to you. Stop second-guessing your moves because it makes someone else uncomfortable. Stop holding back your voice to protect someone else's insecurity. That's not humility. That's self-betrayal. The ones who are ready to evolve will look at you and feel inspired. They'll rise with you. They'll ask questions, learn, and grow. The ones who aren't, they'll try to sabotage, shame, or dismiss you. That's their choice. That's their journey. That's their karma. It has nothing to do with you. Your job is not to slow down so others can keep up. Your job is to keep rising, keep showing up, keep being exactly what you are. A living example of what happens when someone refuses to be average. Your existence challenges the entire foundation of their limitations. And if they can't handle that, let them walk away. Let them talk. Let them doubt. But don't you dare dim your fire. Because the truth is, you were never just another person to them. You were the storm they prayed would pass. The reflection they didn't want to see. The proof that they still have work to do. So walk with your head high, speak with your chest, move with intention, and let them deal with themselves. You're not here to carry their guilt. You're here to light the way. And if that makes them squint, tell them to step back, because you're only getting brighter. Number 5, their gossip is just free marketing for your greatness. The moment they start talking about you, you've already won. Understand that. Lock it in. They don't gossip about ghosts. They don't obsess over shadows. They don't spend energy trying to tear down something that doesn't pose a threat. So, if your name's coming up in rooms you've never walked into, if whispers follow you like echoes through the walls, congratulations. That means you're living rent-free in their minds, and they hate it. But they can't help it. You're not just in the room, you are the room. Your energy shifts the conversation. Your presence stirs emotions. And to people who built their identity on control, predictability, and superiority, that's terrifying. So, what do? They talk, they twist, they plot, they lie, because that's the only way they feel like they can touch you, with their words. But let's be honest, their words don't cut, they reveal. They reveal fear. They reveal envy. They reveal the undeniable truth that you're making waves, and they're drowning in your current. People don't attack what's irrelevant. They don't invest energy into what they don't see as powerful. When they see you rising, bold, unapologetic, unaffected, it forces them to confront everything they've given up on. You reflect their wasted potential, their forgotten dreams, their abandoned courage. And instead of fixing themselves, they fixate on you. That's not your burden. It's their internal war, and it's loud. So let them talk. Let them take screenshots. Let them twist your words. Let them call you fake, arrogant, too much. Because every time they say your name, they shine a spotlight on your influence. Even their hate is an acknowledgement of your power. Think about that. They could be building their own lives, healing their wounds, focusing on their journey, but no, they're busy watching yours. Why? Because you woke something up in them they can't control, and instead of honoring it, they try to kill it. But here's the catch. They can't. They can't kill what's chosen. They can't destroy what was built from divine design. They can't stop what was already in motion before they even had an opinion. When the universe puts you on assignment, you become untouchable by ordinary means. And gossip? That's background noise to someone aligned with a bigger mission. You don't need to argue. You don't need to clear your name. Your growth is the clapback. Your glow is the rebuttal. Their desperation to discredit you only confirms what you already knew. You're the one to watch. You're the one they didn't expect. The one they hoped would fold. The one who kept showing up when everyone else quit. That's why they try so hard to control the narrative. Because they couldn't control you. But the more they speak, the more power they hand you. Word by word, whisper by whisper, they make you more known, more visible, more undeniable. They spread your name like wildfire, hoping it'll burn you, not realizing it's fueling your flame. They need you to stay quiet so they can stay comfortable. But you weren't built for silence. You were built for impact. And impact always stirs resistance. So let them mock, let them mimic, let them misunderstand you. That's not your concern. Because while they're wasting time talking, you're busy walking, elevating, building, becoming. And the best part, you never even had to respond. Because real power doesn't explain itself. It shows up, does the work, and keeps rising. Let them choke on their assumptions. Let them spin their false stories. Because in the end, you know what's real. You know what you've survived, what you've built, what you've sacrificed. You know who you are. And they're terrified that someday the world will know too. But here's the thing, they already do, and that's why they talk. So stop giving your energy to rumors. Don't waste your breath trying to correct people who are committed to misunderstanding you. Let your success do what your words never could: end the conversation. Because when you walk in truth and move with purpose, every lie they tell becomes a silent confession that your existence matters more than they'd ever admit. That's not just victory, that's domination, and you didn't even have to try. Number 6. They don't have to like you, but they will learn to respect you. Too many people are slaves to approval. They bend, shrink, and silence themselves just to be accepted by people who don't even respect them. They trade truth for applause, authenticity for validation. But let's be real, that's not power, that's prison. When you live to be liked, you become easy to control, easy to predict, easy to manipulate. And the moment people know you need their approval, they own you, but not you. You weren't built to be liked. You were built to be respected. There's a massive difference. Being liked is emotional, fragile, temporary, constantly shifting depending on moods, opinions, and comfort levels. But respect is foundational. Respect is earned in silence, in discipline, in truth. And once you have it, it sticks, even in the mouths of those who don't care for you. That's why powerful people never chase popularity. They chase impact. They know that respect creates longevity. Respect opens doors that smiles never could. You can be liked today and forgotten tomorrow. But if they respect you, they remember you. They move out of your way. They speak your name when opportunity shows up. Even if they can't stand you, they can't deny you. And that's where your energy needs to shift. You don't need to win them over. You don't need to play nice, tone it down, or say things just to keep the peace. This isn't about being agreeable. This is about being undeniable. If you walk into every room hoping to be liked, you're handing people the remote to your self-worth. But if you walk in already rooted in who you are, not begging for acceptance, that's when the room pays attention. And yes, they might talk. They might throw shade. They might whisper, roll their eyes, call you too much, too intense, too confident. Let them. That noise is proof you're doing something right. Because the people who've shaken history, who've changed the game, who've left their mark, they were never universally liked. They weren't trying to be. They were disruptors, movers, truth speakers. And the truth? It never fits neatly into comfort zones. You will upset people when you stop living for their approval. You will lose people when you stop pretending to be less than you are. But what you gain is far greater: self-respect. And from that, the kind of respect that echoes. Because real ones recognize real ones, even when they don't like them. They'll feel your presence before you speak. They'll remember your name when you're not around. And they'll learn to deal with your power, whether they're inspired by it or intimidated by it. So let go of the need to be liked. That's a child's game. That's survival mode. That's for people still hoping the world will clap for them before they dare to move. You're not here for that. You're here to lead, to rise, to walk with force. Even when your voice shakes and the crowd doesn't cheer. You don't need to be liked to be heard. You don't need to be accepted to be valuable. You don't need to be understood to be effective. Because when you're respected, your name holds weight. Doors open, not because they want you in, but because they can't ignore you anymore. And that kind of power, it's not given, it's built. It's built in silence, in self-mastery. In moments when you chose truth over popularity, purpose over people-pleasing, and growth over comfort. So if they don't like you, that's fine. Let them choke on their opinions. But if they respect you, that means you've already won. Respect doesn't need applause. It doesn't need followers. It doesn't even need eye contact. It's the quiet nod that happens when people know you own yourself. And nothing is more powerful than that. So walk in rooms like you belong, because you do. Speak your truth like it can't be silenced, because it can't. Move like you've already been chosen, because you have. Let them talk, let them doubt, let them dislike you, but never let them forget who you are. And trust, they won't. Number 7, they don't understand you, because you were never meant to speak their language. Let's get one thing straight. You are not misunderstood because you're wrong. You're misunderstood because you're speaking a language they were never taught. You move different. You think different. You live different. And to people who've built their entire identity on staying safe, predictable, and ordinary, that's threatening. You speak in action. They speak in excuses. You talk vision, execution, expansion. They talk fear, limitation, survival. You say, let's go. What's next? They say, but what if it goes wrong? And that right there is the gap. You're tuned into a frequency they can't even detect. You're operating from purpose, alignment, and inner fire, while they're operating from doubt, comparison, and the desperate need to be told what to do next. You're not crazy. You're not arrogant. You're just not stuck. And nothing threatens the stuck more than someone who escaped. You ever notice how they look at you sideways when you dream out loud? How they roll their eyes when you speak with certainty? How they call you unrealistic, impulsive, even reckless, not because you are, but because your clarity exposes their confusion. They don't get it. They can't, because they're still trapped in systems that told them to dream small, move slow, and never stand out. You burned the damn script. You walk with energy that says, I know where I'm going, and I don't need permission to get there. And that energy, it makes them flinch. Because here's what no one tells you. Most people are addicted to their limitations. They've worn the same insecurities for years and called it humility. They've replayed the same tired stories about why they can't. And now, someone like you shows up, walking proof that those stories were lies. You don't just challenge them, you disrupt them. And when people can't rise to meet your level, they try to pull you back to theirs. That's why they'll mock your confidence, question your moves, label your ambition as ego. Because if they can't reach your frequency, the next best thing for them is to bring you down to theirs, where your shine looks dimmer and your vision feels less intimidating. But let me be crystal clear. You don't owe anyone an explanation for your elevation. You don't have to break your spirit down into smaller pieces just so someone else can digest it. You don't have to translate your vision for people who are still scared to open their eyes. You don't need to slow your stride so someone else doesn't feel left behind. Your job is not to be understood. Your job is to build, to lead, to move. And if your movement confuses them, let them stay confused. You were never meant to speak the language of limitation. You were meant to speak breakthrough, momentum, freedom. You were meant to speak the kind of truth that breaks chains, even if people try to silence you for it. And trust me, the right ones will hear you. Because your people, your tribe, the ones on your level or higher, they'll recognize your frequency instantly. They won't ask you to shrink. They'll ask how they can help you rise. They won't feel threatened by your growth. They'll be inspired by it, because real ones speak the same language, and it's called alignment. So stop trying to make yourself digestible for people who were never meant to feed from your table. Stop waiting for them to understand. Stop trying to make sense to people still addicted to making excuses. You are not obligated to pause your purpose to comfort their fear. And when they say, "You've changed," say, "Damn right, I was supposed to." When they say, "I don't get you," say, "You're not supposed to. I speak elevation." Let them sit in the same conversations, recycling the same doubts, clapping for each other's stagnation. You've got things to build, territories to claim, a future to create, not just talk about. They'll either evolve or they'll remove themselves. But either way, you're not slowing down, because when you're truly chosen, you stop speaking the language of fear and start moving in the power of silence, clarity, and undeniable results. Let them stay lost in translation. You keep speaking in action. That's your native tongue now, and the world will feel it, loud and clear. Number 8. Power speaks loudest when you don't say a word. There's a myth floating around that the loudest person is the one with the most power. That if you speak often, argue well, explain yourself clearly, you win. But here's the truth. The loud ones never want to admit. Real power doesn't beg to be heard. Real power doesn't chase recognition. Real power walks in, says nothing, and still shifts the atmosphere. Power isn't just in what you say, it's in what you refuse to say. Silence makes people squirm. It forces them to face themselves. They don't know what you're thinking, how much you know, or how deeply you've already seen through their nonsense. And that mystery, it eats at them. The moment you stay quiet, not out of fear, but from discipline, the dynamic shifts. They don't have a handle on you anymore. They're grasping in the dark while you remain unbothered, unshaken, unreadable. They expect a reaction. They need one. They want you to explain yourself, defend yourself, prove you're right. Because if they can pull you into that game, they get control of the board. But the moment you don't show up to the argument, they're left fighting air. And nothing frustrates a manipulator more than not having something to twist. You want to shake a room? Walk in, observe, and say nothing. You want to shut someone down? Let their insult hang in the air, unanswered. You want to control a situation? Let your silence say, "You're not even worth my words." When you don't react, you keep your power. You give them nothing to flip, nothing to clip, nothing to frame. And suddenly, the game turns. Now, they're questioning everything. Now, they're the ones overthinking. Now, they're trapped in their own insecurity, trying to guess what you meant, how you feel, what you're planning. You see, silence is not weakness, it's restraint. It's proof that you don't need to bark to bite. You don't need to explain when your actions speak volumes. And when you carry the energy of someone chosen, You start realizing that your presence does more damage than your voice ever could. Let them talk. Let them throw shots. Let them spin rumors. You don't have to clap back at every jab. You don't have to chase every lie. You don't need to step into every petty ring someone tries to drag you into. Why? Because the chosen don't waste breath on the desperate. Not every comment deserves your clarity. Not every insult deserves your emotion. Not every lie deserves your truth. When you master the art of silence, you stop reacting, and you start commanding. You become the one who controls the tempo, the tone, the outcome, and the people around you, they'll feel it, whether they admit it or not. They'll feel that you're no longer seeking approval. They'll feel that you're no longer triggered by noise. They'll feel that they can't reach you, and that's when the fear kicks in. Because silence is intimidating. It forces people to sit with themselves, to guess, to wonder, to feel the full weight of their own projections without your energy to distract from it. And the more you practice this, the more untouchable you become. Not cold, not distant, powerful. Because when you decide that your peace is more important than being understood, you gain the kind of leverage that can't be bought: self-command. So speak when it's strategic, move when it matters, but never forget, sometimes the loudest flex is walking away without a word. Sometimes the strongest comeback is no comeback at all. Sometimes your silence is the last thing they hear before your success makes all the noise. Master the pause. Learn the stillness. Let your absence echo louder than their noise. You don't owe your energy to chaos. You don't owe your words to confusion. You don't owe your voice to anything that's beneath your mission. Because the ones with real power, they don't need to shout. They are the storm, and storms don't explain themselves. Number 9, you're the exception, and that's exactly why they're shook. People love rules, not just the laws written in books, but the invisible ones, the social contracts, the unspoken scripts, the sacred steps to success they pass down like gospel. Go to school, get the degree, wait your turn, pay your dues, keep your head down, stay in line, speak when spoken to, retire quietly. These rules make people feel safe. They give the illusion that life is linear, that progress is predictable, that everything is fair if you just follow the system. And most people buy into it, not because it works, but because it comforts, because it keeps them from asking real questions, because it spares them from having to think for themselves. Then you show up, and you blow all of that to hell. You didn't ask for permission. You didn't wait to be picked. You didn't follow the rules they swore by. You moved different. You became different. You succeeded without their formula, and now they're uncomfortable. Because your presence alone proves that the system they worshipped, it was never sacred, just a cage in disguise. You terrify them, not because you're dangerous, but because you're free, because you were never afraid to step outside the line they drew in chalk. You saw the illusion, and you didn't blink. And now your existence is a threat to the very structure they spent their whole lives conforming to. So what do? They discredit you. They call it luck. They say you had connections. They claim you cheated, got lucky, or had an advantage they didn't. Because if they don't say that, then they have to face the truth, that the rules never mattered, that the cage was never locked, that they had the key all along and were too afraid to use it. You didn't play by the rules, and yet here you are, rising, winning, breaking through every ceiling they thought was made of steel, and every step you take upward is another crack in the illusion they're desperate to hold on to. They don't hate you, they hate what you represent. You're the proof that possibility isn't earned, it's claimed. You're the living reminder that they could have done more, that they still could. But that would mean giving up the comfort of their excuses. And most people won't do that. Not now, not ever. So instead, they'll call you arrogant. They'll say you're reckless. They'll pretend your success doesn't count because it didn't come the way theirs was supposed to. But deep down, they know, oh, they know, you're not the problem, you're the mirror. And mirrors are painful when you've been lying to yourself. You are the exception. And that scares people. Because once one person breaks free from the lie, everyone else is forced to question why they stayed stuck. If you can do it, then maybe the system was never real. Maybe the ceiling was fake. Maybe the limits were lies. And now, the burden is on them to rise. And they're not ready for that. So they'll mock you, resist you, isolate you, not because you're wrong, but because you're right. And rightness is loud, even in silence. Your success whispers into their bones. What's your excuse now? And they don't want to answer. But here's what they can't erase. You didn't need their permission. You didn't wait to be accepted. You didn't water yourself down to make them comfortable. You moved with fire in your chest, certainty in your steps, and vision they couldn't comprehend. You proved that rules don't make greatness. Conviction does. And now they're nervous, because once one person escapes the loop, it's only a matter of time before others follow. You're not just a threat. You're the crack in the dam, the leak in the lie, the one who dared to live fully when everyone else was busy surviving. So let them call you the exception. Wear it like armor, because exceptional people weren't born to blend in. They were born to break through. And when the system starts to crumble, when others begin to wake up, it'll be because they saw someone like you, standing tall, unbothered, unstoppable, proof that freedom was never about waiting your turn. It was about refusing to sit in a cage you were always strong enough to walk out of. If this message hit your soul, it's not by accident. It's because you're one of the few who were never meant to be tamed. Remember this, you're not here to fit in. You're here to shake the system. So keep rising, keep moving, and never apologize for being the storm. If this spoke to you, make sure to like, subscribe, and share this with another chosen one who needs to hear it. Every click helps wake up someone else. You're not alone. This is just the beginning. Stay sharp. Stay powerful. Stay you. A lion doesn't lose sleep over the opinions of sheep, but it will roar when the sheep forget who rules the wild. You see, the problem was never you. It was them, thinking they could tame a storm, silence thunder, or dim a light that was never theirs to control. They poked at the quiet one, mistook your peace for weakness, your patience for permission. And now, the silence they once mocked has turned into a deafening echo of your absence. That echo is killing them. They weren't ready for the version of you that finally stood up. They weren't ready for the storm you became. They thought you'd stay caged, confused, and always available. But you weren't made for cages. You were made to rise. If you're feeling this already, pause for a second. like this video, subscribe, because every time one of us finds this message, it signals the platform. Another one woke up, and when enough of us rise, the universe moves. So don't just watch, spread the signal. Now, let's talk. Let's talk about what it really means to be chosen. Being chosen isn't about ego. It's not about walking around like you're better than everyone else. It's about carrying something heavier than most will ever understand. It's the unseen weight, the sleepless nights, the inner war between breaking down and breaking through. It's being born into a battlefield with no map, no armor, just a soul that refuses to quit. And that power, it haunts people, not because you flex it, but because it exposes their lack of it. Your light doesn't just shine, it reveals. And when light hits darkness, it makes people uncomfortable. That's why they whisper, twist your story, try to box you in. Because your presence reminds them of everything they're not. You don't even have to say a word. Just walking in the room shifts the atmosphere. That's the kind of energy that can't be faked. That's the chosen. And still, some of you doubt yourselves. Still wondering, am I really chosen? Still sitting in rooms where your spirit is choking. Still waiting for people who never clapped when you were up, but were quick to laugh when you were down. Listen close. Stop betraying your own light just to keep others comfortable in the dark. You were never alone. They were never fighting you. They were fighting the force backing you, the universe itself. That's why their attacks never fully landed. That's why you always bounced back, even when you were bleeding inside. They couldn't kill what they couldn't understand. And trust me, they don't understand you. They never will. You leaving wasn't a betrayal. It was a warning shot. It was the universe saying, enough. You didn't walk away. You ascended. And the ones who tried to keep you small, they're now stuck choking on the dust of your silence. Because the moment a chosen one leaves, it's not just goodbye. It's consequences. So let them talk. Let them gossip. Let them spin stories while you build empires in silence. Because every time they doubt you, the universe sharpens you. Every time they try to dim you, your light gets more focused. You're not just chosen, you're proven. And your exit? It was the prophecy being fulfilled. They can't believe you left? Good, because it's final. Number 1. You were the ghost in the room, and they were too blind to feel the cold. They only notice your silence when it stops serving their noise. They can't believe you left. That's because they were too busy feeding off your presence to notice your absence started long ago. You were never really with them. You were just around. A body on autopilot. A soul slowly slipping through the cracks, showing up out of duty, not desire. Your energy had already packed its bags long before your feet followed, and they never saw it, because they never looked. But don't get it twisted, they weren't blind by accident. They chose not to see. Because the moment they acknowledged your pain, your detachment, your quiet decline, they'd be forced to take accountability. And accountability, that's not something parasites enjoy. So they ignored the signals, the dimming light in your eyes, the fake smiles, the way your laughter turned into silence over time. They ignored it all because it was easier to pretend you'd always be there. You were the quiet anchor, the unshaken presence, the one they could count on until they couldn't. And now they're in shock. Not because you're gone, but because for the first time they've been forced to confront a reality they never prepared for. You were never truly theirs to begin with. Let this be clear. Chosen ones, you were the gift, not the guest. Your presence wasn't a favor to you. It was grace extended to them. And when grace gets taken for granted, the universe intervenes. You didn't just leave. You were called out of the room by forces greater than you. You were extracted. Because the universe doesn't let its chosen rot in spaces built for the ungrateful. Let them feel it. Let them struggle with the sudden emptiness, the silence that now fills the void where your light once was. That's not guilt. That's consequence. That's what happens when people play chess with divine energy, thinking they're dealing with pawns, not realizing they were moving against kings and queens the whole time. They were playing against the system. You were moving with it. You see, the power of being chosen is misunderstood. It's not just favor, it's weight. It's carrying a mission that scares people because it reveals how purposeless their lives have become. It's the kind of presence that shifts rooms and unsettles spirits. And when you leave, it's not just you they're missing. It's order unraveling. It's the universe correcting an imbalance. You weren't their friend, their lover, their family member. You were the last thread holding things together. And when you walked, it all began to unravel. But let's pause for a second, because some of you still don't get it. Some of you are doubting the power you carry, still entertaining thoughts like, was it too much? Did I overreact? Maybe I should have stayed a little longer. Let me speak directly to you. Stop questioning the silence that brought you peace. Stop mourning spaces you were meant to outgrow. You think you walked away because you were tired? You were called to leave. You were spiritually evicted from situations that were bleeding you dry. The universe gave you signs, whispered warnings, then started screaming through breakdowns, sickness, loneliness, and gut instincts you tried to ignore. And when you still hesitated, it broke things apart for you. That's how protected you are. So no, you're not crazy. You're not cold-hearted. You didn't change overnight. You just finally caught up with who you've been becoming all along. And they can't handle that version of you. The version that sees through the games, that speaks without fear, that refuses to beg for love or shrink for comfort. To them, it feels like a betrayal. But to you, it's a breakthrough. You never belonged in those rooms. You were just stationed there temporarily. A lesson, a lifeline, a mirror to show them what real light looks like. But once your purpose in that space expired, the energy shifted. And when the energy shifts, everything else follows. It wasn't a fallout. It was a spiritual release. You think it's a coincidence they're spiraling now? They're spiraling because the false sense of control they built around you is crumbling. They thought they had you figured out, that your silence meant obedience, that your kindness was weakness, that your loyalty meant ownership. But chosen ones don't get owned. We show up until we don't. And when we leave, it's final, not out of spite. But because the universe doesn't do reruns, you had your assignment, you fulfilled it. You stayed longer than you should have, gave more than you had, and hoped harder than they deserved. But now, it's time to rise. And rising means leaving. Here's the part they never talk about. The fact that your departure wasn't personal. It was universal. Bigger than emotion. Bigger than loyalty. You were shifted for alignment, not approval. So let them question it. Let them call you cold. Let them label it selfish. Elevation never looks like kindness to those still addicted to your sacrifice. And if you still feel guilty, remember this: the ones who never saw you will never understand your absence. They'll never understand that your silence was the warning, that your leaving was the prophecy, that the emptiness they now feel is justice in action. They made you invisible when you were present. So now they're haunted by the space you once filled. Chosen ones, do not look back. They never saw you because they never could. You were walking with the universe, glowing in frequencies their spirits couldn't decode. And when the universe calls its own, nothing and no one can stop the exit. Not guilt, not history, not false love. So don't let them write the story. Don't let their confusion turn into your doubt. You left because you were never truly there. Your soul moved on first, and your body simply followed. That's not weakness. That's divine timing. They can't believe you left? That's because they thought they owned you. But now they know. You were never theirs. And now, it's final. Number 2. They danced in your light, then cursed the darkness they created. They drained the sun, then cried when the night came. They didn't just take you for granted, they fed off you, fed off your glow, your goodness, your giving heart like it was their birthright, like you were some unbreakable lighthouse meant to guide them, heal them, fix them, forever. And now they're shivering in the cold, staring into the void they never thought they'd have to face. Chosen one, they didn't love your light. They used it. There's a difference. They assumed you were endless, that your light would never go out, that no matter how much they ignored your needs, disrespected your peace, or overlooked your soul, you would keep showing up, keep pouring, keep shining. But even the sun needs space to rest. And here's the twisted part. They saw you dimming. They saw the flicker in your flame. They heard the cracks in your laughter, the silence in your once steady spirit. But they kept their hands out anyway, kept taking. They knew you were breaking, but they were addicted to the glow. So they convinced themselves that you'd never stop giving, even as you collapsed inside. You became their personal power source, not a person, a resource. And now they're stunned. Now they can't believe you're gone. Please, that's not disbelief. It's entitlement gasping for air. They thought you'd shine for them forever, simply because you always had. But chosen light doesn't come cheap. It's forged in darkness, in pain, in isolation. It's built through spiritual battles no one clapped for, through nights where you were the only one holding yourself together. That kind of light is sacred, divine. It's not for just anyone to touch. And when they touched it without care, the universe took it back. You didn't walk away in silence. They just refused to listen to the thunder before the storm. You gave warning after warning, in your eyes, in your energy, in your exhaustion. But they heard nothing until the light vanished. Now, look at them, sitting in rooms that feel colder than they remember, replaying conversations where you were present but fading, scrolling through memories trying to figure out when the light started dying, and realizing it was long before you left. And the part that stings most? They didn't just lose your warmth, they lost access. Access to your loyalty, your protection, your prayers, your wisdom, that supernatural covering you offered just by being there. They lost their shortcut to healing, and now they're left in the dark, fumbling around, trying to replace something that was never meant to be replicated. Let them sit in it, because you weren't chosen to be drained. You were chosen to shine, but not at your own expense. The universe didn't give you that light so others could live off your energy like parasites. It gave you that light to illuminate your path, to set you free, and to awaken the ones who truly see you, not just the ones who use you. And you, yes, you, need to stop feeling bad about burning out. You need to stop wondering if you could have done more, if maybe one more sacrifice would have made a difference. Chosen one, you did too much. You gave past the point of empty. You stayed when the universe already told you it was time to go. And still, they kept asking for more. They watched you bleed and called it beautiful. They saw your glow fade and blamed you for not smiling more. Let me say it plain, you owe them nothing now. They didn't lose your light, they threw it away, bit by bit, through their neglect, their silence, their arrogance. And now, they're crying in the darkness they created, hoping you'll feel guilty enough to come back and relight the flame. But we don't do repeats here. The light they loved, it still exists. It just doesn't shine for them anymore. It shines for you now, because you finally get it. You finally understand that your light isn't just brightness, it's power, and it's meant to be protected, guarded, reserved for those who give back, not just those who take until you forget who you are. The truth is, they didn't miss your light. They missed their control. They miss how easy you made everything, how you turned chaos into calm, how you held space for them, even when they gave you nothing but shadows in return. They miss how you centered them in your world. But it's not their world anymore. You've been chosen, and chosen ones don't light up cages. So let them sit with the emptiness. Let them wrestle with the silence. Let them feel the weight of the void. Because maybe, just maybe, that's what it'll take for them to realize what they lost. Not a source of light, but a force of nature. And you're not burning out anymore. You're burning through. Number 3, you weren't meant to perch. You were built to soar. They didn't lose you. They lost control of the cage they built around you. Let's tell it like it is. They never loved you. They loved the version of you they could control. The quiet, agreeable, watered-down version who never made too much noise, who never demanded too much, who played small so they could feel big. They didn't nurture you, they managed you. And when you started to grow past the script they handed you, they panicked. Because here's the truth they won't say out loud. You were never theirs to keep. They disguised their control as love, their manipulation as guidance, their possessiveness as protection. But what they really wanted was power over your wings, to tell you how high to fly, how far to dream, and when to sit still. They wanted you caged but smiling, grateful to have a home, even if it suffocated your spirit. And for a while, you played along. Not because you were weak, but because you were hopeful. Because some part of you believed that if you stayed quiet long enough, if you made yourself small enough, they'd finally love you the way you needed. But you outgrew it. Not suddenly, slowly, quietly, in your thoughts first, then in your heart. You started asking questions they didn't want you to ask. You started seeing patterns they worked hard to hide. You began noticing how every compliment was tied to your compliance, how their so-called support disappeared the moment you wanted to do something for you. That's when it hit. They don't love you growing, they love you obedient. And once you realized that, the cage cracked. At first, they laughed, mocked the idea of you changing, told you were being dramatic, ungrateful, emotional. That's the go-to move for people who are losing control. They insult your awakening, because your freedom threatens the fantasy they built around your silence. But you kept growing, kept stretching, until the space they put you in felt unbearable. And one day, you stopped trying to fit. You stopped asking for permission to be full. And when you finally stepped out, when you broke free, they didn't cry for you. They cried for the power they lost. Because it was never about you being happy. It was about you being manageable. Chosen one, don't get it twisted. They're not grieving your absence. They're grieving the collapse of their little kingdom, where you were the loyal subject, always sacrificing, always showing up, always giving while they took and took. Your freedom forced them to face a version of themselves they never wanted to see. Powerless, insecure, exposed. And now they're scrambling, saying you changed, that you're cold, that you think you're better now. But here's the thing, they called it love when it was control, but call it selfishness now that it's freedom. What they really mean is, we can't reach you anymore, and that scares us. Let it scare them. Because the chosen don't belong in cages, even the ones wrapped in comfort, history, or fake smiles. You were made to expand, not shrink. And when you finally honored that inner voice, the one that kept whispering, you were made for more, the universe moved with you. It started clearing the path, burning bridges you were too afraid to let go of, shutting doors you kept forcing open. That wasn't loss, that was alignment. And here's what they'll never understand. You didn't walk away from them. You walked away from the version of you that tolerated them. They can't follow, not because you're cruel, but because they were never meant to walk beside the elevated you, the evolved you, the unshakable you. And they feel it now. They feel the space you took up, the energy you carried, the light they dimmed but never could kill. They see you thriving, glowing, rising, and it burns. Because no matter what they say now, deep down, they know you never needed the cage. The cage needed you. It was your presence that gave it meaning, your love that made it seem warm, your loyalty that held it all together. And now that you're gone, it's just empty walls and echoes of control. So let them sit in the silence. Let them wrestle with the truth that you outgrew them, and they chose not to grow with you. You didn't leave them behind. They chose the cage. You chose your wings, and now, chosen one, you fly alone. Number 4. You didn't break the rules. You broke the spell. The moment you walked away without begging, their whole power trip crumbled. They thought they had you figured out, thought they could guilt you into staying, shame you into silence, control you with glances, tones, and carefully placed words. Thought you'd always fold, always back down, always need their approval to breathe freely. But then you left, quietly, finally, and in that single act, their entire illusion of power shattered like glass under pressure. They didn't expect that. See, people like that don't build real power. They build illusions, smoke and mirrors. They don't lead with love or respect. They lead with fear, dressed as concern, with obligation disguised as loyalty, with emotional strings tied so tightly around your self-worth that you forgot where they ended and you began. That's how they held you. That's how they kept you from rising. But chosen ones don't stay stuck forever. We feel the shift. We hear the whisper of the universe when it says, "You've had enough." And when we walk away, we don't look back. Not because we hate them, but because we finally love ourselves. And that's what they can't process. They didn't lose someone who was passive. They lost someone who used to care enough to stay silent. You weren't weak. You were patient. You weren't confused. You were just trying to give them the benefit of the doubt for the 100th time. But patience expires. And when it did, you rose, and they fell apart. Not because you cursed them, not because you exposed them. You didn't even have to say a word. Just your absence exposed everything they spent years trying to hide behind manipulation and control. That's what's eating them alive now. Because here's the part they never saw coming. You never needed revenge. You just needed clarity. And once you got that, game over. They're left flailing in the ruins of their own control, trying to figure out how you slipped through their fingers, trying to understand how you're glowing now, how you're thriving without their approval, how your peace is louder than their chaos ever was. And the worst part for them, they can't touch you anymore. Not emotionally, not mentally, not spiritually. The leash they used to tug on is gone. Because you didn't just leave a place, you left a cycle. That's what makes you dangerous now. Chosen ones, when you break the illusion, it's not just personal, it's cosmic. It sends ripples through every dynamic built on false power. Your growth forces people to confront how small they kept you. Your silence forces them to sit with the noise of their own dysfunction. They don't miss you. They miss the version of themselves that felt powerful around you. And now that version is gone too. But let's be real. There was a time you thought you needed them. A time you measured your worth through their eyes, when their validation felt like air and their disapproval like suffocation. But that was before you realized the truth. Anyone who needs to control you in order to love you never loved you at all. That's not love. That's possession. And the day you realized that, that's the day the spell broke. You saw the pattern, the manipulation, the way they only showed up when you were easy to manage, the way your goodness was defined by how quiet, obedient, or self-sacrificing you were. And you decided, finally, to choose yourself. You chose truth over comfort, freedom over familiarity, peace over performance. And with that one decision, you broke the entire structure they built on your back. Now they're scrambling, trying to recreate the power dynamic with someone else, trying to gaslight you from a distance, talking to anyone who'll listen, painting you as the villain for no longer playing their game. But you know the truth. You didn't flip the script, you burned it. Because chosen ones don't play roles written by insecure people looking for control. You write your own story now, and every chapter they can't read reminds them that they never knew you at all. They only knew the version they could manipulate, and that version is dead and buried. So let them choke on the silence. Let them struggle to hold on to the control they lost the day you remembered who you were. You didn't just walk away. You walked out of their system. And when you did, their illusion of power didn't just crack. it collapsed. Number 5. They thought you were temporary. Now they're bleeding from the space you left. They didn't realize you were the glue until everything fell apart. They always assumed someone like you could be replaced, that your energy, your presence, your patience could be duplicated, rebranded, or found in someone else. To them, you were just another piece in their puzzle, useful, dependable, but not essential. They thought you'd always be there, because that's what you always were, there, showing up, holding it down, keeping the peace, filling in the cracks they refused to fix themselves. But here's the thing they never calculated for. The glue can leave too. And when it does, everything that looked stable suddenly collapses. Chosen one, your absence didn't just create a gap, it created a void, a silence that hums like a warning, a weight that lingers in the air. Because you weren't just a presence, you were the foundation. You were the reason things functioned. You were the emotional generator, the unspoken healer, the one who kept everything running while everyone else took you for granted. Now they're left fumbling, confused as to why nothing feels right anymore, why the air is tense, why conversations are forced, why things don't flow the way they used to. Let me break it down for you. They lost the frequency, your frequency, that divine chosen energy that shifted rooms without saying a word. And once that energy exits, it doesn't come back. Not for the ungrateful, not for the unaware, not for the ones who thought they had time. They're trying to replace you now, swapping you out like a battery, bringing in substitutes, distractions, new people, but nothing sticks. Because you weren't just a role, you were a resonance. You were the calm in their chaos, the voice of reason in their storms, the quiet strength in their weakness. And now they're drowning in everything you used to hold back. The arguments they thought they'd never have, the emotional messes you used to clean up without credit, the disconnection that crept in the moment you walked away. You were the bridge, and now they're stranded on opposite ends, wondering why everything feels colder. They miss you, but not just you. They miss the balance you brought, the light they didn't know how to carry, the presence that made them feel safe, even when they never gave that same safety in return. They're realizing now, your absence is louder than your presence ever was. And isn't that funny? How people only start listening when there's nothing left to hear. They didn't appreciate the real you. They appreciated what you did for them, the comfort, the consistency, the way you made life easier without asking for much back. And now that you're gone, they don't know what to do with the silence, the tension, the breakdowns. They're realizing they weren't holding anything together. You were. But this is what happens when chosen ones leave. We don't exit quietly. We leave echoes. Our energy doesn't just vanish, it exposes. And now they're looking around, wondering why the house feels colder, why their spirit feels heavier, why nothing they do seems to click anymore. Because you didn't just leave a space, you took the atmosphere with you. Let them feel it. Let them squirm trying to recreate what came naturally to you. Let them chase that peace, that light, that frequency, and find nothing but cheap imitations and empty rooms. Because what you carried wasn't common, it was sacred, and they treated it like it was disposable. Now they know you weren't a placeholder. You were the pulse. And here's the part that stings the most for them. They'll never find you again. Not in someone new, not in a crowd, not in their memories, because your energy isn't something that can be summoned. It's something that has to be earned. And they failed that test. So don't feel guilty. Don't look back. Don't wonder if maybe you should have stayed a little longer. You stayed longer than you should have. You gave more than you had. And still, they only realized your value after you were gone. That's not your burden to carry anymore. You were the glue, the calm, the spark. And now that you're gone, everything they built around you is falling apart. Let it. Number 6. They called you strong so they wouldn't have to be. They weren't inspired by your strength. They were dependent on it. They praised your resilience like it was some superpower, like it was something you owed the world, like your ability to keep pushing, keep giving, keep standing in the fire without flinching was normal. They romanticized your endurance so they could keep unloading their chaos onto you without guilt. But here's the truth they never wanted to admit. They were addicted to your resilience. You were the one who held the center when everything was falling apart. The one who stepped in, patched the leaks, calmed the storms, and cleaned up the emotional wreckage again and again. They didn't see the cost, didn't ask how you were holding up, didn't check if you were breaking inside while holding it together for everyone else, because your strength was too convenient for them to question. You were the emotional anchor, the stabilizer, the fixer, and that made you invisible. Because when you're the one who always comes through, people stop seeing you as human. They stop asking if you're okay. They stop thinking you need anything. They just expect. They expect you to show up, to figure it out, to take the hit and smile anyway. They were never loving your strength. They were leaning on it, using it, hiding behind it. And you let them, not because you were weak, but because that's who you are, a chosen one, wired to carry weight others can't, built to endure things others would collapse under. But here's the part you need to hear. Just because you can carry it doesn't mean you should. They blurred the line between support and survival, between appreciation and exploitation. And by the time you realized you were the only one holding the house up, your back was already breaking. But still, you stayed. Still, you believed maybe they'd recognize it one day, that maybe they'd step up, that maybe finally someone would ask, "Are you okay?" They never did. So you stopped. You stopped rescuing, stopped saving, stopped showing up with solutions for people who wouldn't even lift a finger for you. And that's when it all started unraveling. Not just their mood, not just the fake peace, but the entire structure. Because what they never realized was that their version of stability only existed because you were holding the walls up with your bare hands. Now that you're gone, the truth is impossible to ignore. The dysfunction they denied for years, it's loud now. The emotional chaos they dumped on you, it's flooding their lives. All those messes you used to quietly clean, they're drowning in them. And it's not because you cursed them, it's because you stopped shielding them. Your resilience was never free. Every time you put their needs before your own, it chipped away at your soul. Every time you swallowed your pain to make them comfortable, it took a toll. Every time you held it down for them, it hollowed you out just a little more. But you're done bleeding strength for people who can't even offer basic support. They miss you now, but not in the way they say. They miss the way you made them feel safe, the way you handled what they couldn't, the way you were the calm in their storms, the logic in their chaos, the fire escape they always assumed would be there. But that escape is closed now. And let's be honest, they're not just missing your resilience, they're panicking without it. They don't know how to function in the chaos they created. They're spiraling, not because you did anything wrong, but because you finally did something right. You chose you. Chosen one, your strength was never the problem. Their dependence on it was. You didn't walk away from them, you walked back to yourself. And that's the most powerful thing you could have done, because now they're forced to face the pain they refused to heal, to deal with the emotions they always dumped on you, to clean up the mess they claimed didn't exist. Let them. You were never weak for being strong, but you were exhausted, you were drained, and now, finally, you're free. They called it resilience, like it was a compliment, but it was a warning, a red flag they ignored while applauding your suffering. And now they see what happens when the strong one walks. They're left with everything you carried, and it's crushing them. Number 7. You were the real one. Now they're drowning in plastic. They tried to copy your essence, but imitation always cracks under the weight of truth. They didn't just lose someone, they lost something real. And in a world full of masks, filters, and fake smiles, that kind of loss hits different. Because what you brought wasn't just presence, it was substance, depth, energy. A rawness that couldn't be manufactured, no matter how hard they tried. You were the truth in a sea of performance, the one who said what others were scared to, the one who moved with intention, not agenda. You didn't show up to impress, you showed up to be real, and that alone made you a threat. They didn't know how to value that. See, most people say they want authenticity until they're standing in front of someone who actually lives it. You weren't polished or perfect, but you were pure. No games, no fake personas, no pretending to be something you weren't just to fit in. And that made you dangerous, because when you're real, you shine a light on everything that's fake. And they felt exposed. So instead of rising to meet you, they tried to reduce you, dismiss your depth, shrink your presence, pretend like you were too much or too different. But deep down, they knew exactly what you were, rare. Now that you're gone, it's showing. They tried to replace you, tried to fill the space with someone new, someone flashier, more agreeable, easier to mold. They copied your style, repeated your words, mimicked your mannerisms like a script. But what they didn't realize is that authenticity has weight. You can wear the outfit, steal the caption, copy the cadence, but you can't fake soul. And now, everything feels off, empty, artificial, because the truth is, your energy can't be duplicated. Your presence wasn't just seen, it was felt. The way you walked into rooms and made people check themselves without saying a word. The way you spoke and shook something awake in others. That's not charisma, that's alignment. That's someone walking in their truth. And that can't be manufactured. They feel it now. The hollowness, the flatness, the lack of spark. They're surrounded by people who play the part but don't have the heart. People who smile to your face and secretly compete behind your back. People who say all the right things but move with no integrity. That's what they traded you for. That's what they tried to replace you with. And now they're sitting in rooms full of noise, craving the real again. But it's too late. Because you don't circle back to places that tried to dim your shine just because others couldn't handle your realness. You don't return to tables where you had to starve your truth to make others feel full. You don't apologize for being too deep in a world that rewards the shallow. You leave. And in your absence, the contrast is brutal. Suddenly, they realize how many moments you held together, how many lies you shattered with a look, how much clarity you brought just by being you. They remember your honesty, your boldness, your quiet strength, the way you stayed solid when everything else was built on sand. And now, without that presence, everything around them feels counterfeit. Because it is. Your authenticity wasn't just refreshing, it was confronting. It challenged them to be better, to be honest, to be real. But instead of rising to that standard, they tried to replace the source with a substitute. Now, the substitute is glitching. The truth is catching up. The energy's off. The vibes don't match. The room knows something's missing, even if they don't say it out loud. And the ones who tried to mirror you, they're starting to crack. Because carrying someone else's essence is heavy, especially when you've never done the work to build your own. Chosen one, they didn't just lose someone, they lost the mirror, the one who reflected truth back at them, the one who wouldn't play along with the lies, the one who showed up real, even when it would have been easier to fake it. You walked away, and they stayed behind with their performances. Let them act. Because the world doesn't need more actors, it needs more you. And now they know. You weren't just different, you were the only one being real. Number 8. Your exit didn't just leave a space. It exposed their reflection. They thought losing you was the problem, but the real problem was what your absence revealed. You didn't just walk away, you held up a mirror. And that's what's really haunting them now. Not just that you're gone, but that your absence is loud, deafening, confrontational. Because when you were there, you were more than just a person. You were their buffer from truth, their shield from consequence, the one thing standing between them and the mess they refused to deal with. And now the shield is gone. Now they're standing face to face with the version of themselves they spent years avoiding. The version that manipulated, controlled, lied, blamed, played the victim. The version that fed off your strength, your forgiveness, your constant grace, and gave nothing back but excuses. And without you there to balance the scales, the weight of their own dysfunction is finally hitting. Chosen one, you were never just there. You were the glue, the compass, the conscience in the room. You softened edges. You gave benefit of the doubt when none was earned. You spoke life into empty spaces and patched up wounds they never even said thank you for. But most of all, you gave them a place to hide. Because being around someone real, someone grounded, someone with light, it makes the shadows feel safe until that light disappears. And now the shadows are all they see. They're starting to feel the tension that was always there, but hidden under your calm. They're hearing the arguments you used to de-escalate, seeing the cracks you used to seal, noticing the chaos that always existed, but was kept in check by your presence. Without you, the dysfunction isn't just visible, it's undeniable. They thought you were the problem, thought you were too sensitive, too intense, too demanding. But now, stripped of your energy, they realize what you were really doing all along, carrying what they refused to face. And here's what hits the hardest. They can't blame you anymore. You're not around to point fingers at, not there to deflect onto, not there to gaslight, guilt trip, or spin narratives around. The silence you left behind is pure truth. It's no longer diluted by their excuses or your presence. It's just them and the mirror. And let's be clear, this is justice, not revenge, not cruelty, truth. The kind of justice the universe brings when the chosen walk away from cycles they were never meant to stay in. Because when you leave with dignity, when you walk in truth and not vengeance, your energy does something deeper than retaliation. It reveals. You didn't have to yell, didn't have to burn the bridge. You just walked. And in doing so, you exposed everything they spent so long hiding. Their unhealed wounds, their selfishness, their inability to take accountability. All the ugly truths you used to cover with compassion are now staring back at them, and they're terrified. Because they don't know how to face themselves without a scapegoat. And now the room is cold. The atmosphere is thick. Their reflection is unavoidable. And the worst part? They're starting to realize that the love, balance, and clarity they claimed to create was never theirs. It was yours. You were the reason the dysfunction didn't consume everything. You were the one making chaos look calm. Now they're exposed. And here's where your power becomes undeniable. You didn't have to destroy anything. You just left, and everything started falling apart. That's not ego, that's energy. That's what happens when someone who was carrying the weight finally decides to put it down. So let them sit in it. Let them wrestle with the version of themselves they worked so hard to avoid. Because that is what they truly lost. The luxury of hiding behind you. You were the distraction that made them feel decent. The emotional crutch that let them avoid growth. The light that masked the dark corners of their soul. But now it's just them. No filter, no savior, no cushion, just the mirror. And mirrors don't lie. Let them face it. Let them grow. Or let them crumble. That's not your responsibility anymore. You already did your part. You reflected truth in every room you entered. And when you left, you took the illusion with you. What's left behind? A mirror, and the reflection is ugly. And now, chosen ones, if you felt every word deep in your spirit, know this. Your exit was never a loss. It was a revelation. You didn't just walk away. You exposed everything. Let them deal with the silence, the void, the mirror. You're done carrying what was never yours. Stand in your truth. Own your power. And never shrink again. If this message woke something up in you, like the video, subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments if you know you were never meant to stay caged. Share this with another chosen one. Someone out there needs to hear what you just did.